Hey, folks. I don't know what's going on. Um, I'm your host, Howard. I'm discombobulated. I haven't had a good week, so would you please forgive me for the rest of the night if I'm just not my usual self? And I'm wondering where Morgan is. Usually we have a kind of a dance that goes on in the hours that precede going live on Friday, where I reach out to him and I ask for his ETA. Well, I haven't got an answer to that question, which is worrying because I think he may have fallen asleep again. And he's probably going to wake up at 9. No, wait, geez, it already is 9:30. Yeah, he's probably going to wake up at 10, wake up at 11, and then that's his sleep ruined for the night. How are you guys doing out there? It's 93% humidity where I live. You know, it doesn't so much rain the past few days as it just is rain. You know, the whole fucking atmosphere from ground level up to the clouds is just fucking rain. And it's warm. It's 19 degrees, or it was when I last checked. Let's see. Maybe it got warmer, you know, because that's what fucking humidity does. It's awful. It's fucking awful. 18 degrees. It only dropped 1 degree. KO says, Howard, don't worry, we will take it easy on you. Thank you. Liz Pepper says, here's your friend feeling crappy. Wonder what shit they are spraying us with. Look, it's maybe, I don't know. I really, when I'm agnostic when it comes to anything above 30 feet in the air. You know, I don't know how things get up there, how they get back down. It's just a mystery to me. What shape is it when you actually go up there? I don't know. However, what I do know is this weather is just it's hell on earth. I've told this story a few times on air, I'm sure, but I have a good friend in the west coast of the United States, and I would always be telling him, "Fuck, it's so hot here. I can't take it." And he'd ask, "Oh, how hot is it?" I'll tell him something like 16 or 18 degrees, and he'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?" Until he figured out humidity. It's it dropped 1% humidity. Thank God. Oh my God. And not that I feel it. He figured out, yeah, that's gonna, increase your your sensation of how warm it is. I took a shower a few hours ago, went out for a drive to get some bits and pieces, came back, did a little bit of cleaning up and getting ready for the show, and I feel like I need a shower again. I don't like this. It's terrible. Do you guys like it? No, I don't think anyone does. Someone said that it was, oh God, this for in the height of summer. It was summer only started a few days ago, folks. Do people know what summer is and winter and autumn, when they begin, when they end? I don't think so. Up until a few years ago, I didn't either. I thought that the winter began much earlier than it did. But no, summer begins now, 3 months, and then we hit autumn. And then, yeah. So, yeah, I'm hoping that the next month just clears up and, sit in the bath. I wish I had a bath, Liz. That would be fucking fantastic. However, I live in a hovel, a one bedroom, cottage thingy that has been, fixed up to be a one-person home. I'm sure that 10 people lived here back in the 18 or 1700s, whenever it was built. Howard, are you in Galway? Not too humid. Yeah, I'm in South Galway. What do you mean not too humid? Like, you can't get much higher than 92 degrees humidity, man. Uh, SF Brits out, Muslims in, says Michelle Keane, doing great work to unite white Christians across Ireland. Okay, we'll get into that later, right? When Morgan comes, if he is going to come. I don't know. He's a black box to me right now. Anything could be happening down there in Wexford, where he lives. So, Liz, sorry I spelled that wrong. Soot in a bath. Uh, Spring in our day started in February. Well, yeah. I mean, it depends who you ask, really, because Imbolc is the 1st of February. So you would be, that's usually when, in Irish terms, the weather begins to turn and feels a little bit warmer. But yeah, these days it's a bit different, isn't it? In the last few years. But yeah, Michelle Keane, stick around because we are going to get into that. Just be open to a different point of view, please. Because if let me just put it this way: before we go making alliances, can we, workshop this a little? Can we sit down at the round table and ask ourselves, hey, so these guys were our mortal enemies for what, 400 years? Can we, like, I don't know, talk this one out? If the decision is ultimately going to be to forge an alliance, can we at least, placate or soothe the concerns of the people who think this is a bad idea? So remain open. We're going to discuss that. Howard, are you so long tonight? Where's your badass psychic? I don't know. I don't know. It's insane. This has happened once or maybe twice, and the answer was that he fell asleep. Like we old men tend to do sometimes. But what I do is I remember that I have something to do, and so I don't lie down or anything, because once you lie down, anything could happen. You're dicing with you're playing with fate there. Fuck me. Right, what are we doing here? Just to soak up time. So much just endless fucking shit in the news. It's just, and it is just shit. It's just endless, 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 endless. Where is it getting us? Miss Pagina says, as warm as it is, don't go stripping off, doing anything, streaking or running through town. Yeah, that's yeah. No, God, no. I've been down a similar road. I will not go down there again. Don't worry about that. Whew, God, I can just feel the fucking water in the air. Another few weeks of this, I'll be going to the fucking Russian embassy in Dublin and demanding asylum. It's bad enough living here right now and having your liberty threatened every day, but then to have this shit weather is another story. Here, I wanted to look at this news piece. This caught my eye just now. And I would get to look like a ghost because I'm lit up by a white screen. Right. Former Cork councillor looked woman dead in the eyes and called himself a stalker. Court told. Look at the state of him, man. Oh, the state of him. The young woman's victim impact statement detailed. Okay, we're not going to read the byline. That's never a good idea. A former Fianna Fáil councillor charged with harassment looked a young woman dead in the eyes and called himself a stalker, the court has heard. He then laughed, and that laugh makes me recoil in fear to this day. Oh, I bet it does. I bet it's not a very nice laugh either. Very distinctive, I'd imagine. The young woman said in her victim impact statement, which she read to Cork District Court on Friday. Well done, lady. You know, you got up there and you said your piece. Pretty tough going, I'd imagine. Joseph O'Donovan, formerly known as Gary Flynn. Huh? Who? Wow, man, why did he change his name? Anyone got any ideas out there? This isn't a rhetorical question. I'm genuinely wondering why one might change their name like that. Gary O'Flynn. I mean, was he going for a more Irish-sounding name, or was he just trying to avoid some negative associations with Joseph O'Donovan, who has 26 previous convictions, including for soliciting a person to murder 3 people, including a Garda? What the fuck, man? This guy was a Fianna Fáil councillor. Wow, buddy. Jesus. This is the kind of shit that the uni party gave shit to Sinn Féin for, right? Wow. Joseph Donan, formerly. Oh, okay, no, sorry. Oh, it was the other way around. It was the other way around. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Wait, did they repeat themselves or no? I'm just out of it. Mr. O'Donovan, age 50, of Melvindale House, Coolowin, Blarney, County Cork, admitted to a charge contrary to the fuck off for the offence of harassment on 3 dates between July and August of 2022. Okay. The 25-year-old woman was working in a popular city centre restaurant where Mr. Donovan was drinking wine on July 30th. He flagged her as she walked past, took her hand, kissed it, and told her she was the nicest and prettiest girl he had ever seen, Sergeant John Keller told Cork District Court. She was uncomfortable with the attention and walked away, the court heard. Mr. Donovan then returned the next day and told her he only wanted her to serve him. He ordered food and wine. He was staring at her and kissed her hand again, Sergeant Keller said. The victim again felt very uncomfortable. I'd fucking imagine so. Wow. I don't know. He's being a creep and violating this woman's space, but I'm not getting stalker yet. He was staring at her. Okay, no, I read that. Fuck's sake, I'm out of it. He left, but returned when she was cleaning at the end of her shift. Wow. He breathed into her ear and said, "Meet me outside for a tip." I better get your phone number for it. Oh, God. He then went out. Jesus Christ. He thinks he's God's fucking gift. He then went outside and stared in the window. Oh, I'm so sorry. This poor woman, I'm laughing at her fucking suffering. But like, what else do I do? This is just fucking absurd. This is something that you fucking see in a movie or something. A Hollywood movie, an American thing. What's that called? 1 hour photo or something? The complainant told him to leave her alone. But he came in, leaned over her ear, and asked when he could see her again. Wow. He was asked to leave by the manager again, and as he left, he threw a €50 note at her. Whoa, buddy. What do you do in that situation? Of course, you don't want to pick that up and put it in your pocket because, it's got bad juju. You don't want to do that. But what do you do with that money? Because nobody else is going to want to fucking touch it in the restaurant. Maybe the manager, if he's, a tight arse, or the owner, who knows? These people. What do you give to charity or something? I would actually wonder. I mean, the it's not the business of the court, but I would be curious what she did with that money. Not that it affects her case at all, but just out of pure curiosity. She again found him standing in front of her while she was working. He said he was sorry if he scared her and said he couldn't help it. He was reported to Gardaí and was arrested. Whew, buddy. Just, at that point, if you're an innocent man, just, don't go back. You can't apologize for that shit. Yeah, Liz Pepper charity box, that's the place for it. Just keeping up with the chat here. And I learned that KO is a woman. All right. Okay. I mean, you just don't know. I think for a lot of people, the assumption is if you're interacting with someone who, is using a username and it's an ambiguous username, you just assume man, unless you pick up on something the person says. Interesting. Okay. Um, where am I now? Okay, he told oh no, wait. He told Gardaí that he found the complaint very very pretty, and said he kissed her hand out of etiquette, like they do in the movies. Oh my god, this guy is he's just completely out of his fucking mind. He had felt things were very congenial between them and thought they were flirting. Wow. I mean, maybe he did, but a lot of the times your intention doesn't really fucking matter when it comes to the law, sadly. You can think that stabbing someone is healing them from cancer or something, but you'd still be done for murder, or at least manslaughter because of insanity. Oh, okay. Okay. KO shared her real name. I'm not going to repeat that unless she, I mean, why would I? But it's nice to meet you on first name basis. Right. He told Gardaí his intention was never to upset her. When he was asked to leave by the manager, he said he only returned to give her a tip. No, you didn't. You returned to be more. And then on your way out, you threw a tip. I mean, at that point. All right, we've got Morgan in a half an hour. Sergeant Keller said that when Gardaí were called to the city centre restaurant, the injured party was distraught and terrified. The defendant was somewhat intoxicated and said, "This must be about blank," when they approached him. So he's lucid about what he's doing. But then again, why would the Gardaí approach you just randomly in that kind of environment? Victim impact statement. The woman said that she never imagined that something as ordinary as going to work could turn into something I'd carry with me for years. Yeah. I was just doing my job, smiling, being polite, and trying to get through my shift. But one man, this man, took my professionalism as permission. When I said no, he didn't stop. And from that moment on, I stopped feeling safe. I will admit, I will be humble and admit that sometimes a server, and sometimes a server being nice to me made me think, oh, is she interested? But I didn't let it go any further than that. I mean, am I outwardly show that, oh, kind of get nervous and kind of be warmer to that person? But you just have to assume that they're just being like that because it's their fucking job. It's an altered dynamic. Some instinctual alarm bell went off in her body, telling her to run when he grabbed her hand very tightly and kissed it. Yeah, I would say fucking so. Try being a young woman working in a bar. Man, I saw some things. They're just not fucking good, man. Just not good. I Why that has to be tolerated, I don't get it. Of course, a fucking alarm bell went off. Your space is being invaded. I never forgot his stares, his weird comments, the way he lingered and waited during my breaks after my shift. He had claimed their meetings were serendipity, a word that still gives the woman chills. Yeah, I bet. Fucking, ugh. But that is a real thing, serendipity. People. Okay, I got distracted by chat. Never mind me. It's a real thing, and it's a beautiful thing when it happens, and this is ruined for this woman. Maybe she can just just change that word out for synchronicity, happy coincidence, unless it really is that traumatic and it just bled into the general concept. There was no serendipity in that moment. He waited for me. There was no luck, no chance, just a man who created a trap and tried to cover it in romance. She has felt so fearful of him finding her that has stopped her from leaving her home. Fuck. It left me terrified in places that I used to feel safe. Jesus Christ. This is a guy who has, 67 fucking convictions? And he was in Fianna Fáil. No, sorry, 26. I mean, I'm sorry. When you get above the double digits of convictions, 26, 62, 64, 110, it really doesn't fucking matter. Who the fuck is this guy? Why was he Why was he ever a fucking councillor? Who in Fianna Fáil decided it was okay to take this guy on? My God. All right. Oh my God. The world we live in. The Ireland we live in. I mean, it's always, you've always had fucking creepy situations like this go on, but like professionalism has really fucking gone down the drain if we allow that to happen. All right, if anyone's joining us in the last few minutes, we are a little bit delayed. It just happens. We're waiting for our co-host Morgan to show up in about 25 minutes, and we will get into the subjects listed in the title. We've got a lot to get to. It's going to be a long night, but it's going to be fucking a good night. I'm pumping myself up now, if you can't tell. I've had a shit week, had to bury a relative, and now it's all muggy and like I took a shower a few hours ago, did a few things. Now I need another fucking shower. Not just I didn't sweat through my clothes. I didn't spill something on myself or shit on myself. It's just humidity alone that did it to me. So I hope that I'm reasonably entertaining for the moment, for the time being. Gardaí believes single supplier is selling Irish criminals 3D printed guns. All right. Are we having like shootings or something? The pistols can be created using readily available materials on a standard commercially available 3D printer. Yeah, you're not going to be getting rid of that unless you just make 3D printers illegal. That you have to have a license for them or something like fucking polonium or plutonium or Gardaí have seized 5 3D printed guns in unrelated operations across the country in the last fortnight and believe a single individual is making them to order for feuding gangs. Have we been having shootings? Do you guys know out there in chat? Or are criminals just stockpiling these things for, when it really kicks off? The pistols can be created using, yeah, I read that already. Design plans for the firearms, which are known as harlot pistols, are easily accessible online, and long may they be. Information should be free. Initial Garda analysis of the seized guns, including their distinctive markings, suggests they are created by the same person on a commercially available printer. One line of investigation is that the guns are being sold relatively cheaply to low-level criminal gangs who lack the connections to secure professionally made weapons. Officers fear the seizures are the beginning of a trend that will see large numbers of 3D printed weapons become available at low-level criminals and feuding gangs. Like it's a bit late in the day, it's been a decade, is it, since this technology has been available? These printers are becoming better, smaller, and cheaper. Okay, that's the X factor. Okay. The barrier for entry is becoming much lower, said a senior Garda source. The latest seizure occurred on Friday when Gardaí from the Clare Tipperary Division sorry, and national units searched 4 houses around Shannon. They found 2 harlot pistols along with ammunition, cocaine, cannabis, cash, and a large quantity of counterfeit clothing. 2 people were arrested. Where's that counterfeit clothing going? Like it, because the only place that I know that you can buy counterfeit clothing is and accessories. You know that market in Dublin. When I was there over the Christmas period with a friend who knows a lot of the vendors there, they were talking about how revenue are just they're just like sharks in the water. That they need to be really careful about what they're doing, selling their knockoff handbags or whatever. But other than that, where's the market for counterfeit clothing? Don't most people just go to the store that sells the branded clothing that they love and they purchase it? Paul O'Neill says Pakistan produce a lot of black market firearms, and yes, a lot of no doubt are on our streets. They are flooding Europe with them. Yeah, so it's only fair that we get to print some of our own, because it is going to kick off. I'm not saying I want it to. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm saying that it fucking will happen. I think we're going to watch the footage that came out from somewhere in Dublin. I forget which part in Dublin. Some gypsy was run over by a car, and there was a kerfuffle on the street. Um, and the Garda response was fucking pathetic. These people are, if they don't know already, they're going to learn that our police service is just not up to the task. The only thing they seem to be good at is beating the shit out of grannies because there's a protest nearby. Or pepper spraying women straight in the fucking face. Or fucking handing out fines for people going fucking 3 kilometers an hour over the fucking speed limit or something. Shit like that. So, of course, it's going to fucking kick off. All I'm saying is, can our criminals, the criminals that look like us, have the same things? Dude, you're funny. Right. Hold on. No, did I finish that? Yeah. 2 people were arrested. Okay. On Tuesday, community Gardaí from Kilmay. I'm dying in this fucking moisture, man. Like, it's just pure fucking water. I'm even having problems breathing because there seems to be more water in the air than fucking oxygen. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Is this the apocalypse? Is this how Ireland ends? We all just drown out of nowhere. On Tuesday, community Gardaí from Kilmainham stopped a taxi in Inchicore in Dublin after detecting a strong smell of cannabis. One of the occupants was wearing a ballistic vest. When Gardaí searched him, a harlot pistol fell to the ground. What are you doing? I don't get it, man. What are you doing driving around with a fucking ballistic vest and with your pistol on you, What was this, fucking Chicago or something? You know? Like, life isn't a fucking Biggie Smalls song, man. Um, Surely they weren't out there to do something. Like, pop a cap in a nigga's ass or whatever they call it. He was just riding around, smoking joints with his fucking contraband. Never commit a crime while you're committing a crime. I see this at least once every week on a Garda social media account where they stop a car that has tinted windows in the wrong, you can't have tinted windows on certain parts of the car, and it has to be a certain level of transparency, naturally, for safety. And then it turns out, oh yeah, this person was also on cocaine. What the fuck are you doing, man? Be a little more discreet, is what I'm saying. On Tuesday of last week, Gardaí from the Tipperary Drugs Unit searched a house in the south of the county where they found 2 harlot pistols along with ammunition and drugs. All the guns have the same ornate decorations, but are very basic in design. They are weak and have terrible accuracy. That's exactly what we need. Untrained criminals wielding inaccurate fucking firearms. That's going to go fucking great. You are as likely to shoot yourself with them as anyone else, but in the right hands, they can kill. They are based on a design that is created by American gun enthusiasts and easily accessible online. Some skill and knowledge of 3D printing is required, however. The pistols fire 22 LR ammunition, which is widely available in Ireland through registered firearms dealers, and is chiefly used for target shooting and hunting small animals. Shit, so they're just gonna have to get rid of gun licenses altogether. No more hunting, guys. The ammunition cannot be 3D printed, meaning criminals must source it through theft or other illegal channels. The Department of Justice recently moved to impose stricter rules on the sale of ammunition through firearms dealers. There we go. More fucking excuses to have more fucking rules. That's lovely. Previously, dealers just had to maintain a log of bullets sold. Now they must maintain a log recording any movement of ammunition. This means ammunition fired on the range or given away for free to customers must also be recorded, with the log made available to Gardaí for audit. Oh, okay. So it's not like I moved the ammunition from my back room into the front room, so I got to write that down. Okay. There have been a handful of seizures of 3D printed weapons and parts in recent years. In 2021, Mark Wolf, a far-right extremist from the UK, was found by Gardaí to be in possession of a 3D printed rifle. 3D printed rifle parts and instructions. Okay. So he wasn't ready to use them quite yet, all right? But what was he doing? What was Mark Wolf doing in Ireland with a 3D printed rifle? Anyone out there know? Me, myself, and God, what do they use to print them? Surely they are too lightweight. Yeah, I think that is what was suggested there earlier in the article, is that like they're not very good, they're flimsy. Because you can only get so much sturdiness out of plastic, because that's what it is. We're not printing metal just yet. It's just plastic parts, and you're talking about a lot of friction. If you're propelling a bullet, and a lot of heat. So of course it's just going to fucking fall apart at some stage. But it's better than nothing. Gardaí believe Wolf, who was later jailed for 10 years, was in the early stages of planning a mass casualty attack. Against whom? In a report published last month, Europol said the availability of 3D printed guns has intensified and is exacerbated by the ease of access to printing machines and computer aided design plans freely circulated on the internet. Computer aided design plans. The fuck does that mean? It warned that artificial intelligence will make it easier to print guns and to produce firearms capable of firing large caliber ammunition. That is fucking nonsense. How? Europol, you're fucking morons. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, Europol. You would expect these guys to fucking know what they're talking about, but they in fact don't. They don't. That's sad. Oh, oh, Jesus. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look who's ready to fucking, carry on. It's fucking Joe Duffy. His final broadcast is coming up. Jeez, you know what? I think I might tune in for that. Joe Duffy, hailed as broadcasting genius. Ahead of RT Radio 1 departure. Joe Duffy has been hailed as a broadcasting genius with an innate sense of decency, great timing, and superb journalistic instincts. He's a fucking potato. Fuck's sake. Ahead of his departure from RT Radio 1's live line later today. Oh no. Oh no, I missed it. Ah. Aw. I missed Joe Duffy's final show. Fuck, that bummed me out now. The veteran presenter is set to retire from the station after 37 years this afternoon, signing off as one of the most enduring and influential voices in Irish media. He has hosted the hugely popular program since 1998, giving voice to listeners for over a quarter of a century. Fuck, man. It's just misery guts. That show of his, people calling up and complaining about shite. Like the only highlight of that show is I was visiting my grandfather, and we were just sitting down for tea, and the radio was on, and like that was the most that my grandfather could muster in his later years, which was okay, At least we were spending time together. And this woman on Joe Duffy called up and started talking about how she was on the train to Dublin or from Dublin, somewhere in between, somewhere along that line. And this drunk fella stripped off and ran naked down the fucking train. And Joe Duffy said, God, that's awful. And me and my grandfather looked at each other and fucking laughed. And I will remember that moment. That's probably the best moment I've ever had with the man. I mean, my grandfather, not Joe Duffy. Jesus Christ, what do you take me for? Under his stewardship, Liveline became a national institution known for emotional honesty investigative tenacity, and human connection. ChatGPT wrote this. The show frequently attracts more than 400,000 listeners. No, fuck off. It fucking doesn't. Talk to Joe. Well, his peers and colleagues were more than happy to talk about the man himself and share well wishes and growing tributes to the king of the airwaves. Fuck off! He isn't the king of the fucking airwaves. Jesus Christ. Liveline producer Brenda Dunhu said she feels incredibly lucky to work with Duffy on the much-loved show and said he is once-in-a-lifetime broadcaster. He certainly is, and I can imagine that it's sad to see him go, if you're, working with someone that close. What's he going to do? He's just going to go away and be old somewhere? I have it on good authority. Now, when you do that, then that's the end of you. You're probably going to drop dead soon. That's just the way it goes. Right. 25 past. In 5 minutes, I'm going to take a quick toilet break. I'm going to put on a song, and then we will have Morgan with us. Do stay tuned. We are going to get into the meat of the subjects that we've stated that we'll get into. What can we look at in the meantime? Oh, this is juicy. Jeez, there's no end to this fucking shite in this country, is there? Garda seeks restraining order against superior for harassment and bullying. Excuse me. A Garda and his wife are using anti-stalking laws to secure a civil restraining order against a high-ranking superior officer claiming harassment and bullying. They lodged an application at Dublin District Court, which came before Judge Anya Clancy on Thursday. The proceedings are being held in camera, meaning the public cannot attend and parties involved cannot be identified due to reporting restrictions. Brian Gagebe BL, instructed by the Chief State Solicitor's Office, acted for the respondent, and the judge noted that they had filed a 63-page affidavit. Fuck me. Counsel described it as an unusual case where the applicants have alleged bullying and harassment. However, the senior officer's case was that he was acting in the course of his duty. The couple are representing themselves. The Garda's wife said the respondent's affidavit amounted to misinformation, which she described as horrendous. Her husband also contended that the manner in which the documents were served on him has caused severe distress and personal alarm to me and my family. Yeah, when you're a Garda, you know to say that shit. You're just third to solicitors and judges for knowing what to say in situations like that. Not saying he's guilty. I'm just saying, that's what, a Garda in his situation would say. He added that in future he was agreeable to collecting any further material from a Garda premises. He raised concerns that at an earlier stage in the proceedings of the Gardaí were in court as part of a police plan, allegedly at the request of the respondent. What does that even mean? The couple have summoned 6 other officers to give evidence, and the respondent has already given a personal assurance to stay away from the couple, their home, children, and pets. That's rough, man. It must be serious. Mr. Gagaby. No, it's Gagaby. Gagaby. Okay, I misread that as an E. Mr. Gagaby said that there was no difficulty with that continuing. Judge Clancy ordered the officer and his wife to file responding affidavits by July 30th. Okay, so there's really nothing in here other than what cans am I drinking? Red Bull. Because, I'm just such a low energy, boring person that I just need to get hopped up on fucking caffeine to do this show. Not that I don't enjoy doing it. I enjoy being fucking off my tits doing a show. It's great fun. Just another part of my personality that is chemically assisted. All right, okay. Fucking kneecap. Before I go off and take a piss, kneecap, right? I don't like them. I haven't listened to them, so maybe I will like them if I listen to them, but I don't want to get involved in that. It's just it sounds like a pain in the dick. And I don't like their fucking weird politics. However, I do like the shenanigans they're pulling in the British court. Demanding a Irish translator to interact with the court because he chooses to only speak Irish. That's completely valid, but it's also a brilliant troll. It's a brilliant troll of the British court system, and they deserve it because look at the fucking loyalist communities up north. Flying flags of fucking terrorist organizations all the live long day. You go down their streets and there you fucking see them on lampposts. Where's the fucking justice? Justice should be served to everyone equally. So, for that, I applaud Kneecap. Even though this might just be pantomime, it might be, I don't trust people who just spring up out of nowhere, which is what Kneecap are. Someone that just sprang up out of nowhere. I don't fucking trust it. I've seen it too many times. Controlled opposition and all that. All right, so I'm going to turn off my camera and I'm going to put on some music and we will be back hopefully with Morgan. Sit tight. Okay, back. Morgan is not far from us. Right now, there's been a lot of aggro lately. I'm sure it's been expressed a few years ago, and by lesser voices, lesser listened to voices in the Russo sphere. This tendency of the West to rewrite Western Europe, to rewrite the history of Russia. Um, and it goes back to fucking Austro-Hungarian times. Some would say that the identity of Ukrainian is a fabrication made by the Austro-Hungarian Empire to, basically build a buffer zone between them and Russia, or weaken their ability to reach into the Balkans. Something along those lines. So you constantly have this thing, and it's similar to Western Europeans and people from outside altering Western European history, Irish history. You see that as well. Well, it's been done to Russians. The difference between us and them is that the Russians themselves aren't, destroying their own history. They're actually fucking proud of it. They're proud of their identity. So here we have my babe, Sakharova. Russian diplomat slams Dutch resolution on Crimean Tatars genocide as propaganda. The Dutch Parliament's resolution on the genocide of Crimean Tatars is a purely propagandistic move, Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Sakharova said. She recalled that the Dutch House of Representatives on June 19th had passed a resolution condemning the mass deportation of Crimean Tatars by the Soviet authorities in 1944 as an act of genocide, and called on the country's government to look at doing this at the level of the European Union. It is absolutely obvious that the Dutch lawmakers who proposed and supported this resolution were guided by anything but the need for historic justice for the Crimean Tatars, she said. They used the tragic page in our country's history solely for propaganda. According to the Russian diplomat, with a high degree of probability, those who voted for the resolution have never been to Crimea, especially after its reunification with Russia. The Dutch lawmakers prefer to learn about both the peninsula and about the people living there from the Kiev junta rather than get first-hand information. The resolution is nothing but an action in support of Vladimir Zelensky's regime, exposing the hypocrisy of the Dutch parliament. Okay, that's not quite what I was thinking it would be. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, this whole war that went on like hundreds of years ago between the Rus and the Crimean Tatars. Those people who would, frequently capture Ukrainians and Russians and anyone else as slaves and sell them from Crimea, which is, a center of fucking slave trade since, I don't know, hundreds of years, maybe 1,000 years now. Not that it's a justification of anything that went on during the Soviet era. There were many, many forcible relocations of ethnic groups under the Soviet Union. And, Russian history is honest about that. In as far as it's, rediscovered, because a lot of this stuff got buried by the Soviet Union, you know? it just needed to be dug up. And there is a process of reconciliation in Russia and the ex-Soviet states. That what happened under the Soviet Union, it wasn't all fucking great, as a lot of people in the ex-Soviet world like to think it is. Even to this day, you have people, idolizing that period, probably because the period that came after the Soviet Union's collapse was just fucking awful. But there's an aspect to that society did have a lot of cohesion and people were equal. They really were in a lot of ways. And, there would be one house on a single street that would have a telephone, and the whole street would come around to make a phone call. Things like this. When you go and you stand outside the shop in a line with your with your ration card, for like an hour, you get to know your neighbors. It's a bonding ritual. And then those commie blocks, as they're called, those apartment buildings. You can hear your neighbors having an argument, or even just a softly spoken discussion. And that brings you together, in a way that you can't really replicate in any other way. So a lot of downsides have their upside. Just looking at the chat, just making sure that I'm not missing anything. Jesus fucking Christ, Morgan, would you give us a proper ETA next time? Give yourself some breathing room, man. Oh, Jeff Bezos is getting married. He's having a 3-day extravaganza in Venice, and everyone's coming to take part in it. Can you believe that level of fucking ego? Oh, what's this? Is this some common sense from Sinn Féin? I have no love for these people, by the way. Like, I have a historical fucking grudge with these people. But much like when you had People Before Profit and whoever else during the hate speech thingy that was going on, they had pretty much the same fucking arguments against it that we did. Sometimes its agendas just align. Sinn Féin pushes to soften proposed terrorism law. Sinn Féin is pushing, so fuck's sake. The party's justice spokesman, because he's a man. See how that works? TD Matt Carthy said a section in the law was an attack on free speech and called it a kneecap clause. Saoirse Naharan, welcome. And I think we have Morgan, do we? I had a duluth. Yeah, indeed. He's here with us. Your nothing's working, Morgan. Not your camera, not your microphone. Kneecap clause, I like that. The new law being brought forward by Justice Minister Jim McCallum seeks to ban a broader range of terrorist offences, as well as give effect to an EU directive. The EU directive states terrorism can be committed by the glorification of a terrorist activity. That's not terrorism. Fuck's sake. What shithole do we live in? But Mr. McCarthy said this widening of definitions of provocation of terrorism would lead to similar cases of that of a rap group Kneecap, where rapper Mokara is facing terrorism charges in the UK. The charges come for allegedly waving a flag of the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah and at a concert in London last November. Like I said earlier, look, if the Loyalists get to fucking wave around their terrorist flags, Kneecap get to wave around a Hezbollah flag, okay? We have to make our fucking decision here whether we are this or we're not. There's no splitting hairs, there's no fucking favoritism. I don't care what skin color you are, what country you say you're from. We all need to be measured by the same stick, or it doesn't work. There's no point. It's called two-tier policing. Yeah, and I'm sure you recognize that term, don't you, folks? Government have included a kneecap clause that could lead to charges against political activism and legitimate freedom of expression, similar to the manner in which Makara from Kneecap is currently facing terrorism charges in Britain. Sinn Féin will oppose any such attack on free speech. I mean, isn't that like the first time we've heard about free speech from fucking Sinn Féin since the fucking 90s or something? The provisions are too broad and open to abuse. Public provocation charges can be brought where no terrorist offence has been committed. The provisions are so broad that a person could be guilty of a terrorist offence in relation to provocation where they distribute or publish a message that could be reasonably construed. All right, Morgan is having PC issues, and we are being asked to bear with him. So we'll get into the show proper very soon. It's just a thing, you know. It's just a regular thing. The provisions are so broad that the provisions are so broad that a person could be guilty of a terrorist offence in relation to provocation where they distribute or publish a message that could be reasonably construed as inciting terrorism or that glorifies a terrorist activity. Like, yeah, absolutely. Under that definition, anything I've said a few things now in the past hour and 15 minutes that could be construed that way. Absolutely. This is the language used by the DUP, who seek to criminalize those who attend Republican commemorations. I mean, yeah, that's under that law. Yeah, that's definitely a fucking possibility. You know, if you go to a march, it's commemorating a fallen hero, you know, because there was this thing called the IRA, and you know, it did protect the people, and we have still living relatives like me who remember those people and say I was marching down the street in the color party holding a starry plow or something. Am I glorifying terrorism in that situation? Mr. McCarthy said the law would be a threat to political activism. And then he said, the bill before the Dáil contains similar vague language and is clearly open to similar abuse to crack down on political activism and freedom of expression rather than terrorism. As this bill stands, it is an attack on free speech rather than terrorism. I didn't even know this was a thing. Why is it fucking Sinn Féin have to tell me this is a thing? I mean, I guess there's just so much fucking going on now that it's hard to keep track of which horror do we need to be worried about on any given day. And I'd say a law coming down the pike that's going to criminalize God knows fucking what that you or I do, I'd say that's a fucking concern. All right, I see you, Morgan. Your soundbar is moving. I don't know if that's a. No, I shouldn't be able to see that, should I?
Yo.
Wait.
Oh, dear God.
Ah,
Oh, this fucking weather's killing me. Jesus Christ.
no, right? It's the humidity, isn't it?
Oh, it's the humidity, the air pressure. I don't know. It feels like I'm under fucking water.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm drowning. I took a shower a few hours ago, went to do some shopping, did a bit of cleaning around and getting ready for the show, and then I need another fucking shower.
Yeah, it's a disgusting country. Sooner the better. We're fucking bombed into the ground or something.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, sorry I'm late, but it's part
It-
of the show now. Like, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be weird if we showed up on time together and
I know.
played the intro and stuff, wouldn't it?
Must be a bit of black in us somewhere, constantly late. Okay, where are we? Yeah, what time is it even?
Nowhere.
Jesus Christ, I feel like I've just fucking I'm awake.
10
This weather's
to
terrible.
11
Like, I'm
now.
sure it's some sort of operation to fuck with people.
Yeah.
22:52. Okay, yeah, we'd lots of shit to cover. Did you cover any of the stuff that we had planned yet, or have you been talking about
No,
others?
what do you take me for?
I'd have gone through everything by now. Like, I'd have just turned the fucking machine off. Yeah, I think we'll start with Michelle Keane if you're ready to go. With Michelle, I'm not sure what the fuck's happening. With
what?
poor Michelle. But
Oh, with her.
yeah,
Fuck me, man. That's
yeah, I know.
Whew.
So one of the auditing guys showed me a video of Michelle at her home address recently. So I had a look at that. And then I think it was either today or yesterday she posted a video where she's up in Northern Ireland, kind of building bridges between the communities, between the nationalist and loyalist communities. We all know the 12th bonfires are coming up, and I think whatever the largest bonfire. I think that guy Freedom Dad is from Derry. I'm not entirely sure though. My knowledge of Northern Ireland, Northern Irish geography is terrible. But apparently they don't burn the tricolour up there. They've stopped doing it. And I know, but it's a kind of both communities now celebrate the 12th of July. I don't know how true that is. It sounds kind of hard to swallow, and she's kind of being isolated. Malachy Steenson has come out and said he can't have anything to do with anybody who engages with loyalists up north. Gavin Pepper, same thing. So I think her days are numbered. And then maybe 2 weeks ago, we kind of got an inkling that something was maybe a little bit off, because she posted a video of some poor man who was having difficulties with his mother, who was in a nursing home, and due to the fair deal scheme, she had to then sell her house when she passed away. And I think after the sale of the house, that her son was getting something like 10 or 20 grand, but it seemed he wasn't getting anything. Between his solicitor was dodgy and the state was taking everything. And then he started talking about satellites were following him and tracking him, and stress and pressure can do a lot of fucking things to a man.
Yeah.
And Michelle, you could see she was trying to power through it and kind of ignore it, and she was taking it very seriously when the guy was saying his phone was bugged. But you could kind of tell by the body language that she was kind of a little bit uncomfortable. But I think she's put it out there as a representative for the community and people who are struggling, and also put it out there that if anybody has information on the government or is a whistleblower, to come forward and contact her, and that's great. But it also poses a problem if you open yourself up to the world. Well, then
people will actually come to you with information, right?
Oh yes, from fucking everywhere, and especially the people who no one else will entertain. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be, but you just open yourself up to all sorts of fucking people and crazy people. And the thing with crazy is a lot of people don't realize that it's contagious. If you stay around it for long enough, it fucking it rubs off on you, and you tend to also become a little bit crazy. So Michelle, she posted a TikTok. So it must be near fucking 1 million views at this stage. But apparently, two random people showed up at her house, and then kind of a bit of a scene arose. So I think we should have a look at it to see what's going on.
Yeah,
Michelle
none of this shit made sense to me, man.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me either because there's no kind of context. It kind of starts midway through.
Yeah.
There's like 7 or 8 different conspiracies around it already. It's like she staged it so she could get views. And people are saying like, oh, these people are obviously, either undercover guards or agents on the left, or somebody's trying to frame her. We don't know, but it's all a little bit bizarre. So we'll have a quick watch of it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, she needs to take a breather. Just step back.
Yeah.
From everything.
Yeah.
The internet, it's not fucking helping. Okay.
Yeah, and she's taken on a lot between the speaking at the protests. Then trying to be this person to build a bridge between the loyalists
and then fighting the legal battles that she's in. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this woman's life.
Yeah, and now I think there's a bit of a pylon on top of Michelle. I know you'd be happy with that because you kind of find it quite attractive. I don't know, a couple of people do. Like she has that kind of country mammy vibe going on, where she could, look after you. They give you a nice feed in the morning. I know 420 is very fond of her. Like I've had a few wicked thoughts myself, to be honest. And those got very large breasts that you could just if you're ever having a bad day, you're just feeling down, you could just come home and snuggle your head in those gigantic ditties. Just
nasty, man.
Yeah, rock yourself to sleep. Come on. So people and she's issued a letter now, a legal letter saying that people are now defaming her. Anybody who's posted nasty stuff about her needs to bring it down, and that then she kind of loses the case with Healy Ray and the whole free speech thing. It's horribly messy.
Yeah.
But again, it's the fucking age we live in, isn't it? Because everything we do, say,
Saoirse, we're taking the piss.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. You close your eyes, everybody's attractive eventually. It's a sensory thing. She's autistically attractive, like one of those stress balls.
I do admire her spirit.
Oh,
it's just she's a little too much. It's gotten away from her.
Yeah. Okay, can we see that black screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, how are we for size? Okay, grand. Right, so we'll have a listen now. I'm sure we'll stop it maybe 18 or 19 times, but we'll have a wee listen.
Paul O'Neill says Michelle Keane gives him tranny vibes.
Yeah, tonight's going to be a difficult one, right? Because I think this is going to be a test of female endurance. If you're female and you're watching, if you can hang in there for the full night, I'll be fucking amazed. Like, if you still like me by the end of this,
like we're shitting on so many women tonight.
Yeah,
and even Leo Varadkar, who's kind of a woman anyway. I mean, the most manly thing that guy does is stick his dick up his boyfriend's ass.
Yeah, or take it in the ass, like so. Yeah.
Either way,
we've said it before. If you've had a dick in your mouth, it's very difficult to take you seriously. I'm sorry. It just is. I couldn't take myself seriously if I saw pictures of me with a dick in my mouth. But I'll just put it out there to begin with as a kind of a disclaimer. Like I love women, has to be said. I genuinely do. But there's certain traits that need to be called out. Just as the same with men, there's certain traits that need to be called out.
Yeah.
But with women in particular, and we're choosing very bad examples now. I don't include Michelle as one of these. When we get around to Natasha later on, poor Natasha, Ireland's favourite punch bag. We'll throw a few punches. Like, I'm not sure it's class punching down or sideways or punching up or giving her an elbow or kneeing her when she's down. But yeah, we'll have a fair old swing at Natasha. But yeah, the tranny vibe again. Like I have to say, like Irish people in general, not the most attractive looking people on the fucking planet. It has to be said.
No, but when we are beautiful, we're fucking stunning, man.
Oh yes, absolutely. Like so, it's like a rare gem, a rare diamond in a coal bunker, or a rare potato in a fucking shed full of misshapen spuds, But we've other characteristics, we're charming and like, full of horseshit and funny apparently by some accounts. Right, so let's have a look. So this car arrives, this Volkswagen, Dublin reg. So initially people were saying like you have the reg, you can find out who it is. Unfortunately, you can't really. You can just find out what kind of car it is by the reg and how many owners it's had and if it's been involved in accidents, but it doesn't give you details, so everybody can relax. If you see somebody looking at your reg, there's not much they can do.
Can you both get out of the car, please? Yeah. Right. What's your name? What's your name?
Sorry, is this a video?
Yeah, what's your name?
Is it okay if...
No, what's your name? Answer the question now. What's your name?
I have to go along with this.
Right, no. You're in private property now. What? You've come to my place. What's your name?
Okay, I understand.
Right, no. What's your name? What's your name?
Is this going on?
No. Oh, yeah, people are saying these are guards.
How do you fucking know anything about them?
I don't know. You see, it's kind of stripped of context, so and you'll have to kind of fill in the gaps, So I can imagine, like two random people show up at your house, unmarked car. I never heard of them before. They get out of the car, and then they present themselves like this, and it's like the impression I get is they've come into her driveway unannounced.
Okay.
And she's panicked, but it's very fucking strange. Like,
what struck me is the closed gate, because it's no longer a case that they're in your private property. You just took them into your private property. If someone walks into your door that's open, and then you close it behind them, they're a guest now.
Yeah, and if you don't let them go, then you're falsely imprisoned. So you're in fucking trouble. Even the way the guy looked at this woman, it didn't have the look of a guard who's been busted or anything like that. It was kind of looked panic, as if like, oh fuck, what's going on? Like, we weren't expecting this. This is weird. But I think that the clothes again, like she does have the kind of the vibe of a detective, but there's no way of knowing. You see people saying looks like a guard, but everybody looks like a guard because they're just normal fucking people, So you can't really say like, oh, looks like a guard, looks like a guard. If that was the case, like no undercover guard would ever get any work done at all because they stand out like a sore fucking thumb,
Yeah, well, with the trained eye, you can tell when when you see a guard in plain clothes, you can kind of tell. And I'd want to get a closer look at her face, because a lot of it is said in the face. And I'm sorry, she's just not holding herself like I would expect a detective to do.
Yeah, and the other guy, again, we would say a lot more of him. But then people were also referencing this here. If you can see, there's like kind of lights. Now, I don't know if they are lights or not. Okay. People were saying that there's like flasher lights there, and on the other side of the car as well.
What's your name?
Okay.
We will never bother you again.
No. You have landed to my gate this evening at approximately 4 o'clock.
There was no obligation.
No. You have landed with what I believe is a setup.
A setup?
Okay.
We can.
Right? No. I asked you to make a video if you're that concerned about what's in this. You requested, you wanted to give me a USB drive. I wouldn't accept it. Okay?
You don't have to accept
No,
it.
then you targeted my WhatsApp account to make sure that I would return a message and everything, and then you said that you would. I have it all.
I'm fully transparent.
Right? No.
I'm not.
I'm after looking through your stuff.
Me as
I am now, right? No. Yes, I am. I'm actually going to reporting this to the Gardaí. What's your name?
I don't mind.
What's your name?
I don't mind telling you my name.
No,
I just don't
I'm
want it
asking
on
your name.
TikTok
You're on
because-
private. You're on private property, right?
Like, I wouldn't say my name because I know, that crazy bitch is going to put this online,
Yeah.
and then my name is out there.
Yeah.
Like-
And it's different. Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish when someone's
Yeah.
pointing the camera at you. It's like having a gun pointed at you, you know.
And then it's just feeding into Michelle's paranoia because she can't actually, it's like she has zero empathy in this situation. Like, she can't put herself in the position of the other person and say, wait, why would she tell me her name?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that the pressure it's well and truly getting to her because she does have the local press on her case. She's been in, Irish newspapers. Healy Rays are chasing her down, so it would be a very fucking strong person who wouldn't have thoughts of, okay, who's this now? What do they want? Are they trying to set me up? They're trying to shut me up. You remember her speech there? If people try to shut her up, she's asking the crowd, "Will they shut you up?" No, no, no. And they have these guys presenting themselves, but it does kind of sound that she's been in contact with him. The guy saying like, you know, you have no obligation. What's she saying? She was attacked on, or he attacked her WhatsApp.
He targeted her WhatsApp.
Okay, is
number?
that sending a message or something? Or
Yeah.
I don't know.
You've rang me. You've rang me. You're in my property now.
Michelle, I will never contact you ever again if that makes you happy.
No. You have
fully
you have
transparent
asked me. You've given me 4 pages of stuff here. Okay, right?
Yeah, so I had a look at those pages, what you could see anyway,
Yeah.
and it kind of, excuse me, my sinuses are fucked. It relates to something about him and his employer, that his employer let him go. I'm getting the impression that he was he's some sort of whistleblower. But again, we don't know if he was an undercover guard, somebody who's trying to plant information on her. He's not going to arrive. He's going to have some sort of cover story. But then, the intelligence services, and even in Ireland, they've moved on a little bit beyond that now. Like, so you don't have to send 2 agents with this elaborate ruse to hand over a USB key and then get the mark to put it on the PC, and then, it automatically downloads onto the PC. If they want to put stuff, but they'll either, one, they'll just do it remotely.
Yeah.
Or 2, they'll arrest you, take your electronic equipment, and then plant something in the safety of the station,
Yeah.
They're not going to go to these elaborate lengths to send people down, hand you a fucking USB stick. Now, it could be journalists. Maybe we did have that guy, what was his name from fucking News Talk? Is it Paul Murphy, is it? That guy who presented himself as a protester in Coolock when he was trying to get an undercover scoop. And he got found out rapidly, and then hasn't been seen since. He's miraculously vanished off the face of the fucking planet. So it could be a journalist, but again, again, a little far fetched. I don't think this guy's been identified yet. So she's put a call out for.
She
anybody.
said his name though. Later,
Yeah,
in
she
this
said his
video.
name, but there's very little information. Like I had a quick look online to see if I could find anything around the guy, his name, a couple of reverse image lookups, stuff like that, and nothing, nothing at all. She gave his address out, searched his address on Google Maps. It comes up with the house that she mentioned is blurred out on Google. So that's kind of weird, most people who blur their house out on Google, it's normally a celebrity or a cult or some sort of agency that wants to remain secret, or again somebody who is just kind of paranoid themselves. And again, if you're some sort of whistleblower and you think there's people out to get you, well then you're going to blur your house out on Google Maps. What good that does, I don't fucking know, because what further information you can get from the front of somebody's house. It's a mystery to me. Like, it's like, well, you can't see that there's a picture of him doing what. Like, is he doing something he shouldn't be doing in the front window when the Google car drove by? I don't think so. And again, if your address is out there, that's more worrying than somebody accidentally coming across the front of your house. But it would suggest that if that's your mind frame, it's like, okay, well, I don't want this. I don't want anything available about me online, which is probably the wisest thing to do in any event. Like, keep information to a minimum. But again, because of the age we live in, where information is so freely available on most people, when it's not, well, then it starts raising questions, and people kind of jump to a conclusion before they have all the facts.
With evidence on a USB stick, okay?
Nothing to hide.
Right? Why are you insisting that I take this USB drive this evening, and why are you insisting that you give me a cloud link for this? Who are you working for? Who sent you here?
Oh, is that what you think I'm working for?
Right? Who sent
It's still a thing, isn't it? People give you information on a USB stick or a link to documents. I don't know. Maybe she was expecting hard copies.
Well, I mean, it seems that they're giving her information in all three forms: a cloud link, a USB stick, and printed out.
Yeah, so
it is a bit weird, but maybe they're all fucking nuts, and this is how lunatics respond to each other. Because look, if I was in that situation, I like 1 minute in, I'd be like, okay, this bitch is crazy. Can you open your gate, please, so that we can leave and never have to fucking deal with you ever again?
Again, I think under normal circumstances, that's what most people would do. But again, when you introduce the fourth party, which is the camera, and again, not knowing if it's a live feed or not, it's just weird. Like, you're automatically you're now in some sort of fucking television production, or the whole world is watching you.
Yeah.
So you can't just normally be yourself. You feel like, oh crap, it's a live trial here. So he has to defend himself, and you can tell by his body language, he's obviously the defensive. He's got his hands behind his back. You got to say, he looks fucking crazy. Like, he's that kind of wide-eyed look of. And his shirt hasn't been ironed in a long time. We play on anyway.
Right.
Listen, look, Michelle.
Right. What's your name? I'm asking your name.
Michelle.
I'll give you my name.
Michelle,
I'll give you my name off the camera. But
No. I'm asking your name now.
Can I just look?
No. I'm
we're
asking
religious
you.
people. We're actually we're religious.
I'm.
She even has a necklace metal around her neck.
All right, that's not good enough.
As if that like, you can fucking I can dress in a fucking burqa tomorrow if I wanted to. Doesn't make me Muslim.
Yeah, it's not like I'm identifying as a religious person, and that's no guarantee. Just because you're religious, that means you can't engage in evil.
I mean, on one level, but if he took off his shirt, right, and it was just scars all the way back because he was part of one of those processions where they whip themselves in the back, and I'd be like, yeah, you know what, I think I could, I can afford you some trust,
Yeah. So there's those lights there now. They're visible there now. So we've got these. I don't know if they are lights.
Are they lights? Is that where the lights are? Because I think they're on the windscreen.
I don't know. There's normally some in the grill, and the windscreen as well. I don't know. It's been a long time.
But it's not really an undercover car. Like they.
Yeah, they normally have aerials.
There's certain makes and models that have that the undercovers drive. It's stupid, really. They really should just get any old random car, because that's how you catch criminals.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't know if they are lights or fucking not. Yeah, these guys, I would just leave at this stage, camera or not. I'd be like, all right, fair enough, we'll go. Good luck, all the fucking best.
Yeah.
But he's trying to justify it again. When you're being accused of something like, say, you're essentially being accused of espionage here. And again, if they do have something of worth to tell her, but then she's done now, especially if it turns out these people are who they say they are. Well, then nobody's going to bother ever again. Like, no whistleblower is going to come within a country mile of the woman.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter who they are. She's burned. Yeah.
Actually, religious people.
Right.
I understand your feeling.
No. Nobody goes to that lint.
I can actually prove everything.
Nobody goes to that lint. Okay. So you're willing to give me your name?
I actually approached you. The only reason I approached you, Michelle.
Something like that.
Right. Okay.
We're religious people. I can actually prove it to you. I can prove everything.
That's
to you,
just rude.
Everything you
I mean,
want.
what are you doing that for?
Yeah. Who brings
promise.
stuff on a 4 pages on a thing here with no evidence on it and tells me then they want to get into my USB? Then tells me 4 times.
Well, again, I don't know, unless she's looked at the USB stick. But it does that's not suggested here at all, is it? It looks like, okay, they've come in, she's come out to them, closed the gate either herself, or it's an automatic gate that closes behind her, but she's, something's happened. Then he's come out, handed her the documentation, handed her the USB stick, and then, but if she's saying there's no evidence on it, she would have to have at least put it into some sort of laptop to check what's on it. But again, it's very fucking bizarre, and this guy hasn't been found. So maybe we need to talk to this lad here and his woman. But again, I think if they're anyway paranoid to begin with, in the good sense of the word, they're not going to talk to fucking anybody at all. Like, it's just going to drive them further into the bushes, so to speak.
Times and
I
WhatsApp.
wanted to give you information on the
About what?
About this.
About what?
More information on.
Yeah, what information? Tell me now what you want to give.
Well,
If you've nothing to hide, what's your name?
Sorry, I understand
Michelle,
you
can I
want
actually-
your privacy,
can I
but
actually-
we also have to respect ours. as
No,
well.
you've come to
works
me
both ways.
from Dublin.
Sorry,
You've said
I've driven into your driveway.
yeah, you've said you've driven down here.
We
You're
told
saying
you
your
to
name.
drive
You're
in.
saying your name is.
You have to let them speak, woman, for Christ's sake. Like, you gotta let them speak. Like, she's asking her what evidence, then she won't let her fucking say what evidence is on it.
Gary Kernan, and you're saying your address is 36 Old County Road, Crumlin, Dublin 12. Is that correct?
But you know what, Michelle,
Is that correct?
Okay.
What's your name?
Sorry, I don't feel comfortable saying.
Michelle.
No, when
You don't feel comfortable. You've come down to my property with this
helping you.
financial fraud,
This is nothing to do with
defamation of character about an ex-employee. Don't mention the name of the employee here, and saying that all this evidence is on a USB drive. I asked you to do a video. If you had nothing to hide, you do a
But did I
video.
offer you the-
You do a video.
Can I ask you?
Does she not understand the nature of somebody who's trying to whistleblow? That you don't do a video? Like, the reason, if he's genuine, now I don't know. I'm just assuming he is, because it doesn't strike me as anything nefarious without any supporting evidence, you know. So if you're coming to someone like her, it's because, you know, oh, here's somebody who'll fucking listen to me. Now, maybe she shouldn't. Maybe it's one of those guys who he got fired for whatever reason. He just won't or can't let it go, and wants somebody to take up the case for him because he's been to solicitors. They've said, you know, there's nothing we can do, or they've taken this money. This is his last port of call. The woman beside him she's saying that she's nothing to do with it really at all. She just came down on the trip with him. But I don't know.
One question. Did I offer you my own personal?
You. What would I want your personal computer for?
No, I said.
Why would I want? I wouldn't even. Why would I want your personal
perceive me as
computer?
a threat, don't you? Is that why
Oh,
you're
to
doing
plug
this?
in the USB stick to give to her so that she can view it, so that she doesn't feel like she's being set up with, I don't know, child abuse material or something.
Yeah. But it's been framed as like, what do you want your computer for? What would that
I
make any
don't
sense?
like this person at all. Paul O'Neill says main character syndrome. Yeah. Yeah.
We did say we were talking about women tonight, so, you know, throw it out there. You know, directing and starring in their own movie. From
Just man, come on! Half of our viewers are women. Would you cool it tonight, please?
But no, we do it with men as well. There's always exceptions to the rule, and I will say, if you are, you know, viewing us and listening, well, then you're obviously that exception. But it's a test of, like I said, it's going to be a fucking test, and for women especially, you know, and men, very easy to come to anger. But I'm not going to. I can't censor myself, like, so. You'll just have to, you know, bite your lip and take it like a man, essentially. You know, I won't isolate you, but, you know, we can't be censoring. Like, it's fun and games, you know, like, with a little bit of truth there. Is that okay for you now? Jesus Christ, like, it's not like I'm punching Natasha in the mouth, like.
You
may carry on.
Thank you.
I don't trust you as far as I throw you. Are you coming down to my property
The only reason.
twice and told me a fib that you were going on to Cork and that you were in a hurry and you were going on to Cork, and then 2 hours later you come back again with a bullshit story. So now
maybe they were to Cork and they came back.
Yeah.
She's not thinking straight, you know. She's too caught up in whatever her idea of what's going on is. Like I said, she just needs to take a step back, you just go on a retreat for like a few weeks, just reassess, and just got calm down the nervous system.
Yeah, without a fucking doubt. And then the church bells in the background, people online were saying that's a sign from God that she's onto something.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's more
It's
likely
a sign she lives next to a fucking church.
I know.
Rural Ireland. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, and it's like it's something o'clock.
What if what if it was the Muslim call to prayer then? What would that be a sign of?
Yeah.
This now to An Garda Síochána.
That's
Right?
okay.
Whatever,
That's actually okay with me.
whatever,
Seriously, that's okay with me.
whatever you're hiding
I'm actually happy with
or
that.
what you're not hiding, I don't know.
He's not revealing everything because he doesn't know if he can trust you the same way you
Well,
feel you
I
can trust him.
don't trust him,
can-
and I don't trust you.
You don't
If
trust
you,
either of us.
yes, but if you had no issues, you'd give your
I
name.
chose you over
You're-
other people
you're-
because you're very outspoken.
What sort of thing? Where people randomly come to my yard? No, they don't. They don't. Normal people ring and make an appointment with someone.
No, they
Right?
don't.
Normal
She's
people.
Crazy
No,
bitch. She's so self-important. She thinks she actually was elected in that election that she ran in.
At first, she's coming off as cop-like as well. Like, what's your name? If you've nothing to hide, or if you've nothing to fear, you've nothing to hide. So just give me your details anyway. Generally, people don't want to give their fucking
Yeah,
details.
on or off camera, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not a problem for her because she's in the public eye anyway. To partly benefit herself. That's a common tactic used by people, especially online. It's like, okay, oh, you anonymous coward. Why won't you give me your name and address if you've nothing to
Oh my
fear? Well, you have got something to fear. Like, I don't know, maybe like 600,000-700,000 people being made aware of your name and address and embarrassed online, and then it's suggested that you're some sort of fucking agent. And again, if you're kind of paranoid to begin with, this is not the way to fucking do it, especially if you said you're going to contact the guards. But if that's the case, just contact the guards, and say, okay, this guy came to your address, he tried to give you some documentation and a USB stick. Then they can have a look at it, see what's on it. Or they won't even do that. What will happen is they just come and say, okay, well then, did you ask him to leave? No. What's the fucking problem then? Just ask him to fucking leave. Like, instead of from her point of view, I suppose she wants to record it as evidence in case this guy goes away. But
Right.
I don't know, because it's strange, because when you're in the public eye like that, especially if you're operating social media accounts, there is that tendency to document every fucking thing and have something ready to go the next day, and 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 she's just going to corner herself out, man.
Yeah. KO has a good one. Her milkshakes bring all the odds to the yard.
Yeah, pretty good big milkshakes.
normal people. You didn't ring
I
my
tried.
phone to make appointment. You didn't try. I have my phone on me the whole time. You didn't try. Right? You landed down
Did
here.
you- did you-
You landed. No, listen. You landed down here now. Right?
Did you get my email?
I'm now contacting An Garda Síochána, and I'm going to let them deal with that. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And he did say, did she get his email? But again, maybe if he's just arrived out of the fucking blue, unannounced, that would kind of spook you, because maybe she's getting vibes off him to begin with, like he's contacted her via WhatsApp to give her this information, and maybe he's being coy about it. Oh, well, I don't want to give it to you over WhatsApp. I want to give it to you in person, because he wants to actually see her, and then see her in person, so he's taken seriously. She's kind of fobbed them off, saying, okay, well, I want you to make a video about it, and then she can highlight his issue. But he hasn't expressly stated, okay, well, no, I don't want to go public with it. And then he's going, okay, do you know what? Fuck it. I'll just go down and talk to the woman directly. I'm on my way to Cork. But she is right. To my mind, she is right in that case. You don't just randomly show up out of the fucking blue at people's houses. But she's not. I wouldn't.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Randomly show up at somebody's fucking house with documentation. But it's not a normal case, because she is putting herself forward as, if you, as a TD, you're right, she's putting herself essentially across as an elected TD. And in that event, well, then you're pretty much opening yourself up for people to come and contact you, I'm taking her as a kind of as a private citizen. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, I did get an email address for this guy, and I emailed him, and he did get back to me. He didn't want to go into much detail, but he sent me some of the material that was on the USB drive. So fair play to him. He did want to share some. He won't share it all with me, but so he gave me a fucking a little bit of a sample. So I'll just see if I can share it now. I don't know if I can share it directly into this window. Will that work or not? You let me know if that works. If I just change that.
Yeah, there you go. For fuck's sake.
Yeah. So just something like so.
What the fuck?
I don't know. So I know she had issues with the Healy Ray fella. I don't know how old this picture is. Like she's lost a lot of fucking, or she's put on a lot of weight in the meantime. So I think there's more to the story with the Healy Ray fella. And she's letting on like, but yeah, she is an attractive woman. Like we can understand the attraction to her. Like her neck's a little bit large. So he sent. Maybe that's what spooked her. Like she looked at the fucking USB drive, or she knew what was on it. Because there's more to that Healy Ray story than meets the eye. Because what did she say about him to begin with? It wasn't much, was it? Really, she just said he was a little bit corrupt, and Healy Ray knew that she has the goods on him. God, worst tale there is this is beautiful, isn't it? How she managed to get it through his trousers? He must have a little hole cut in the back of his trousers to keep it in place. Yeah, so she sent a couple of files, and it's not just Healy fucking Ray. There's rumors going around that anybody involved in any sort of movement, that they're all kind of interconnected. So there's another one there. There's some dungeon play. But there's been rumors about Maliki that he's not all he seems to be, and our friend Gavin. Some rumors around him. But obviously has been working out. Yeah. Or this is pre. This is pre-trip to Turkey, like so. Yeah. I'm not sure Maliki doesn't look very scary, does he? It's kind of a scary pose, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It's kind of a friendly gimp. The terrifying ones. It's only a couple more now, and then we'll be done. They're quite tame, really. When he sent me the email, I thought, okay, this is going to be some fucking terrible things here. What's going to happen? Like, how the fuck am I going to show these on YouTube? But I think he's held off on the more graphic. They're all involved. Every last fucking one of them. I got Simon. He's not looking bad, I have to say. Like, I thought a little bit of muscle, a little bit of definition, obviously a couple of ribs shown. But yeah, she must wear a lot of clothes. Like, because you look at her and you think she's fucking huge. But obviously, like, she's got some sort of decent figure. X, I don't know what the X is. If that's something got to do with X itself, or if that's a symbol within that community. I'm not quite sure. I've got one more he sent me. I didn't get a look at this one. Who's in this one? Oh, there we go. Look at them. Dungeon bit of spanking going on. Norma there, or Norman. I'm entirely sure. I'll have to get these checked. I'll have to run these through a filter. Like, I just want to make sure there's no kind of image manipulation.
Photoshopping,
Drew, we always knew. Look at him in private, happy to fucking say that he is indeed an agent of the British state.
Butcher's apron.
Yeah, the butcher's what are they called? Paddle, isn't it? Yeah, paddle. Butcher's paddle. Kind of transfixed by Norma. In the right light, she's not bad looking, Or it could be the leather, and the thoughts of bending her over something and spanking her until tears run down her face. And then, of course, you got Dirty Pascal. Look at him. The dirty little
I didn't spot him there.
I know, always hiding in the corner. The man behind the scenes with his dirty lisp. looking
It's a great
on.
photograph. I love the fisheye lens effect.
Yeah, well, I think it was a hidden camera, even though they're all posing miraculously for the photo. Yeah, so shenanigans at work. So I would be hesitant as well if somebody had those photographs. Now I'm worried now that Michelle is actively suing people, or threatening to sue people for defaming her. So I might post them on her Twitter page just to let her know that these photos are flying around. But I won't give the source away, just in case she causes trouble. Yeah. Okay. Well, I stop sharing that now. That's kind of traumatizing, isn't it? To have that head with that image in your fucking mind. All right. Yeah. So we hope Michelle is okay. And I think you're right. It may be time for her to take a break, step away from all
Like
things.
we all need to do it.
Oh yeah, without a
All
doubt.
of us need to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have for time. Right. I think we'll jump into Natasha, this so to speak.
Okay. Yeah. So we're not going to review the Loyalist thing.
No. I don't think
Nice.
there's a need to. It's just her talking to that fucking guy from Northern Ireland, Freedom Dad. I think we covered it 2 weeks ago pretty much, that anyone involved in the nationalist movement shouldn't really have anything to do with
Yeah,
the Loyalist movement.
you'd think that should be enough, but it's not. But
Yeah.
sure, there'll be other days for it, I guess.
Yeah, again, it's very idealistic, and I get it, wanting to build bridges, and she could be as genuine as day is long, and the same for Freedom Dad, and everybody wants both communities
Sure.
to come together and put the
Right.
past behind them. But I don't know if people can, man. Maybe obviously they fucking can't. I think it's still too raw, it's too bitter. For me, it would be nice if they could just go, okay, well, let's put this horseshit behind us. Let's focus on the future, a shared future. Like nobody's going anywhere on the island, and we do have a common threat ahead of us. So let's deal with that together.
Sure.
That would be great. But like I said, it's too raw. Obviously, they can't. That's kind of evidenced by that group Kneecap. Like, so, I can't stand those guys that get on my tits instantly the minute I hear them fucking talk, or they open their mouth with, it's just with
Sure. Yeah.
colonial horseshit. But that just lets me know that, especially in Northern Ireland, that people aren't. They're just simply not fucking ready, and that a lot of people would be kind of, pretty much happy if every loyalist in the north was to be, set on fire and buried in a ditch, and vice versa. That it's still, although we've had a ceasefire, and
Well, the thing is, right? I'm sorry to cut across you, but since but all the way back in the 70s, 60s, right? You had people falling in love across the lines. I had the privilege of meeting such a couple while I was in Belfast last week. And this has been going on a while now. And, but normal people are just getting on with their lives. But then you have these elements. And it's this extreme element that the likes of Niall McConnell and now Keane, Michelle Keane, want to ally themselves with. And they fly these flags that represent our continued suffering. Like they hate us, and they fucking burn towers to commemorate when their British fucking soldiers could find the landfall to fucking just decimate our culture. That's what they celebrated during the fucking summer, right? These aren't the people of the the British heritage that moved here as planters. I don't have any problem with those people. It's those assholes, those loyalists. They need to put their flags away, and they need to retire those disgusting songs about how great it is that Irish people were starving to death, and stop burning us out of our fucking homes. Then, yeah, we can fucking hug and embrace, because you know what? We've been doing that all along. It's just these people are just holding on to their hatred.
Yeah, well, you know, there is that, and I'm sure it's the same on the other side as well. I've seen a lot of fucking hatred on the other side as well, who would be happy for the whole community to be gone, or for them to be, you know, uprooted and shipped back to Scotland or wherever they fucking came from. But it's how do you get to that? Like, that's just not going to happen. Let's be honest. In and of itself, like there's not going to be a generation that wakes up one day and goes, "Oh, what? You know what? Fuck it." Yeah, it makes sense. And I think the only way that could actually happen is by what Michelle is doing and what your man Freedom Dad is doing as well. That he's traveling down south. Now, I don't know how genuine they are, right? And I know realistically, it's not going to work because that shit, it just doesn't end. You know, it really fucking doesn't. It takes, you know, probably another fucking 800 years of slow progress before people forget. Or a whole new identity would be needed. You would probably need an Islamic invasion, and everybody forgets that they were Christian altogether. Everybody's now Muslim, and then it's like, okay, well, we have this unifying force. We still see it today in America, where people, you know, people who are the descendants of slaves still fucking, you know, banging on about something that, even though their ancestors may have arrived in the United States 50 years ago, but the slave narrative, and the same with the you know, the loyalists and the nationalists, it's never going to fucking end, you know, in and of itself. So to my mind, that might be how it ends, where you actually get to fucking meet people and, oh, well, you know what? These papists, they're not actually papists, that it's all fucking horseshit. That, you know, they've been conditioned through, you know, down through the generations with a head full of horseshit. And the same with people on the other side. Okay, but you know what? We've also had a head full of horseshit too. And guess what? You know, we're actually quite fucking similar. Oh, you struggle with this, do you? Oh, you struggle. Oh, you have joy and sadness and happiness too. And, you know, oh, we've kind of been manipulated on both sides to fucking hate each other, and the ruling class kind of gets to sit back and laugh. I don't know. I really don't fucking know. But to my mind, at this moment in time, it's still too raw. It's too messy. And it will just fucking implode. Whatever kind of shaky nationalist movement there is in the South at the moment. The fact that even kind of, you know, cozying up to loyalists in the North, or ex-loyalists, whatever the fuck they are, it's going to cause too much friction. We've already seen that Maliki has come out and said, okay, Michelle, I'm sorry, I can't have anything to do with you if you're going up north. Same with Gavin Pepper. And there's going to be a brave person that says, okay, well, you know, I'm trying to build a bridge, but really, there's no need to build a bridge. Let's be honest.
There isn't.
There's not going to be busloads of loyalists coming down to show solidarity with their fellow Southern compatriots, or vice versa. You know, like we said 2 weeks ago, maybe loose alliances, a spirit of, you know, companionship. It's not like that. There's still, you know, an active battle going on where, you know, bombs and guns are going off, and there's a need for this brave female voice to go up and, you know, be a bridge between the two communities. They have that shit down themselves. You know, there's lots of organizations up there. There's, you know, plenty of funding that goes into it, and if it hasn't happened by now, and all the energy that's been put into it, it's not going to happen by some BDSM woman from Cork going up, and maybe that's what they'll do. She'll spank them into shape, like, you know, she'll just bend them over a bonfire and spank the living life out of them. But, you know, I can understand it. I can understand the romanticism and the idealism of the woman, where, you know, okay, well, she wants to build a bridge,
absolutely,
bring the country together, and we have to do something about this Islamic monster that's staring us in the face. And I think, I suppose, the best thing she could do is she could probably come back with some tactics of, okay, all right, oh, that's how you breach a police line, is it? Oh, that's how you keep them out of your area. Oh, that's how you burn people out of their houses. That's how you solve the problem, is it? That's how you solve the immigration problem. You make it so fucking uncomfortable for the people there that they've no choice but to leave. Yeah, you know, it's a tried and tested method. But so I don't want to go over too much.
No. I think we've said our piece. I just needed to get that out of my system. Can I have a minute to pee?
Say again, can you have a
minute to pee?
Yeah, work away.
All right, cool. Back.
Yeah, so we're going to have a look at Natasha now in a moment. Something I wasn't looking forward to viewing, anything to do with RT at all. But we have to, because this is the girl, I'm sure you'll remember. I don't know, is it last year? Or I think the event itself happened 3 years ago. where she was out on the town in Limerick. She came across some young lads shouting at apparently some homosexual guy. They were calling him a faggot or something like that, or the guys were throwing homosexual slurs at this individual, and then Natasha decided to interject and put a stop to it. And then this guy gave her like 5 or 6 punches in the head. She was knocked unconscious, had bruising to her face, I think a broken nose, some hip damage, and then she went to hospital with, I think she was concussed, and there was potential bleeding to the brain, but that wasn't the case. And then maybe, I don't know, a year after that, it comes to public attention where there's a big trial. He's found innocent, and then all fucking hell breaks loose. It's like it's the end of the world in Ireland. Like, this is the most important thing that's ever happened. It's on a par with Auschwitz and World War One and World War Two. You know how all men need to be caged, quarantined, let out of the house Fridays from fucking 2:30 to 3:30 in the morning. There's an epidemic of gender-based violence, which is a new one to me. It's like, okay, like there's gender-based violence. What's next? Like eye color violence, the prevalence of blue-eyed attacks on brown-eyed people, or vice versa. So we had the whole Natasha. Then Natasha becomes an activist. It's like she won't get off the news. And then everybody on the left, she's a darling of the left. It's like, oh, look at this beautiful creature. This is a sure sign of the toxicity of maleness and the patriarchy. And then everybody who's not on the left, or just normal people, get kind of sick of it after 4 minutes, because it's like, oh, shut the fuck up, like nobody cares. Okay, you got beaten, great, that's a tragedy, it shouldn't have happened, but get on with it. Like, nobody else gets the fucking stand up and go on television and have endless fucking news articles written about them. The doll, like, it becomes a national issue where the whole doll stops, gives you a round of applause because of your suffering. And all at the same time, while this is happening, we have children being fucking stabbed. We have teachers' heads being cut off, and it gets like half an hour's coverage. And that's it. No special session of the doll to bring in the families of those children who were killed. No, it's all fucking hush hush. Newspapers very quiet. But Natasha, because a guy from the armed forces beat her up every fucking day, every day. Social media shoved down our fucking throats with this story, and then it comes to the trial. The guy is given a suspended sentence, which is not unusual for the Irish court system, partly because there's fuck all spaces in prison anyway. The way the Irish court system works, if it's your first offence, unless you killed somebody, well, then you're not getting sentence, and the courts take certain things into account, like you've pled guilty, you're of good character, you're unlikely to offend again. What were the mitigating circumstances to it? Were you drinking? Okay, it's not to excuse it, but if you weren't, well, then it was probably unlikely to happen. And then what brought him to do that? So Natasha did interject. He was calling somebody a faggot or something like that. She took it upon herself in her feminine wisdom and entitlement that I'll sort this out, because I have the cloak of womanhood around me. No punch can penetrate the shield of protection. But she soon quickly found out that, okay, yeah, not a great idea to stick your nose into other people's business, especially when somebody's fucking pissed drunk. And so then the DPP appeals the case, probably not of its own volition, because the whole of official Ireland got their knickers in a twist. It's an outrage. It's terrible. How could he get a suspended sentence? So the whole fucking thing reruns again, and then he receives a prison sentence. And I thought, okay, that's it. We're done with it now. Like, we can move on. We felt sorry for both Natasha and the guy. It seems a bit fucking extreme. For how long was he sentenced for? Was it 3 years or something ridiculous? Or I don't know. I'm not sure custodial sentences are the best way forward for most crimes, you know. But yeah, I thought we were done with it, but no. Then we have to listen to Natasha again, saying how fucking great this is. That finally, she's got justice.
Okay.
And then I thought we were done with it then, but no. Now we have a documentary. The documentary. It's I know, right? It's a 50-minute documentary. I managed to cut it down to like 40 minutes. I know. So that's probably...
Why did you even bother cutting that 10 minutes out? That was a waste of time, man.
Oh, it wasn't. It's just some of it's just... Well, there's 5 minutes of Ivana Basic, whatever her name is, fucking...
Right. Okay.
Jewish princess talking. I just had to cut that out. I couldn't bear to look at the fucking woman. She turns my stomach. I was drinking a glass of milk today, and the milk went sour. I was editing, just fucking having her presence on screen. So I cut her out, and there's bits and pieces that just they're no good. And I was thinking of you as well, because I know how torturous this is for you. And each 10-minute segment we look at is really, you may add 2 hours onto dissecting it. So we'll have a look anyway. So this reminds us, and it gives us an insight. The good thing about it is it's not terrible. I have to say, it's not fucking terrible. By RTE standards, it's not terrible. And it's a good study on who Natasha is, because it gives us an insight into who she actually is as a person, what her family dynamic is.
All right.
And it kind of gives us a clearer picture of not why we should hate her, because people online and on Twitter are asking, why does the far right hate this woman so much? It's not that they don't hate her, because we don't know her well enough to hate her. I'm sure if we got to know her well enough, we would fucking hate her. But it's not that we hate her; it's what she represents. And we shouldn't really hate her. We should pity her, because at the end of the day, she's just a dopey girl. To be honest, she's I know. But we'll hold off judgment. Anyway, right? We'll share this.
All right.
Okay. Is that covering the screen? Are we?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
When I was younger, maybe I was like 5 or 6, and I was swimming in the sea.
What?
And a wave took me under.
What?
It was this moment where
is this one of your edits, man?
No, this is RTA. Like, I think they've got some sort of fucking subversive working in RTA. Because that was a boxing...
the editor dropped acid or something.
Yeah, that was a boxing ring entrance, wasn't it? Hang on, let's go back.
Oh my god, it is, yeah.
Maybe I was like 5 or 6, and I was swimming in the sea, and a wave took me under.
Good.
It was this moment where I was...
Killed you.
Huh?
Nothing.
I was just spinning around underwater in this current, in this wave. I was trying to get to the surface, and another wave came and pulled me under. Everything feels slower and calmer and heavier, and you don't really feel aware of what's happening.
Why is this so slow?
Because it's I think it's because she's drowning. It's the heightened.
Okay, Jesus.
The tension.
Shoddy work, man.
Yeah, Jesus. To draw the people in,
It feels like a dream. I felt like I was just helplessly accepting that I was being pulled under, and there was nothing I could do. I was just there going, okay, this is it.
I don't care. I can't fucking find the words to describe how less I care.
Yeah, but you should care, because it's a tragedy, On the 29th of May 2022, 24-year-old Natasha O'Brien was attacked on the streets of Limerick by a member of the Irish Defence Forces. To date, Irish people have not been allowed to this minor incident. Why? Good question, RT. Fucking why? Why have we not been allowed to? Horseshit. Load of dramatic music. Story of Ireland's biggest key bag. Well done, RT. I have to say, I like the new editorial line in RTE. Maybe they are changing.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
It was a normal Saturday evening. I was working in the bar in Limerick. My friend Shauna Daly was having some drinks in the pub. So we decided we would walk down to the main street of Limerick together and share a taxi. And there was this group of 5-6 young...
What was that? What happened?
Hmm?
What happened? It's off. It's gone.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's bring it back.
All right. What the hell happened there?
I don't know.
All right, put it back a few seconds because we lost it. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. No, that's too far back.
Oh, look at that mouth. It's very suggestive, Natasha.
Oh, the places your mind goes.
Filthy mind. All right, we go there. Fuck it.
males in front of us. They were shouting
Males?
across the road.
Males, yes.
Males.
Males. Like, yeah, it's like a wildlife documentary. I believe she's a lesbian. I don't know if she was originally, but she is now. She's been ruined for men everywhere.
Good. Men are saved from having to deal with this.
Oh, could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine the torture
Jesus.
of having to deal with this fucking thing? Like,
Road at this guy by himself. They were using homophobic slurs. It was just an impulse for us to say, hey, leave him alone. One of them.
yeah, it's called being a fucking woman.
Yeah.
Not being able to mind your own fucking business, not knowing better. But just, and again, it's because it was like, what if he was calling him a ginger cunt? Would you have felt the need to interject? Or is it because it's like the homosexual slur that you have to come to his aid? Oh my God, an ally is being attacked with words. Let me go and save him. Let me put my body on the line. I will take 6 punches for you, gay ally, so you don't have to suffer the injustice of some drunken retard shouting something at you from across the road. Just leave it be. Ignore the cunt.
Yeah.
Walk on. Or go over to the gay guy and say, listen, over to us. Just ignore him. Don't go over to the fucking drunk guy.
That's how you deal with it. You go give, comfort to the person being attacked. Yeah.
Yeah, and that only comes, I'm sorry to say, but that only comes from the female mind, right? Or a very privileged fucking mind. Somebody who's never been in an argument, let alone a dangerous situation. I've been to Limerick, granted it was many years ago. Like, it's a shithole, or it was at least at the time I went there.
It never stopped being that.
Yeah, I was almost assaulted by fucking a woman, like, of all people, just for minding my business, walking down the fucking street. Some bitch came up to me and started, giving me shit and was trying to headbutt me and everything. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But I just walked on. And you learn that fairly quickly as a male that, if there's, a bunch of rowdy people who outnumber you and they start giving you shit, or you see them giving shit to somebody else, you generally don't interject or put yourself in the line of fire, because you're going to get your fucking head kicked in. It's as simple as that. You may go to the guy or walk, keep an eye, and say, listen, come here, or get him into a taxi, something like that. If you even want to fucking help at all, most people will just go, you know what? This has nothing got to do with fucking me. And because you're likely to get yourself, severely injured or killed. If it was a case where, we actually have the right to defend ourselves, if we lived in a country that values liberty, because without the right to actually be able to defend yourself, you can't actually have fucking liberty. You're not free at all. But then it might be different, because the gay guy would have a gun. And if he felt threatened, he might just, pull the gun out and point it at the drunken retard. And then if he tries to attack him, well, then it's, 2 in the chest and he's down, But we don't live in that society here. We live in fucking fairyland, where people think they can just sprinkle a bit of niceness on a problem and it will go away. But Natasha soon found out fucking otherwise, that when you tend to interject like that, it can lead to getting your face punched in. And,
do you think she'll do it again?
She'll never do it again. She will never do it again.
I hope she does it again. And I hope exactly the same thing happens to her.
The rematch of the same person. That'll be great when he gets released. And then he meets her in a bar and she tries to interject again, gets her face fucking punched in. I don't, you're probably, you're probably right. She probably would do it again because now she feels emboldened. And she has that magic shield around her now as well, where people will know who it is. But deep down, I don't think so. I think it's one of those things you learn, and especially as a man. You learn pretty early that you can't fuck around. Now, granted, she wasn't really fucking around. She was trying to come to somebody's aid and just didn't know any better. Maybe it was just impulsive. She saw somebody being attacked because it's one of her crowd, because that's who she associates with. It's the LGBTQ plus.
And I can understand that.
Yeah, you come to the aid of your own. But if somebody's calling names, it's fucking name calling. Let it go. It doesn't mean a fucking thing, because then it easily escalates, And I doubt you just went over and said, "Excuse me, sir, but could you please refrain from using such negative language to a man who may or may not be a homosexual?" And really, what he does in the privacy of his own home is really nobody's business. I doubt it was that kind of tone.
No.
It was more of a fucking
yeah, and she just kept going on and on and on and on, and then
yeah. And it's it's a rare man who can just put up with that shit constantly, and at least doesn't have the thought cross his mind. It's like, if you don't shut up, I'm going to punch you so hard in the fucking head that you will never be able to fucking speak again. So please leave me alone before I fucking kill you. And women, a lot of women, not all women, but a lot of women don't understand that about a man. And it's very unfair to have that put upon a man. Societally, you're supposed to just sit there or stand there and take any level of crap.
Yeah.
From a woman, even if they hit you, still at that stage, you're supposed to just remain this stoic fucking figure of virtue and not have it affect you whatsoever.
Oh, I don't mind being hit. It's the thing that women are just so expert with their words that they can absolutely annihilate you psychologically with one sentence.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even mind if it was one sentence. It's the fucking 7,000 sentences like in your face and the constant fucking just.
Well, that's a different type of assault. That's like you're just trying to overwhelm a person.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about precision strike, like the US did to Iran. Just this thing that burrows deep down into your subconscious and then explodes. That kind of thing.
Bunker buster, like argument, special ops. That's what they fucking are. But yeah, they irritate the life out of men, and you should really be thankful for us for not killing you all. Really,
yeah,
it's very easy just to turn around and pummel you fuckers into the ground. And I'll be honest, it does cross our minds. It really fucking does. It's like, but on in general that we won't. But then when we do, it's like, oh my fucking god, what happened? I don't understand. I fucking
who said an ass kicking just doesn't fall out of the sky? Yeah,
it doesn't. Like, it's not like men are just walking down the street and then randomly snap for no particular reason and just start wailing on the nearest woman that comes by. No, it's
well, I mean, sometimes that happens, but that's
but not very often. But the majority of domestic abuse doesn't happen in isolation, and there are women, of course. We also have to fucking say this shit. But there are people who suffer unjustly. But generally, if you're in someone's face, and just as a lesson to new women who've arrived on the planet yesterday, if you get in a man's face and continuously fucking badger and hector and bitch, at some stage it comes to a point where it's going to snap and it's going to slap, punch, push, shove you. And that's it. And then for the man, it's over. Like it's game over. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. Like she was hammering you, she was hitting you in the head with a hammer. It's no excuse. There are no excuses. There's never a reason to hit a woman. Well, there are just hundreds of fucking reasons.
Yeah. There was a time when I just left the house and slept on a park bench because I knew that if I stayed in that house, I would continuously just be assaulted psychologically, and I probably would be brought to that point of madness where I would at least shove. So I said I'd rather fucking sleep exposed in the elements,
Yeah. And then other men will fucking hang you. Like, oh, I can't believe he did that. I can't. I fantasize about doing it all the time, but I daren't say it. I can't believe he touched a woman. But generally, we don't. Men don't get credit for the amount of patience we have is fucking unbelievable, like incredible. You know, women have their own problems and they can't really attack us because, you know, in general, we're stronger and can overwhelm them. But it doesn't stop them. You know, they feel perfectly entitled to fucking slap men, hit men, push men, get in their face. But God forbid a man, and even say a bad word now, you know, or even, you know, try to get her away from you with verbiage. That's considered coercive control. You hindered her from abusing you. How dare you? 6 months for taking away your free speech.
Members of the group was extremely triggered by this. The last thing he said to me before he like started punching me was like, "Oh, you're only a dirty lesbian, so," or something like this.
Yeah, that's what you remember, like a dirty lesbian. I don't know. It seems odd, like, you know, dirty lesbian, from dirty lesbian to punching.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
No, and again, for me, it's like, I can't ever envision myself, you know, coming to blows with a woman on the street over something as stupid as that, or anything really, you know. Even to be physically assaulted on the street, again, unless it's purely a case of the alcohol, youth, and the fact that the guy is a soldier is really, you know, that's not on, because there is a kind of a disparity there. Somebody who's been actually trained to fight as loathsome as this creature actually fucking is. But we'll come around to that later when we're talking about rightful punishments.
I just remember the words "dirty lesbian."
Fuck off, dirty lesbian. There's like, I didn't know what a dirty lesbian was, so I had to go to the dictionary. Sorry, RTA had to go. I beg your pardon. RTA had to go to the dictionary because, you know, we live in an age where words are unclear. So a dirty lesbian, a person who receives government funding for promoting racism, trivializing male suicide, denying people their rights, and persecuting religious people, especially Christians. To give an example, person: "Hello, how are you doing today?" Person 2: "I'm a dirty lesbian." Person 1 immediately screams, runs away as fast as his legs can carry him. I think that's the perfect description, even just in case you didn't know what a dirty lesbian was. And I think that kind of fits the case, doesn't it? She does strike me as a dirty lesbian. Not the kind of dirty lesbian I have in my mind. When I think of dirty lesbians, it's nothing got to do with that. It's something entirely different than I wish I could be part of. I think I might change one of the channels I run and go undercover as a lesbian. That would be fun. Dirty lesbian investigations. See how I get on. Oh shit! Jesus Christ, okay. I shouldn't have paused that. I should have just read it as it was. There we go.
That first punch just shook me. It was so forceful, and then they just kept coming. Right hook after right hook in the same place. I remember screaming, "Please!"
Oh, we have to watch it again. That was beautiful. Not to glorify violence, but this is legal.
Yeah.
I believe this is a
fight.
This may be Poland or Russia. I'm not sure. God bless them, wherever they are. But it's a fair fight. I think that's fair, isn't it? 2 on 1. Maybe it's weight classes again. The guy there looked like he weighed, 200-300 pounds.
He weighed both of those women. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's to me, and that's a lesson, I think, as well for people like Natasha. If you think, okay, well, you and your friends are going to overpower the man, it's unfortunately it's not going to happen until we put so much HRT in the water supply that men actually become women, and we can equalize it that way.
It was so forceful, and then they just kept coming, right hook after right hook after right hook in the same place.
Oh, that's dirty.
I remember screaming, "Please, please, please stop, please stop." I could kind of hear my friend Shauna screaming at the top of her lungs, "Help!" But the blows just kept coming. I just felt like I was slowly drifting away. I can't get away. He's not stopping. This is it, Natasha. This lad from Dublin, he had been in a pub down the road from where this was happening, and he heard my friend screaming, and so he sprinted down and pulled him off.
Let's be alone. Boys, he's after punching the face off her about 6 times. She's in bits on the ground.
My eye was all shut and swollen, and my forehead was swollen, my face, my cheek, my jaw. I also had a broken nose. It was like that way. All my hips were bruised.
Lord Beaverbrook, Sir Winston Churchill, Sir Anthony Eden, Clement Attlee, Henry Cooper, Lady Diana, Maggie Thatcher, can you hear me? Maggie Thatcher, your boys took a hell of a beating. Your boys took a hell of a beating. Well, Maggie Thatcher.
There was
I have to say, Orty, it's nice to see them lighten up, isn't it? And not take everything so fucking serious. Like,
Yeah.
And first, I gotta say, like, it's her face. It didn't seem that bad. Like, it didn't look to me. That's not a brutal beating, you know. Now, maybe I've watched too many fucking UFC fights or something like that. But that looked like mild bruising, like a kind of swollen eye. Maybe the broken nose isn't great. It didn't look broken to me. Maybe I'm minimizing her trauma, but it didn't look like it. It's not to me.
She's pretty, you know, she's doing well for, you know, what supposedly happened to her.
Yeah, that's what I was. Like, people on Twitter were, you know, again crying about it, and I was saying, like, Jesus Christ, she's made more money than most professional boxers. Like, punches in the fucking head, like, you know, she's doing well out of a couple of punches to the face, really.
Yeah.
But again, that's not the face I expect to see for, you know, national news coverage for almost 2 fucking years. Like, I want to see like a hole, there's a permanent hole in her fucking head or something. You can see clear through from one side to the other, or she's so horribly disfigured that she has to wear a mask. And then it's like, oh my God, this is truly fucking shocking. Like, what kind of monster would do this? Generally, if I still heard today, like, okay, some guy is beating a woman up, I said, that's fucking terrible. But then that would be quickly followed up with, what did she do? Like, what did she do to deserve it? You know? She must have done something, you know. But again, I don't think merely interjecting in to an argument it's not grounds for being pummeled.
No.
But she doesn't strike me as the woman who just kind of gently interjects or tries to be the voice of reason. It's more kind of, the vibe I'm getting is more hysteria and hysterics and screaming and shouting and shaming and
entitlement. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Potential for the injury to still be fatal. Shauna had recognised one of the males in that group.
Males.
I know.
Fuck you. Fuck you, whore. I'm glad that you got what you got, and I hope it happens again. How about that?
Yeah, you see the way it's framed. Like, it's not that just this guy, this man, this soldier, a male.
Males.
The dangerous
I was walking
male.
down the street, and you know what? I saw like 5 Negroes, you know, so I crossed the street. I didn't want to walk past those Negroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you.
That's the tone, like, yeah, and that's why other women should hate her too, like, because she does damage to women. And I think generally, you know, men and women, we get on pretty much okay, you know. When it goes to shit, granted, it goes terribly wrong. But I think if we're honest, we both hold our hands up and say, yeah, you know, we're pretty shitty. The human condition.
Yeah.
It's awful, very hard to remain rational in the midst when everything's turning to shit. But generally, we get on okay, and we don't, you know, write off an entire fucking half the population when something wrong happens, and then start referring to males as males, or, you know, females. It's the same tone as those fucking incel shit. It's the same with this kind of stuff, isn't it? It's the same language, like you said, with the Negroes, the Chinks, the dirty Muslims, which is okay because that's true, you know. But this maleness nonsense needs to stop. Because if these people have their way, you know, we won't be allowed out of the fucking house. That's what they'd be happy with. And really what it's about is power. Sorry, her nose is horribly distracting. Got a huge pig nose. His nostrils are enormous.
Spent nights and nights scouring through social media. We went to this one person and we went onto his account. And then we went on to look at his friends, and we went into his friends' accounts. We ended up coming across a group photo, and there was my attacker in the middle. It's not a face I could forget. I know it's him. I remember those eyes. I remember that smile.
I think she liked it. She can't get him out of her fucking mind. Like, it's the first time she's been treated properly by a man. She's fallen in love with him. She's only upset because he didn't call her the next day to see how she was.
One of my friends said, Natasha, you need to tell the guards that when they arrest him, they take his phone and go through his Snapchat. And I was like, what is it? And she was like, so they were all texting into the group chat the day after he attacked you, and they were all slagging him and laughing, and he replied, 2 to put her down, 2 to put her out. And that's in that group chat, Natasha. You need to tell the guards about that group chat.
Wait, a group chat and Snapchat? Those disappear like almost immediately, right? Or are group chats different?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so yeah. What difference would that make? Because he's gloating about it, it makes it worse, does it? Yeah, it's kind of stupid, you know, if you've committed a crime to then leave a documented trail behind you, you know. But again, I don't know, like, young men, and again, it's not something you glorify, you know. It's kind of like, maybe if, you know, someone was being a cunt, like a real fucking cunt, and you know, getting in your face, and then you know when someone gets their just desserts, even when you know it's kind of socially wrong, but you know, in that quiet moment, you go, yeah, the cunt deserved it. Like, I got fucking finally. Someone gave her 2 to put her down and 2 to shut her up. Because if you're saying that, like, why would you say that? You know, to shut her up, like, the emphasis is on shutting her up, because I would imagine it's because she's in his fucking ear, like right up in his face. And we've seen how she is. Like, we've seen clips of her, you know, going down the street and just fucking, you know, giving it welly with the fucking micro or with the loud hailer.
Right.
And rah, 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 and man this and blah, 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 blah. So I'd imagine that every possible occasion she wants to launch into the patriarchy speech and the whole fucking 9 yards that comes with it. And this is the perfect opportunity in real time. This guy, a member of the community, is being attacked. So she runs across the road, launches into this fucking tirade towards this guy.
Because we've seen it before. We've seen interactions like that before that didn't end up in an ass beating.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, just go away. Just please step back. Go away. Leave me alone. Go away. It's like, I'm telling you, if you don't go away, I'm going to punch you. And then it's like, because she thinks that'll never happen. It's more of the yap, 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 yap. And then it's like the guy snaps, and then it's like 2 punches to the head to put her down. Which is normally, you would stop, but then no, he's probably still on the ground after getting hit in the head twice, and she's still fucking going, you know. So then it's like, okay, 2 more to shut her up. Now I feel a little bit uncomfortable saying that. I have to say, like, that might be too much. You know, we're not African Americans, let's be fair. More refined in Europe and other Aryan lands, where generally, if we're in a fight, it's, you know, when the person goes down, we leave them. There's no need then to start dancing on their head or giving additional blows. But in some instances, perhaps it might be justified, and that's all I'm saying. Like, it might be justified. Just because a woman is hit doesn't mean that she didn't deserve it. You know, some people do, in fact, actually deserve to be fucking hit. I know,
man or woman. Yeah,
man. Some people do deserve to be hit. Like, so what do you want now? Like, if countries just identify as female? Oh, you can't hit me. You can't fire missiles at me. I'm a female country. My name is Ireland. Eru. Let's change the name to Eru. We're not neutral. We're just very feminine. So we can run up to your country and scream and shout at it.
Yeah, please don't tariff us. You can't tariff a woman.
Yeah, how could you treat a woman like this?
Oh, God.
A serving Irish soldier who beat a woman unconscious in a random street attack in Limerick and boasted about it on social media.
Only in Ireland could this be fucking news. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, you know. It's like, what was this followed up with? Man loses wallet on O'Connell Street in Dublin. Cards are looking for the wallet and images of the wallet, a history of the wallet, and a 2-hour documentary on how this poor soul accidentally placed his wallet in the GPO. Fuck me.
Has avoided a jail term.
Judge Tom O'Donnell, who is now retired, said Crotty's actions were utterly appalling, but said he had to be given credit for pleading guilty and his army career would be over if he was given a custodial sentence.
Speaking afterwards, Ms O'Brien criticised the sentence.
The judge told me that, he made it so easy for you. He pleaded guilty from the start. What part did he make easy for me?
That you didn't need to fucking go and, make statements, Stupid bitch. You're downplaying people who have actually fucking suffered in the courts as victims.
Mm-hmm.
You're being re-victimized. Shut your fucking face.
Yeah.
Man, this bitch.
You okay? You triggered?
No, I'm losing my shit because I've been through this, not personally, in my family. I've been through this shit, and she's belittling it.
Yeah, hold on. It gets worse further down the line. So.
My God, I need fucking call me an ambulance. Jesus Christ.
Young and old marched in solidarity today with 24-year-old Limerick woman Natasha O'Brien.
I'm so angry. When I saw the report, I was saying to my sisters, my friends, we should be out in the street. I never go on a protest, but this was a red line.
Yeah, you never, ever find anything at all wrong in this country worth getting out in the street for. But, this thing you saw on TV, that made you angry. Fuck you. Go back home.
Yeah, the news made me angry. A woman was hit. I'm a woman too. This could affect me.
The world's on fucking fire, man.
They stop.
Amid calls for an end to gender-based violence.
There it is. That's the energy that guy got. The same fucking energy as this. Missing the loud hailer, but that's exactly
what she didn't need it that night because her audience was one man.
Yeah.
And she was as close as I am to this fucking microphone at this volume.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Tasha said every victim deserves justice.
We all deserve change. We all deserve better. The victims should not be forced to suffer again and again.
In the Dáil this afternoon, there was a round of applause for Natasha.
Yeah, that standing ovation. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this patheticness. Look at the fucking state of these people. Like, what is that?
I know.
Look at this fucking gobhoblins or whatever the fuck they're calling that thing. Here's a banner. Like, I should have blurred that out. This thing here, this ginger fucking goon, like Gary Gannon, isn't it? Like, just embarrassing.
Fuck knows. You know what? Fucking standing ovations in parliaments in the West are fucking cheap, man. What was it now? 1.5 years ago, the Canadian Parliament gave a standing ovation to a Nazi war criminal. Because he's, Ukrainian. He's a war hero. They just didn't realize which side he was a hero on.
Yeah. Again, it's not surprising, is it? But again, just pathetic like that. This gets clapped. Why? Because it fits in with 7 or 8 of their agendas that they can now milk this dopey bitch and get some traction out of it.
Natasha O'Brien, as she watched on from the public gallery while the controversy was discussed.
And every one of them stands as well. You'd expect one person to just stay fucking sitting, wouldn't you? Show some actual real balls, like.
Or differences of opinion and perspective.
No.
All she was doing is existing in a public space.
That's a lie. She wasn't just existing.
That's at least an exaggeration.
Yeah, she was. No, she was interjecting in something that had nothing to fucking do with her, rightfully, and she got smacked in the mouth. Like, and that might be a lesson for Ireland. Poking its nose into international affairs that have nothing to fucking do with it. And that they can't actually do anything about. And in the event that somebody gets pissed off of them, one of those masculine countries that turns around and goes, you know what, I'm going to slap you in the fucking face. I'm going to give you 2 in the head.
Well, we have the privilege that Natasha didn't. We're thousands of miles away from all the fights we're picking.
Yeah, and we've 2 lovers, one to the left in America and one to the right, or east and west, as they're also
And
known.
one below us,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. We're surrounded. We're well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are the spit roast. We are the pig in the spit roast. We're being well protected and also fucked from all angles. So it's not surprising that Irish politics would reflect this view as well.
And Cathal Crotty decided to beat her to a pulp while his friends stood there and watched.
Probably
Violence
laughed
against
as well, to be fair.
Yeah, spat on
I'd
her.
be laughing too.
Pulp. That's not a pulp. I've seen a pulp. That doesn't look like a pulp. That was a mild spanking, let's be honest. That was a makeover.
A makeover.
An Oprah beating is what it was like.
women is an epidemic.
An epidemic. Fuck off.
It's not an epidemic.
We're only 7 minutes in. I'm really glad to know. We're not bad. Like, we've got a half an hour left. I think we're doing well. We're doing very well.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah, that's what RTE have come on. Leaps and bounds. Like,
yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
I love this dress.
You wear all these, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put the dresses here, so is it? I knew immediately he wasn't going to get... There was nothing going to happen. That a suspended sentence was the only thing that was going to happen. To me, it was like, that's normal.
And like even hearing how the judge spoke to me and here.
Yeah.
It is sadly normal in our court system, yeah.
Yeah.
Much worse things have been done and have happened to people, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, much worse. We
And it's
know.
just slapping the wrist, yeah.
Yeah, children being, abused, people being caught with,
Yeah.
pornography, and just, out the door they go. Yeah.
Hearing, how did you feel? Like even being there and listening to the judge speak to me and laugh at me when I told him I was suffering. Like did that not upset you?
That's how judges speak to people in their courts. And
Sorry, did she say that the judge laughed at her?
Yeah.
Did that actually happen?
I wouldn't be surprised, because we're forgetting who we're dealing with in the fucking court. Because
I don't know, man. Even that's unheard of,
I know, but you're underestimating this fucking creature in front of us. Like, so she was probably, giving a similar speech in the courtroom as she gave to the crotty guy, like, so telling the judge how to do his job and what should be done and what should be happening. And the
we
judge
really need to start televising our courtrooms like they do in the United States, because like if that happened, I mean, Jesus, we need to. Wow.
Yeah, I doubt it happened. I doubt the judge fucking laughed. She's making it sound as if he's laughing at her suffering. Like, I doubt that happened at all. I imagine that the judge might have been bemused by something she said, like, or maybe he wanted to punch her in the fucking head, and the only way he could cope with it was to make light of it and to laugh it off. That's maybe the judge, had full sympathy for the crotty guys. Like, yeah, I can understand, like, how you didn't kill the bitch is a fucking mystery to me. And he fined her in the court for the damages to crotty. I doubt the judge laughed. Like, generally judges in Ireland, pieces of shit that they are, but generally, they're serious people, and
definitely fucking serious.
Yeah, they and especially with victims of crimes, they don't laugh at them and belittle them. It's only the defendants that they will do that. They'll humiliate them, and only if the defendant becomes mouthy or doesn't really show respect to the court, well, then they will take it upon themselves to assert their authority and show people who's in charge. But laughing, I doubt it, and especially not laughing at her, unless you said something so ridiculous that you just couldn't fucking.
That's
laugh,
the only thing.
Yeah, especially judge. There's a reason that's saying sober as a judge. They're just they're not generally jovial people who are up there for. I wish they were. It would make things so much fucking easier.
It would be great. Yeah.
You didn't understand when the judge was over explaining to you. You didn't understand that he was actually trying to be nice to you within the framework of his court.
But it was condescending.
See, I like this woman. She's trying to explain to this dopey cunt what was actually happening. The judge was actually trying to be nice to her, but because Natasha is so entitled, she thought she knew more than the judge. And she thought that the judge was mansplaining to her. And how dare a judge mansplain to her, because it's not going exactly as she thought it would go. She thought she would go into the court, would say what happened, and then everybody would start crying. The background music would swell up. The judge would get off the bench, come down into the witness stand, give her a hug, and they would take Crotty away, and he would be executed at dawn. But no, she found out it's quite different. It's sterile. They've seen 10,000 cases like this, and generally they don't take well to being told how to do their job. But I like this woman, and that's a good mother who will tell you when you're actually being silly. And I would have liked to know her as a younger woman. Look at the size of those titties again. Like, I'm sorry, but like, they're just fucking huge, absolutely enormous. There's more titty there than person.
Wasn't nice. It was condescending. As a human being,
He wasn't trying to be.
He wasn't trying to be, but that's the problem.
They are the law.
But they're not. The law is the law. They just implement it.
They are the last word.
They're the last word, but
in a case.
To say the judges are the law is like totally giving them far too much power. They're not the law.
But they have that power.
There is a law for them to implement.
But don't be bitch.
I know.
Oh, wait, hold on. Natasha just had this experience and suddenly, oh my God, I just woke up to how the world works. Well, welcome. Welcome, my dear. Would you like a cup of coffee now that you've woken up?
It's shocking to discover that the world does not revolve around you, that there are limits to knowledge. And yes, no, the judges aren't the law, but they implement the law.
They
and they have to, because,
in a courtroom.
And they have to remain, impartial and judge things based on evidence and not just mere emotion. Otherwise, women would be found innocent of every fucking thing, and they mostly are. Let's be honest. What's this demonic thing in the corner here? What the fuck is that? Is there some sort of ritualistic nonsense being pushed on us here? What is that? A clown or a demon or something?
The law.
It is our system. We have to better our system.
But the way you're saying it, you're like, oh, it's just the way it is. We have to accept it.
Yeah, it is.
But
until we change, like somebody like you comes along and can change it. But look at the amount of
how the world works. Yeah.
Look at the face. Look at that fucking face.
Yeah, I know, right? I want it now.
Yeah, I want it now, mommy.
Yeah, fuck. It's called, it's called the liberal world order, where things gradually get better. We expand the franchise to more people, and we improve things as time goes on. We can't just have a fucking revolution every fucking 2 years because Missy Pooh doesn't like the way things are run.
Yeah. And it's that her mother kind of failed there as well. She caved to her, until people like you come along and just fucking moan endlessly until you break the poor fucking judge. And he goes,
well, you're judging the mother too harshly. She had to fucking live with this cunt.
Yeah, you're right.
For what, 30 odd years?
Yeah. Just fucking whinge until.
All right, okay, you're right, and everyone else is wrong. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Here's €2. Now fuck off.
She's after taking look what it's after doing to you.
It's worth it, like. Thank you.
There's the two lovebirds. That's Natasha's dad, Joe. And
did you see the way she said that? You have to watch that again. Like you can tell the love she has for her dad. Well, watch her face now. Watch when she says dad. Like
that's Natasha's dad, Joe. And
here's
myself.
The piece of shit I just got on my hand, and I want off.
Yeah. If only I made him come on my titties, I wouldn't have to put up with any of this shit. No, Natasha, what a fucking mistake that was.
I could have been a model. I could have been in New York, in Milan.
2 minutes of awfulness for 30 years of terror. Like, fuck me.
In my lovely green coat that I used to love. Can't remember where. I think we were in Kilkee.
Yeah, and that's a woman right there, like, you know, holding up a picture of her ex-husband or father of her child anyway.
Uh-huh.
And then, you know, goes on to describe, there's a picture of the green coat I used to like, and in that little sentence, that's what you talk about, being cut to the bone. You know, she doesn't have to say that you know, this man, I can't fucking stand his guts. All she has to do is describe her love for the green coat. And she would do that if the man was there as well. And that's the cruelty of women, you know. Will kill you silently, and then it takes you 3 months to realise, hang on a fucking minute. That bitch just cut me to the bone. I didn't even realise that she was talking about a handbag, but it was inferred that man there was a piece of shit in comparison to her beautiful, lovely green coat.
There. But yeah, it's I at least have one photo.
Yeah, one photo. The smallest photo you could fucking find, huh? To remember your green coat.
You can't say I don't have photos up of her dad.
Oh my!
Natasha's life changed the moment it was
I
all took
wonder
place.
where she got it. You know?
Yeah. I think like there may be some daddy issues going on here, like which I'm normally in favor of, you know.
Jesus.
But there's a downside to it, you know. So, you know, let's be honest, like, you know, children need a strong father in their life. And that's not to blame the women. The men are responsible for this as well.
Oh yeah.
And thankfully we'll be introduced to her father a little later on, so we'll get an idea for the type of man that abandoned Natasha, which, in fairness, let's be honest, 9 out of 10 probably would.
She would go jogging, you know, she would go swimming, she would go to the gym, just wanting to be out there and be involved like everyone else. But ever since the assault, no, it's just turned off overnight. We fight far more, we don't understand each other far more, we speak less, in fact we hardly speak at all. I want her to get well, mentally well.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
Yeah. And again, you see, I'm skeptical though. See, I don't think it's because of the assault in isolation. You know, I think it's the activism.
Right.
Maybe that's doing it. Because, you know, you can get over an assault. Like, I've been assaulted in the past. And eventually it hurts your pride, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you get over it, you know. Like, it's...
Well, and she has plenty enough to say to everyone else, just not her mother.
Yeah.
What does her mother do?
I'll tell you what, her mother just won't put up with the shit, like. Because, you know, that's the true sign of someone's love for you. It's when you won't pander to them, you know, totally. And you try to give them good advice. That look, it's like, and it's that sit down. It's like, would you just get on with your fucking life? It's eating you up. You have to let it go. You know, you have to get past it, because if you just keep going on and on, there's never going to be a point in your life where you have completeness, you know. The best you can hope for is, okay, X situation happens, and then it's done, and you need to move on with your life. Granted, it may be with you forever, something you look back on, it's a trauma. But if you continuously focus on it, it's never going to get better, and it's just going to leave you a hollowed out fucking shell. And that will become your existence, because if this is the whole of your focus, and then you get to what point? Like, she's got to the point where she's been disappointed. She hasn't got the justice that she's been hoping for. And so it's like, okay, well, now I'm doubling down. And I'm putting all my effort into now to getting justice. Like, I need justice so I can move on with this. And now the DPP are going to reopen the case, and we'll see what happens. We know, like, he gets sentenced. And then is that enough? And when is it ever enough? Because it doesn't, because it becomes her whole fucking existence. And that's the problem. She's not existing. She's just stuck in this bubble, this perpetual bubble of seeking justice and receiving praise, and hollow fucking praise. When really, the only people who will care for her is going to be her. I'm not even going to say friends, because friends can be fucking terrible things, really, because they'll pander to you as well, you know.
Yep.
But if you've good friends, they will, you know, tell you, look, okay, you're on the wrong fucking path here, and they'll just give you the truth, even if it will end a friendship, you know. And that's especially a parent will do. And they'll
Mm.
just tell you it as it fucking is because they know you from the get-go. They, from the moment you were born, and they're not afraid of you. They won't put up with your bullshit, and they know all your ins and outs and your little fucking tricks, and they can just cut to the chase and tell it as it is. Look, Natasha, this is never going to really get better. You're not going to get what you need from it. You need to get on with your life. If for no other reason that you're driving me up the fucking wall every fucking minute of every day. Yada, this, that. I don't care anymore. I'm fucking tired of it. And when are you moving out, Natasha? When are you moving out of the fucking house? I thought you'd be gone by now. Jesus fucking Christ. That woman is like 42 years of age. Look at her. What Natasha has done to her, like, fucking terrible. I just say she's tired of it. She's sick of the bullshit. Every setback she gets, every negative comment that she reads on her social media, she's going to her mother, and her mother's going, well, I kind of told you this would happen. And then it's like, how dare
the
you? How
same
dare you?
conversation over and over again.
Yeah, just no fucking end to it. And the woman's at her, her wit's end. Look, she's on national television. She couldn't even brush her fucking hair. That's how defeated she is. Like, and she put on, what's that? What the fuck is that? That's like one of those lagging jackets for a boiler or something like. That's the best. Like, that's how downtrodden and depressed Natasha has made her own fucking mother. Like,
physically well. I want her to mind her body. I want her to mind her health. I want her to love herself. I want her to...
You want her to stop eating the ice cream at 3 a.m. Be honest, like, she's turned her into a big fat cunt. Like, she's just eating her way through the troubles. Like,
so what she's telling us is that Natasha isn't doing any of these things, not to like a normal standard.
No, she's just hyper focused on this nonsense about
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Put herself first.
Huh.
At its core, activism is about making a fuss in a world that does not want us to make a fuss, and my God, does it shame us if we do. It is about being loud and defiant and disruptive and difficult, and
No, that's what being a toddler is. And that's the problem with fucking modern day activism, because that's what it essentially becomes. It's just being a pain in the tits, just being a noisy, disruptive fucking 8-year-old, or not even 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, just for the fucking sake of it. And what ends up happening? You end up getting fucking slapped because you're acting like a fucking child.
sometimes we need to be rude. Nothing inequality fears more.
Can I say, back in the day, I mean, like anywhere like 90s and before, I mean, maybe even some of the 2000s, I think it was a gradual kind of digression into insanity. The activism was about educating your fellow man. And sometimes it was about taking up arms against an oppressive regime, or a gang of fucking ethnic lunatics like up north. Sometimes you had to fucking fight for your own home, but this is just fucking, I mean, just what we just heard there is just a joke compared to that.
Yeah, and again, that's the problem, like you said earlier, where it diminishes, like her actions and this nonsense around this assault diminishes, real fucking tragedies. And it's the same with this level of activism. It diminishes all activism and real fucking problems in the world, because people just tire of it. It's like, what are you whinging about now? Like, oh God, it's what you can't fuck in the street. So we need a campaign. Like, people are just tired of it, and it means nothing. And then people just, at least I do, I just sour to all of it, which is probably the best thing you can do, because there's not really a lot you can do about most things in the fucking world, And what's Natasha want now? Like, so, they want a world where there's no gender-based violence. Whatever that fucking means, because it's not like that they're concerned about gender-based violence. They're just concerned against violence against women. Why not put violence against everybody? Because the whole concept of, a world without violence is, it's a fucking pipe dream. It's never going to happen. It's only going to happen when we're all fucking dead, And even then, you know, our ghosts would probably be, you know, involved in some sort of fucking civil war, the great ghost civil war of 2027. Yeah, we try and minimize it, and there's ways to do that. But just stop fucking whinging about it endlessly and making it about your fucking self, and then pretending that it's about you know, something bigger than you, to end gender-based violence, or to, you know, end, you know, the oppression of this group or that group. You know, just say, okay, let's do it for all fucking groups. Like, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick of it, and especially these professional activists and, again, teaching activism. Like, when the fuck did it become a subject in college? Isn't it something that you're supposed to be morally outraged about? Now, granted, there's, you know, a means and a method to doing it, but shouldn't the guiding factor be like, oh, there's this outrage, not to get a list of outrages or to actively seek out new outrages, and then when they're all gone, you have to start fucking inventing them. Otherwise, you become redundant. Like, it's not a career. It's not supposed to be a career activist.
Than people who will not be shamed into silence. And my God, but this woman has made a fuss this year.
Oh, well done. Well done. A woman making a fuss. Who would have fucking thought it possible? I've never seen it. A woman making a fuss about something fucking minor. And
it's just, relevant. It's so congratulatory.
Yeah.
Why is this, you know, this isn't fucking Nelson Mandela here, you know? Fuck this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, and look at this classroom. Like this has to be gender studies again. We've got the fucking obvious lesbian over here. Where's the boys in this classroom? Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're just trying to get laid. There's no other reason for these people to be in the classroom other than trying to get laid. And take your fucking hat off. Come on, Jesus Christ.
I'm just a girl that went through something that's talking about it. But that's actually activism. Going through something, caring about something, and talking about it. Actively taking up your space in this world. Activism is not allowing anybody to put you in a box, and that's so hard.
I have a 17-year-old right now, and when you exploded onto the media, we'll say, I straight away got my daughter and I was like, look at this, never forget, never shut up.
What?
Yeah.
You
know? That's awful. What are you doing to your daughter? Jesus Christ.
No, you're teaching her to be another whingy cunt. Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Like, never stop is, you know, be persistent is good advice. Never shut up is terrible advice. You need to shut up, like, because if you don't, guess what's going to happen? Somebody's going to punch you in the head. Someone's going to give you 2 to take you down and 2 to shut you fucking up. Like,
sometimes you do need to shut up because you're listening to what another person is saying.
Yeah, you know. And again, that's what maybe I'm being misogynistic, but I don't find women the best listeners. At times, you try to talk to them. You know, you're mansplaining. You're not mansplaining. You're explaining. Difficulty grasping simple concepts, you know. And then when a woman tries to explain, they tend to over explain every fucking thing, like to the smallest detail. So much is they explain so much that they never actually get around to explaining what the crux of an issue actually fucking is, you know. Which is surprising. This is probably why it's taking, you know, 5 to 10 years for Natasha to get justice, because she wants justice at every fucking angle. She wants the night to be changed to day, just so she doesn't have to suffer the indignity of being attacked at nighttime anymore.
Take it, you know, to town, take it where you have to bring it. Yeah. You had the young, the old out, and you did wake up a lot of people, and for that, I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
Your own case is so interesting because the kind of politics that wants to attack LGBT people, like, actually want to put women back in the box as well as soon as they get a chance.
Boys were making rape jokes loudly in the middle of the class. Like, we were 10, 11, 12 years old, and it was played off as funny.
Because it is funny.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the quality of the joke, and of course, your age. Like, of course, when you're 10, I don't know, making farts with your armpit is fucking funny,
Yeah. This is the future. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look, if ever there's a reason to burn Queen's University to the ground, look at this fucking. What is that?
Just
Jesus
fucking.
Christ.
Yeah, napalm the fucking thing.
This guy, like, what's that? Brian Kennedy's kid? He's a homosexual, so it can't be Brian Kennedy's kid. I mean, he's kind of okay, like a maybe mopey poet type.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Whatever it is, it doesn't have a chin.
It's given up. But again, this is the type of person that's going to go into politics. All these types of people, and then we're going to have them, running society.
Okay, seriously, when you're in the court, the way they talk about women's bodies, the amount of victim blaming that goes on, that's like, what does the victim do to invite?
And this thing, look, still wearing a fucking mask.
Oh
like,
my!
What is wrong with people?
Wow!
How can he even breathe?
Yeah.
It's one of the proper masks as well, isn't it? The fucking
the N95.
Yeah.
Or is that a road? I forget.
Yeah, and she looks pleasant again. That fringe, like, there's a warning sign right there. That fringe nose ring.
I mean, otherwise beautiful hair.
Yeah, just run for the fucking winds. Like.
Violence towards themselves.
I'd rather be difficult than silent. I'd rather be annoying than mute. I love the hair.
Well, yeah, aren't we seeing a pattern with these words? You know,
annoying.
Yeah.
Loud, obnoxious.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, let's just annoy people until we get what we want. No, that's not how the world works. You reason with people, and then you can win them over to your side, and then we decide as a society, this thing needs to change. Maybe it involves a few protests or something, a petition. Maybe people have to get angry.
Yeah.
But that's further down the line.
Yeah.
Forget it. I was going to go off on one, but Jesus.
No, you can't. Like, and again, it's the fucking fly tactic. Like, just being annoying.
Gadfly.
Yeah, and even then, like, there's gadflies are fine, really, when you're dealing with a fucking Socrates, but not with this bitch, like, just buzzing around your head with nonsense and getting in your face. The only real solution to that is, it's sad to say, is like to punch it away from you, to swallow, to pick up a tea towel. And chase it around the room until you fucking cornered, and then kill it.
I find
it sounds like I'm advocating for killing women. I am, but only with tea towels. Like, you have to beat them to death with a tea towel. Which takes a very long time.
I found a voice. I found this confidence. I found this purpose. I found a meaning for my life. I felt like my pain and my suffering meant something. Go from feeling like you were completely.
Yeah. Did you hear that? She found a meaning for her life.
Yeah. Wow. Isn't that funny? I mean, you'd hope that someone would already have a meaning. They've maybe given it a bit of thought or something.
Yeah, because now she feels special, which you can understand, because most of existence for most people, you're not going to be famous. You're not going to get to quote unquote change the world. You're not going to be a Gandhi or a Mandela. You're just going to be a person who in 2 generations nobody will remember. And people think, oh, that's a tragedy. Oh my God, I can't believe I won't be remembered. There will be no statues built to me. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, just live your life. And that's why your mother's telling her, like, you need to live your fucking life.
Life's short. I mean, older people know that, and they're just like looking at younger people and thinking, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to impart wisdom. And she said, no, I'm making a real difference. I'm making a change to the world. My life now has meaning. I was stranded. I didn't know what I was doing. I was in the 9 to 5. It doesn't really mean that fucking much. I'm going nowhere. I look around the world. I see all these amazing figures, and I see these great activists standing on stages, and they're really making a change. Well, they're not really. And meanwhile, her life is, passing in front of her face, and soon she'll be, 30 or 35 and 40, and she'll be forgotten about, and, just another old fucking headline in a tattered newspaper
Oh
somewhere.
my god, could you imagine like 20 or 30 years from now and she's getting up on fucking whatever the medium will be in the future, fucking holograms or whatever, saying, back in 2021, I was beaten up by a guy on a street.
Yeah.
Please pay attention to me again.
Yeah, she's bringing out the old newspaper cuttings and the scrapbooks. Sitting in a park showing up the pigeons. She's no grandchildren. She's never got around, but this is me. This is the highlight of my life. Getting punched in the head by a soldier. Giving me meaning. And so really you should be thanking the guy, like he's giving you meaning.
Oh yeah, she's won the lottery. Yeah.
Literally. You know, fame and I don't know about fortune. I don't know if RT would have paid her for this. And she's probably a bit too naive to actually make money from it. So she's probably just in that mindset of, oh yes, this is activism, and not realizing that RTE are just, you know, cynical pieces of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, we can get people to watch this. It's current. So let's make a documentary out of it.
Like she's just a pawn in some fucking politician's fucking agenda to do what they want to do.
Just a useful idiot.
Isolated.
Yeah, good job, Muter.
Loves the sound of her own voice. There is something so off about this girl. I'm saying that as
did I see something there about gout? She skipped by that one.
Wait, let's see this.
Loves the sound.
Wait.
Oh yeah, this one will give you gout.
Of her own voice. There is something so off about this girl, and saying that as another woman, it just seems so strange how she suddenly started appearing at public functions, shouting and roaring on stage. We get the message already, now shut the F up. Lovely. There's so many horrible ones on this one, it's actually hard to find anyone that's...
Wow! Maybe that is telling you something about the general mood, you know?
Yeah. There's no one saying anything nice. Well, then, you know, maybe, just maybe.
You are an inspiration, the strength and courage and resilience for a 24-year-old. Thank you for all that you were doing. I'm upset that people are this horrible. That's what I'm upset about. I'm not upset. I know I don't deserve any of that. And I know that is simply just the pushback of someone, and especially a woman, speaking out.
Yeah, I see that's the trap she falls into. It's not that people actually disagree with what you're doing or saying, or, you know, don't like you. It's they're wrong. And that's what needs to change in society. And that's a sign that what you're doing is actually working, because that's repeated throughout this fucking grievance industry. That if people are telling you that they hate you and they want you to go away, that means you're winning. You're having an impact. You're not. You're just being, you know, more and more isolated, and you're turning people against the cause that you are supposedly fighting for. And there's obviously problems. Not a bad looking room. But if we go over here, what's that? Is that a big box of O'Brien's chocolates? Just sitting there.
Oh, I get what her mother's talking about now.
Yeah. She's just laying in bed. With the hot fucking blanket on. Look, fucking 10 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus.
Born on the electricity, scoffing chocolates, probably a nagging of vodka down the side of the bed. Like, come on, Natasha, for fuck's sake.
Subject, Natasha O'Brien. I spent time wishing that I was different. And wishing that I wasn't the way that I am, and I wasn't this person. Because if you were the kind of person that would keep your head down and say nothing, this wouldn't have happened to you. It hurt to be this person, and I don't make my life easy by
more and more.
Oh, it will. It's got her. She's going to get punched again. Let's be honest. She is. Like, it's only a matter of fucking time. Like,
keeping my head up and speaking my mind. It doesn't make my life easy, and it never has.
Wouldn't you be happy with that? Like, you get the news.
Mm.
Okay, the director of public prosecutions is appealing your case. That generally doesn't happen. I can only imagine it's happening because of the media attention. I can't imagine that they're outraged. This is an absolute outrage. This minor assault.
I mean, if it was that case, then it would have happened, I don't know, immediately and not fucking months down the line.
Yeah, so the word has come down like, oh my God, this is gaining traction. We don't want this to reflect on us badly. Let's appeal it.
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going? This is Natasha O'Brien. There's an appeal for the sentence of my attacker, and basically I found out about the appeal through the media. So it was published in the media. It's important, I think, to warn the victim before they have to read about themselves in the news.
Well, welcome to our fucking justice system.
Yeah, and again, it's a nice thought that everybody would be, given a fucking handler to guide you through the process.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Like, what are there, like hundreds of thousands of court cases a year? Everybody gets a victim support officer to guide them through, and they're pretty decent, I have to say. Like, I've been involved where women where they've needed to use the supports of certain services, and they're generally very, very.
Yeah.
Very good. The police were excellent. They were very kind of understanding and supportive. The same with the counsellors and the support people they gave to guide you through the court system. But never did any of those people that I was dealing with, did they complain or whinge. Oh my God, I can't believe I wasn't informed of everything 100% of the way, because they had some level of fucking understanding and empathy for the other people involved. That it's oh right, well, yeah, like you said, I understand it's the system. It's limited, has limited resources, and it can't have somebody dedicated to your fucking particular case and to update.
And there's also just a general kind of inhumanity to it all, anyway.
Yeah.
The cogs turn by themselves, and people fill like papers, and that's how it works. Unless there's someone overlooking it. And saying, oh, maybe a little sprinkling of humanity is required here, then it's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah, and it can't happen in a system so large, and so all encompassing. Maybe if it was, back in the day, and we got some local Breton or something like that, well then, and an actual community around you, it might work, but not when you're dealing with populations of 5 million plus, and you've got one system that runs everywhere. Daddy.
Hello. How are ya?
You finally got to get Keane.
I know, yeah, I'm Betty. Hi, Betty Boo. Hi. I just love coming back home to Kilkee, because this is where my roots are, and this is where I feel connected to. I have the appeal now next week.
Next week, yeah? What day next week?
Thursday.
On Thursday, all right.
23rd of January.
How many years has it gone on now? Since 2001?
Almost 3 years now. So 2022. I don't know what to expect.
This should be proper justice this time. It should be real,
Yeah.
Scandalous.
Yeah.
What happens, like?
My mum met my dad at the Lisdoonvarna matchmaking festival. My mom's friend got my mum to go over to my dad and go for a dance with him, and now I'm here.
Wow.
Oh, God help us all.
That one night stand, huh?
Yeah. What a horrible friend.
Yeah, a quick ride at the back of the cow shed, and then that's what came forth,
Have we smell off the salad, isn't that?
No, that looks like that's very familiar shed. That looks like the shed that was
Keane
was in with Healy Ray. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
man, connect.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Do you like that smell? A lot of people.
I do, yeah.
A lot of people don't like it.
Smells like home. They were partners for a while, and when I was 7, they properly split up.
Wow, that's young.
Yeah.
That's tough.
No, Daddy. If only there was somebody there to give her a spanking when she was young. Not that kind of spanking.
Hey, you're the one that did that, not me. I was thinking that's just,
Well, don't get so defensive. Don't get so defensive. It's okay. Yeah, if someone there to put just fucking discipline on her, and to let her know.
Just
about the world of men. Like
presence is enough,
Yeah, this is how you interact around men. This is not what to do, But that's the world we live in. Men are demons, have no value.
Yeah,
they don't know anything. Women know better.
I don't really get into deep conversations with my dad. We don't really get too emotional. Every time Christy Moore has a concert, I have had people messaging me saying that he's dedicated a song to me. Every single time he talks about my knackered that didn't get sent to prison and how I spoke up about it.
Didn't know that now.
Yeah.
Natasha's story is she was on the streets of Limerick, and Judge Tom O'Donnell settled Private Crotty of the Irish Army.
And in the fight for Irish freedom, she was gunned down in the street by the Black and Tans.
Yeah.
Career in the army. I thought that was so fucking scary. So I'm going to dedicate this song to the courage and bravery of the National
Yeah, well, what's the fat? Is he about to cry? Like, is he tearing up, or is he instead? Because he's not saying anything. All he does is he just twitches.
Kind of, nodding. Yeah.
Yeah, when is it over? Like,
Brilliant, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? Like, I actually couldn't believe it.
I never had that long.
I know. I'll have to play the whistle for Christy someday. I'll back him with the whistle.
I couldn't comprehend the enormity of what had taken place. I couldn't cope with it. And it was like as if you were pretending it didn't happen.
I was, yeah.
And so it was very hard to reach you.
Yeah.
It's very hard to talk to you, like.
I know, I just felt very, suffocated. So
Yeah,
obviously I got really, fed up with you and really irritated with you and annoyed with you, and I just wanted to push you away because you kept trying to make me deal with it, and I didn't want to.
As a mother, maybe I handled it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to handle it.
But I got to such a low place.
Well,
it's
who would
definitely
know? It's like, no, that's not, there's, there's no handbook for being a parent, and there's no, even if there was, there wouldn't be a chapter on when your adult child gets the unholy shit beat out of them in the street. No.
yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
You would hope that in advance of that you try to give them advice how to avoid that kind of thing happening. But not to be too cruel, it is pretty traumatizing to have the shit beaten out of you, and it is going to have a negative effect on your outlook after that. Like, oh well, I don't want to go out in case I get beaten up, or but it does have a positive. It's like she's not going to do that again in a hurry,
Made me hate you. It did. No, but it did. It made me hate you that you you were constantly trying to remind me of this thing that I wanted to forget so badly.
I know.
My arse, did you? How does that make sense? This thing you wanted to forget so badly that now you can't let fucking go of.
I mean, we can allow for some of that because it's like.
Unless
it's confusing, like it's a traumatic event, no matter how you slice it or whether you like her or not,
Yeah, but I understand that, but I just need more fucking detail. It's like what's going on? Like, is this a case where she's just been in her fucking bedroom for a year or something and refuses to come out of the room or not deal with it at all? I just don't fucking know. Like,
so it actually has put a lot of tension between us.
When you gave up work, it was a good.
I gave up work because I was suicidal.
You gave up.
Touchy. I think she's touched the raw nerve there, has she?
Work.
I didn't give up work. I rolled over into an illness.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not arguing with you.
I know, but like I didn't give it up. I literally
No,
became like disabled to work.
It's a word, love. I hadn't gotten actually to say what I was going to say.
Okay, say it so.
So I only wanted you to relax.
What a conflict. Jesus fucking
Yeah. Yeah. She's difficult to deal with, you know, even like in the comfort of home, you know.
Yeah, with a camera at you. Like, imagine, like, this is how comfortable she is with a fucking camera crew in the kitchen, and she's fully relaxed and giving her mother shit. So can you imagine when the camera's off, like this poor woman, what she had to put up with, like.
Your health and your well-being and just getting yourself well again.
You have been a massive role in me being able to do what I've been doing, and me being able to speak out, and me being able to do all the different interviews and do all the different podcasts and talks and protests and events.
And that's what you do when you recognise your mission, if you like.
Yeah.
Is you're helping, and I got bits of it as we went along, how much it is helping everybody.
Yeah, and it's helping me too.
I see the difference.
It's helping me too.
It's helping you.
Because it's giving me a purpose. Like, to actually have a reason to live now is like insane.
Like, Jesus Christ, talk about being overly dramatic. A reason to live. Are we honestly to believe that if she wasn't involved in activism, she would have killed herself because she got a couple of punches in the head?
Yeah, it's all a bit much.
Yeah. I just like, I don't know. I'm changing my mind now on assisted suicide. Maybe we should bring it fucking in. Like, we'll save yourself a lot of pain, suffering here. Like, okay, you got beaten up, right? Kill yourself. Fuck it. Because I'm gonna kill myself if I have to listen to this woman for another fucking another hour at some stage. Like, yeah, because it makes the argument of why you should punch women hard and often, you know. It does make that argument, and it makes me again. Like, I keep bringing it back to Islam, but you know, there has to be something to said for putting women in blankets and managing their every movement. Because if this is the standard bearer, like for society, if this women are to have ultimate power in society, which is what they want. Let's be honest. Like they think that, you know, they know how to run the planet better than men because men and the patriarchy have destroyed the planet, and it's incumbent upon these creatures now to take over and show us the way forward. Like the world will be gone in 15 to 20 fucking days if these people actually come to power. Could you imagine if this thing got into a position of power? And let's be honest, like, would you be surprised if in 2 months' time you heard she's running for president and she became president of fucking Ireland? I'm sure she's going to be picked up by some political party, probably the Labour Party.
I forget who in the chat says Micheál Martin will make her a senator.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Jesus Christ, yeah.
Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, they get to a point.
Oh, right, okay. I thought maybe it was a thing that he hinted towards that. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
yeah,
theoretically they could just appoint
yeah,
her
just
as
kick you out of the world and say now you're, you know, a senator. Yeah.
Yeah, like isn't that how fucking what's her face got there? Frances Black, who's, you know,
Right.
touted to actually be our next president. Yeah, so this is the type of person that, you know, will be involved in politics, if only to stop her from killing her fucking self. Like, and again, that's coercive control right there. You know, oh, if you don't do this or do that, I'm going to kill myself. But again, that's only a crime if you're a man, apparently. Yeah, I have no little sympathy for this woman or any. You see, that's the problem. Like, it makes me hate women, or dislike them. Not hate. Hate is very strong, but it makes me dislike them. And I have such a love.
You shouldn't let that.
I know. I shouldn't. I shouldn't let her cloud my judgment. And again, she's not representative of all women, especially the ones who are, you know, listening. And we want to come back next week, but we will, you know, take a view on men as well.
They understand our humor and, you know, how we.
And again, because it reflects badly on, you know, on real fucking women. Like, This is
I mean, like, personally, you know, I call out shitty behavior in men when I see it, you know.
Yeah. And let's not blame her on her, like, because, you know, it's her father's fault as well, you know, and her mother's fault. Because, you know, listening on Varna is a terrible way to meet in the first place, you know.
I mean, you know, if you are actually matched up by the matchmaker, then I mean that's a different story. But no, they just met and
had a
hit
dance,
it off.
drinks.
Yeah.
He spilled some semen. She fell on top of it, and this thing crawled out 9 months fucking later, like. And then they separated again, you know. I know it's a big discussion about well, should they stay together for the sake of the child? But again, that's a bigger fucking conversation, and there's you know pros and cons to forcing people who hate each other to live with each other and have you know well-adjusted children grow up. But yeah, anyway, I digress. Let's go back.
You know, so it's like I'll just throw everything I can at that reason, which is to, you know, do my best to change this stuff. Natasha O'Brien. His sentence is being appealed now next Thursday in Dublin, and I just haven't really been given any other details other than the appeal is in Dublin on the 23rd. So that's a separate service I have to contact, is it? I probably did get a letter 2 years ago, but sure, it's long gone now, I'd say.
Okay, what's that? Okay.
Right. The false equivalence fallacy is a logical error where two things are incorrectly presented as being equivalent in significance, impact, or moral weight, despite clear differences in their scale, context, or consequences. It often involves equating a minor event or issue with a major one, misleadingly suggesting they are comparable. I think that's like what you alluded to earlier. So RT are obviously priming us, and that's good because you know historically they wouldn't have pointed out logical fallacies like this in their pieces that some people would class as propagandic in nature. So yeah, I will almost pay a license fee now just because of this that they're putting this in, and the people know that okay. Just keep this in mind. We're not saying that what follows now is a case of a false equivalence fallacy, but just to educate their audience that some people disingenuously use these fallacies to draw comparisons where they've no business being drawn. And you did mention it earlier that you know people who have suffered greatly, and then by people who've by comparison have suffered minor, they piggyback onto the suffering of those people, giving this false equivalence, and then it diminishes everybody, really, you know.
I have invited Bláthnaid Raleigh and Maeve McLaughlin Doyle to meet me. Maeve is a domestic violence survivor and Bláthnaid is a sexual assault survivor, and we have so much in common that we can share and, support each other.
Bláthnaid Raleigh left court today saying she's got justice and has, after 5 years, been vindicated after she was the victim of what the judge described as an appalling and incomprehensible crime. Jonathan Moran trapped her in a shed, forced her head against the door,
my God,
and raped her with a bottle.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Now, that's disgusting.
Oh.
Like,
God, get them off the screen.
Yeah, on a couple of fucking levels, right? Because that's shocking. Right? But to equate that with what happened to her is doubly fucking disgusting.
How does that woman not feel fucking incensed by that? Like,
I don't know. Again, it's because they've approached that woman and said, look, this is tragic. This is terrible. Let's bring, this to the public light, And they probably didn't think and say, okay, well, what happened to her is nothing in comparison to what happened to me. But again, because it's all encompassing now like that, what's being put forward here is that every act of violence against women is the same. So, pushing a woman, disparaging a woman, they're trying to equate it now with raping a woman with a bottle is the same crime as,
two different parallel dimensions, realities. Yeah.
And that's why it's disgusting, making this false equivalence between this and fucking her. Again, to build her up and to stop any level of criticism or rational discussion around it, because it's not like this just ends here. Like, okay, well, Natasha found justice, yay, that's the end of this. No, it's so there's a raft of fucking legislation and an agenda behind this, which is again one of control. And again, if you're a woman of her mind and you're going to be like a fucking seal clapping or a member of the retarded LGBT, I don't want to call them LGBTQ because it diminishes people who are actually just like fucking other men or women. It's a
LGBT,
it's a movement and
LGB,
an ideology, and it's probably best just reclassified as retardation.
Yeah.
But they'll be clapping like says, yes, this is what we need, less freedom, more control, bring it on. It's disgusting.
When you hear
Ken McWood says young Bill Gates there.
Maybe. Bill rapes. There we go.
They say this is horrific and you don't treat another human like that. I think you do get comfort from that.
Maeve Doyle and her sons survived 12 years of violence from Mark Doyle. Then a Garda who punched, kicked and choked her, pulled her hair, threw furniture and crockery at her.
Like, this is just... No. I mean, come on. What? Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. They just have to actively seek out the two of the fucking extreme examples.
The most horrific fucking... Well, I mean, probably not. But, up there, the highest tier of horrific things that a human being has experienced in this country in recent years.
Yeah.
And putting it next to someone getting punched in the face.
Yeah,
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, and this bottle rape thing, like, I didn't hear about that. Like, if ever there was a case, like, let's have a national campaign, some woman's been raped with a bottle. Like, I just...
Yeah, like, how... Yeah, I never heard about this case.
No. Or her case for that, but somehow Natasha, couple of slaps in the head for being a cunt, and we get 3 years of this, and this is the only way to make it relevant is to pad it out with actual real fucking tragedies that are again rare, not to diminish what happened, but the way this is framed, it's like it's an epidemic. There's an epidemic of fucking bottle rape in the country, so much so that we have to bring in new bins to recycle all the bottles from the bottle rape.
All right, can we hurry up? I want to get a sandwich soon.
Oh, it's making you hungry. I said all the dog rape.
And beat and demeaned her and her boys. The 38-year-old abused his position as a Garda, portraying himself to be a respected member of the community.
He looks dodgy as fuck, man.
I know, right? Look at that tiny fucking mouth. He looks like a budgie of some description. Like,
it's just so weird, man.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, the red flag is probably Garda,
All right, let's carry on.
Oh my God!
All right, we'll stop there. We'll take a break.
Okay.
You go get your sandwich. I'll go get a cup of tea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we're only going to listen to talk for a minute. Like there was like another 7 or 8 minutes of these people talking to each other, which I just have to get. But why is there a number on her door? What the fuck's going on? Like, is she? Where is this?
That must be some kind of shared. I guess the housing fucking crisis is off the chain. So that's a normal fucking family home. Now an apartment building.
eight people living in the one house. Right, go get your Sambo.
All right, yeah. Or am I putting on music? Or are you putting on music? What's the?
I've nothing prepared. If you can.
Okay, I'll pull something up. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Back in a bit, folks. Oh, geez, he left his thing open. God damn it.
swallow it all? Do we miss our world so little? Do we miss our sea so long? Europe, only Europe knows. Did we not justly hurl our flag over the slaver? Did we not stand down and see the slave free? Europe, only Europe knows. And the day they sold us out, our hearts grew cold, 'cause we were never asked, no brother, we were told. What do they know of Europe? Only Europe knows. Will there be rivers of blood? I don't know. Will there be rivers of blood? I hope no. Will there be rivers of blood? I don't know. Oh, what do they know of Europe? Only Europe knows. Yeah, what do they know of Europe? Only Europe knows. What do they know of Europe? Only Europe knows. What do they know of Europe? Only Europe knows. We're building ghettos. Entrenching ghettos. Flooding ghettos. Enforcing ghettos. We're building ghettos.
I felt I could hear the divisions marching across Europe, and I could hear this drumming coming through the earth. I felt I could hear this drumming coming through the earth.
Legionnaires, my brothers, my faithful young lions. The battle is now beginning. We've set our hearts on this city. At first light we shall storm out. At first light we will regain what has been ours since the dawn of time. We have come to set the match to a conflagration which will scorch the eyes of the watching world. This city shall be the beacon for a new age. We will create a new nation of the soul. From lightning we will build a new country. From sacrifices and hammer blows. We will forge ourselves a destiny of iron. If this nation is to be reborn, it will start here, in this city, today.
Ero destinato a diventare un prete soldato. Ero destinato a diventare un poeta, un aviatore. Ero destinato a guidare l'uomo nuovo per conquistare la città eterna con una spada fiammeggiante.
The city shall bring a purifying fire for the world entire, and have all of us sing of its beauty and splendor, now and forever. So now watch us try and reconcile sword and mind. The new world is calling for a new unfolding. The new man crawling up from behind. The new world is calling for a new unfolding. The new man crawling out into light. When all beauty is tarnished, when all thought is profaned, they'll cry out for men to invoke the iron rods again. Now this our sacred flame will illuminate the night, and its sparks flying on the wind will set the world alight. The new world is calling for a new unfolding. The new man crawling up from behind. The new world is calling for a new unfolding.
Ah, that was well needed. You there, Morgan? You ready?
All right, good stuff. Yeah, KO's a woman. What the hell's going on?
I know, right? I figured that out before you came on. I was like, whoa, okay, weird.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm happy. And I'm glad that we have women listeners, because for a
Yeah.
long time we didn't. And we need it. 'Cause
Years.
yeah, just to reiterate, we do love women, and that's just type of the world we live in. Unfortunately, where as a bloke, you feel uncomfortable mentioning anything about women because to criticize, or not even criticize, just to comment or to give your lived experience of what certain types of women are like is frowned upon. And like I said, I love women. I love real women. And if truth be known, women, pretty much hold all the power in the world, because men are dopes when it comes to women. You can pretty much make us do whatever the fuck it is you want, So there's a lot of power there within women, and we need that power to be used properly and responsibly. Essentially, each one of you are nuclear fucking weapons. You have the ability to destroy the world at any given moment. As the Bible would tell you, the first part of the fucking Bible, where Adam was grand, and then God, in its infinite wisdom, decided to send us a woman. And yeah, where would we be without women? Really, it'd be a terrible world if I think it's bad with women. It would be a complete clusterfuck if it was just men.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'd all get terribly bored of each other after 5 days. And then we just go, oh fuck it, let the world.
Yeah,
die.
the only people having a good time would be the gays.
Yeah, the rest of us would be just miserable, going around fucking sheep and camels and Africans. We'd all become Africans. That's the word I was looking for. Anyway, back to our wonderful creature, Natasha, who looks like she's wearing a bulletproof vest now to keep herself safe. Look at that gut.
She's not.
Look
Yeah.
at that chocolate belly right there. What is that?
That is unusual. That's weird water retention going on there.
And it's so easy to crush a woman's confidence. That's all you have to do. Oh God, you're looking a bit fat there. Oh my God, you're done.
Hello, how are you? Oh my goodness, it's so nice to finally meet you in person. I know. And it's so great to see you. It's like the second time ever we're meeting. Come in here, lads. Girls.
I was very lucky. The judge in my case is one of the only judges in the country to actually be trained in dealing with victims of sexual violence.
I'm sorry, but how on earth can a judge ever rule a case with sexual violence if they are not trained in how to do that? They should not. That should never be a case.
What training does it need?
I know.
Really?
I know. He needs to be raped. That's what, like, before you can adjudicate on a particular case, you need to have experienced the crime yourself.
I think we all know what it looks like and how it should be dealt with. A lot of people, most people, I think, we think privately, bury the fucker under the prison.
Yeah, we do.
We don't do that because we've decided that, that's a little bit too far, because then if you apply it to that, I mean, what other cases can you apply it to? And then, runs out of control.
Yeah, and not everyone accused is actually guilty. There have been cases where, vindictive women have falsely accused men. It's just a fact.
Like once in 1,000 years, a woman, stoops so low as to lie.
Yeah, I know, right? Who would have thought of, an unthinkable thing? That would be a crime too. Like, that's hate speech right there, suggesting that women lie. Pure hate speech. So we can't have a society like that, where we can't have a "I believe you" society. It's just not good, Or sorry, it wasn't even "I believe you." It was an "I believe her" society that people were advocating for. We can't have that, and we don't need to train judges. Judges should only be trained in the law and how to apply it impartially based on, evidence. That's the system we have. It's a trial and trust the system. Granted, there are better systems, but still, it depends on evidence, not training. We train dogs to be obedient and carry out particular tasks in a particular fashion. So it's a terrible idea to train a judge. And who's going to train the judge exactly?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. We
where judges should be trained, right? It's this just, I don't know, crazy idea, right? Fucking law school.
Yeah.
Devilment.
Yeah.
And then they be a solicitor. And then they become a judge. How about that?
Yeah, but this is the problem, because that's now being infected with people like fucking Natasha. So they're bringing people like Natasha and activists into the curriculum for law school students. So they'll have these sob stories presented from victims, which is going to colour the outcome of future events, which is a terrible.
I don't know, man. There's not a creature more cynical on this planet than a fucking solicitor or a judge. That's just like, oh yeah, you poor thing, fuck off.
Yeah, but but again, there's the power of training. If you get them young enough, and we tend to our university system. It takes dopey kids. Throws them into the mix, and then sends them out into the world. So I'm going to start a campaign. 25, like, no one's allowed into university until their minimum age is 25. That's the way it has to be. People are just far too impressionable before the age of 25. So technical colleges, they can stay. I think that would make more sense if we're to stick with a schooling system, that somebody leaves secondary level, can't go on to a university proper until the age of 25 if they so wish, but they are allowed to obtain a trade, or some sort of profession after school, and see how they like it, and then if they still have the need to pursue a career in the gender arts or something like law, humanities, medicine. No, not even medicine. That should be taken out of university. That should fall into the technical school category. Because it's too it's too cherry picked at the moment, isn't it? It's like, okay, well, you need, like, there's only 50 to 100 places a year on medicine. which is great, because you do have to have some level of standard. You have to have a high academic level. But there's obviously a shortage because we have to import endless people from fucking India. I had a look at I was looking for a consultant in Waterford Hospital the other day. 3 pages before I got to a fucking Irish person, man. Like, Dr. Shahid, this fucking Abdul, this Mohammed, this. So obviously there's a shortage, and I think that there's too few places allocated to train doctors in Ireland. So it should be taken out of the hands of the university and put it into the technical college, with dentistry, real practice, and free up universities for the likes of philosophy, law. We keep that in there. The arts, like, that's really what the university should be about, and then just separate the rest out, and don't let dopey fucking kids near it, because it's dangerous in the wrong hands, as we're rapidly finding out, and men only as well. Like, let's go full fucking hog here. Bring back the nunneries. But really, like, it shouldn't, like, if we're going to be serious as a fucking society, it doesn't take a genius to realize, okay, well, there's certain professions that will always be needed, and to prepare our citizens for the future, and they should at least have one of those skills that is useful to both them and the society at large. That would make sense to me. Doesn't have to be necessarily oppressive. We can use our tax money for good, so that people have some sort of fucking chance. And then for the other professions, well then, fair enough. If you want to go and study philosophy or something like that, or something that's not really, essential to the functioning of a society. Like, we don't need, 10,000 fucking philosophers, let's be honest. We don't need 10,000 sociologists, or lots of things that are niche, and we don't need a lot of, that a lot of resources are put into, and just let's focus on the technical colleges. Anyway, another sidetrack. So let's listen to Natasha, the wisdom of Natasha.
On their desk.
And
Never.
the same thing happens with domestic
And same
violence.
with domestic.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that aren't trauma or aren't trained up. And so, like, as a victim, it's really disheartening if you think somebody's representing you and they don't understand what you've gone through or what is actually happening for you.
We've all spent such a large part of ourselves fighting for justice. And it's like, what even is that, though?
Yeah.
There we go.
How? Oh my God. And it just struck me. How does she not have imposter syndrome?
I know, right?
Like, she must be that full of herself that she never stops to think, wait, I'm actually around real people, like, who really, really, really suffered. I just got the shit beat out of me one night.
Yeah. I know.
One night.
Yeah. I know. It's like us sitting down with, Howard Stern, Tommy Boyd, and we're there. Yeah, like, Jesus, I can't believe we've been in the industry for all these years. I would choke. Like, I would feel so ashamed. But not this one. Like, this is like, she is, how could we, we've been through so much on our shared journey.
Disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely fucking disgusting. And then, to get all philosophical, what is justice? Socrates had this view, and Aristotle had this view. Like,
I mean,
what?
yeah.
Yeah. What is justice? Well, guess what? If you don't know now, you're never going to know. But it is a good question, and it's one that should be revisited every now
Sure.
and then. So is it just that Cathal Crowley got a suspended sentence? Probably not. Is it just that he got a prison sentence? Probably not, because I think what she's confusing is justice with revenge. She wants revenge, and that's understandable. But is it just that, he gets 3 years in prison, his career taken away from him? I wouldn't think so, but I don't think we're going to get that level of justice with the current system we have. We used to have an older system, the Breton system, which would have been much more just. Cathal would have had an honour price attached to him. And again, if a soldier attacks a woman, or any civilian for that matter, like, that's wrong. It shows a complete lack of judgment.
Like back in those days, like, instantly demoted. You
Oh,
know, we wouldn't even need to wait for the official call. You know, he will actually just be stripped of his title by the community. Yeah.
Oh yeah, gone, absolutely gone, no place. And to this day, like the fact that he lost his job, that is just a soldier who does that to a civilian, and especially a female civilian, no place in the armed forces. Shouldn't be there. A liability. That's the type of guy who would, easily fucking just shoot a couple of Arabs in the head on a deployment because he's had a few too many drinks. So no discipline at all. Very poor judgment. Gone, career gone. And he should have an honour price attached to him as well. Probably, I would suggest maybe 10 times his annual salary in compensation if he did something like that, if he assaulted a woman. So I think Natasha would make much better use of, say, 300 grand as a just compensation for what he did to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he can't pay it, well, then he becomes property of the family and Natasha until he can pay off that 300 grand debt, and she can put him to any use she so wishes. So he's her property. So
Fully as a sex slave.
Exactly, But that would be fun, wouldn't it? Like, that would be more just like, okay, you can't pay this. Well, then, okay, well, now I own you until you can pay the debt, or I take it upon myself to show you some compassion and show you that I'm a better person and release you back into the wild. But then he would be shamed. He would have lost his that particular job, and he would have paid back the debt to Natasha. So that would be far more just.
Yeah.
And then he wouldn't be ruined for life. He wouldn't have to, go through to be imprisoned. What good that does.
Yeah, it's called restorative justice. Or, I mean, today it's called restorative justice, only it's done wrong today.
Yeah, but they will touch on that as well. Like, so we will. All
right.
We'll go into that a little.
So we're keeping the old form of justice, but we're also doing restorative justice as well. But, there's no restoration for a man. No, okay.
Yeah, we're just going to use the words and not actually make it, practical at all. Sounds good.
Acknowledgement, I think, is a massive one. For me, would be a big word with justice. Somebody acknowledging what has happened, and validation, I suppose, again, and a punishment. Somebody, so that person's life now.
Consequence.
Consequence.
I know my ex-husband got 6 years, but like the trauma of what happened to myself and the children will probably last a lifetime, and that's not even to be dramatic.
Of course it will. No, of
because
course
it's
it will.
changed every single one of our lives. It's changed
What do you know,
my
bitch?
career,
Shut up.
It's changed my children's lives. It's even changed the location of where we live.
I want nothing more than to be able to say, that was a night and it's done and he's away. And I just can't move on from it. Like, I still have the sleepless nights. I still have the nightmares. I still have the, sick feeling.
Panic
attacks, yeah. Like, I think you expect to get that justice and to get that sentence. And then sometimes I feel guilty because I'm like, there's so many people who don't get a sentence or don't get a guilty verdict. And I'm like, well, I got all of that and I'm still here giving out. That pain just doesn't seem to lift from it.
The impact of violence on my life, it's absolutely shattered the life I lived
I can't
before.
listen to this bitch anymore. After those two talking about their, their lives just changed forever. There's no taking that back. And then this fucking cunt. Oh, I got hit a few times one night. Yeah, well, so have fucking thousands of other people in the last, hour.
Yeah. I think what she's doing is she's incorporating their pain.
Oh, like a
and so,
vampire.
that all that's now happened to her.
Experiences.
Yeah.
I want them. I have none of my own. I need your experiences.
Yeah, like a vampire. Yeah, it's very green. She's recycling other people's grief and pain and using it to her own end. Yeah, but it's this practice of this false equivalence and using it as a propaganda tool is fucking disgusting on behalf of RTE, and they know they're doing it. It's not just coincidental. Okay, well, who do we find? Let's find other women who've been assaulted, and let's compare stories there. Let's treat like for like, but they can't because this is the first time ever that there's been such a huge campaign around a woman who's been, assaulted randomly on the street by some guy who's drunk,
Before and there's after. Even if it fades from your memory, you store that in your body forever. It stays with you on a cellular level. What happened to me that night was the earthquake, but there has been aftershocks, and the aftershocks haven't just affected me. The aftershocks have spread out to all the people I love, and my boss who lost a great employee, my dog who got less walks, my friends who didn't know how to help me, and the doctors who had to worry about this young person having a brain bleed. Then the taxpayers for paying for my illness benefit when I couldn't work anymore.
Talk about a sense of grandiosity, Not only has this affected her, it's affected the whole of society.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only was she punched, Ireland was punched in the head. If only she hadn't have been assaulted, all that tax money I paid. It's such a shame. That her employer lost, not just an employee, a great employee.
Did she use that adjective for herself?
Yes. Listen.
Oh my God.
Listen.
Fuck off. You're 1 in a million, literally. What are you
Person having a brain bleed. Then the taxpayers for paying for my illness benefit when I couldn't work anymore. So
well, yeah, I'll accept taxpayers, yeah.
Out to all the people I love, and my boss who lost a great employee, my dog who got less walks.
What did she do? What was her job?
She worked in a nursing home, and then I think it was just nursing homes, and then worked with nuns in palliative care.
Oh wow!
Yeah, which I think it's pretty fitting, that she would be kind of happy to kill people, end people's lives.
Yeah, in any other context, I'd be like, oh, fair play. That's a brilliant woman right there. But now I'm thinking, geez, with that personality, what was she doing to those people, man?
Yeah, injecting them with morphine, it's a great job. I'm so caring, killing these poor people. Pain.
Or just getting joy out of people's suffering. I mean, we've seen the fucking RT documentary,
My friends who didn't know how to help me, and the doctors who had to worry about this young person having a brain bleed.
The doctors didn't fucking worry. They just did a scan. It's not like they were waiting 8 months to see if she has a brain bleed. It's like, okay, yeah, let's go. What's the procedure here? Okay, concussion. Okay, send her for a scan. See if she has a bleed on. No, she's grand. Okay, next. They're not holding vigils for you, or going to the prayer room, praying that you make it through and that you don't have a brain bleed. It's just because you're so fucking stupid, and they thought you were brain damaged. It wasn't because of the amount of damage you presented with. They just go, this bitch must have brain damage.
Then the taxpayers for paying for my illness benefit when I couldn't work anymore. So people that don't even know me are experiencing those aftershocks.
Yeah, thank you. I've put up listening to you.
Yeah.
Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not for, 1 week or 1 month or 1 year. I'm probably going to be on my deathbed, and, the fucking RT news comes on, and I'm like, and then this bitch is fucking moaning about what's happened to her 40 years ago. And I'm like, please, no, don't let this be the last memory.
I remember 6 months ago when I was getting ready for my attacker's sentencing, I was like, what do I wear? I was ringing victim support at court, asking them, what do you wear in court? I had no idea. And so I went with an ugly grey cardigan and really unflattering, ugly grey pants. And I didn't wear any makeup because I was afraid that if I looked like a happy, healthy person, I wouldn't be taken seriously as a victim.
No, that's not how it works. But, I suppose if nobody fucking corrected her, how would she know?
That only makes sense in the setting of a rape trial or something like that, or sexual assault.
I mean, no, you know what? It only makes sense in when it comes to trials is if you're the fucking defendant and you're up for murder. Like
Yeah.
if you look too comfortable, if you look too confident, jury's going to look at you and think, yeah, he's not remorseful.
Yeah,
or
actually, I don't know, because I think in a rape trial, like if you went in as the victim and you're dressed up like Michelle in one of her leather outfits,
Jesus.
But then the jury might look unfavorably.
Sure. Jeez, come on. I mean, you're being ridiculous here.
No, I'm not. No, I know. I do know of women who they've had that thought.
Yeah, but it's isn't incorrect. I mean, rape trials aren't done by jury, are they? Normally.
No, I don't think so. Some of them are. Yeah, they are. If it goes to trial, then they definitely are. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because it goes to
that's the problem. You're dealing with any old fucking dickhead off the street. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on. I just have to mute and get rid of this camera for one
Yeah,
second.
that's fine. KO says not a rape trial. That's what I was thinking. It's just not a thing, as far as I recalled. The people working in the court system and all that, they know how this stuff works. You're allowed to be happy. You're allowed to look healthy because you're, living your life. Nobody expects you to, I mean, it would be weirder, right? If you showed up and you started fucking, looking all miserable and downtrodden when that's not how you normally are. That would be a source of suspicion, and I can see how it gets all messed up in people's heads because, yeah, there is a level of like, well, I feel like I'm the one on trial. Yeah, but I guess that's why people need to, be taught better about how all this works. All right, just looking at the chat. Yeah, Morgan had to step aside. I don't know why. When you broadcast from your own home and your kitchen, that's difficult. Heck's sake, how did I get here? Well, however you got here and whoever you are, lick. Big Tip says Uber. Welcome. YouTube is funny like that sometimes. But the thing is that a lot of the times it knows you better than you think it does, and it brings you to places where you belong. And if you decide that you belong here, welcome. I would ask that you give us a little bit of time to figure out how we do things around here, because I think you will, maybe depending on your personality, you might like it here, and you might like the community there in the chat. You stalking us? KO says. Oh, okay. When I'm doing this alone, right? I can't look at the chat long enough to read, complex messages to make sure that they're okay to read aloud and give feedback on it. But I appreciate the the thoughts in the chat. Oh, it seems that Ulick is a known quantity in these parts of the Irish internet, so that's good. I guess you found your tribe again. Yeah, me, myself, and God expressing her concern for kids these days. Yeah, it's tougher than it was before. It really is. I will sub, and my bestie is just about to go live. Thanks anyways. Thank you, Ulick, and I hope to see you around later. Yeah, look, I can't talk. The reason why I never get interrupted while broadcasting from my living room is that I don't have a family. It's a regret of mine. But it also means that to a degree I can't talk about what it's like to raise kids. But when I look at technology and I think, well, I am, as well as you guys out there will know, privileged that I can kind of contextualize the technology today to a degree. You know, to a degree, I can't get too sucked into it, too hijacked by it. But kids, man, they don't know another life. They don't know life before it. That worries me. And the way that society has changed as well, just generally, they don't know different. They don't have the context. Ken McWood says, Ulick, you traitor. And KO giving some succor to me, myself, and God, which, you know, yeah, she's a good mother, and she deserves that. Yeah, it must have been a real family emergency if we're hanging on this long for Morgan. Oh my God, excusez-moi. Let's see what's new on the grapevine. Trump lambasts Khamenei, said that he'd bomb it for Iran if nuclear activities restart. Yeah, this isn't a ceasefire. I was going to say this at the start of the show. Yeah, it's a ceasefire, but I mean, it's not peace. It's not going towards peace. It's a bit of a lull. You know, I would stock up on petrol and kerosene whenever you can without, you know, turning your house into a powder keg that could go off at any minute. Because, you know, when they block the Hormuz Strait as a card that they could play Iran, that is, oil is going to go crazy, and that is one of the biggest factors that's weighing against the US going all in on this war.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah, no bother.
Okay. Yeah, no, my 6-year-old bad dreams.
I know what that's like.
Yeah, trying to explain how bad dreams work and how to control them. Yeah, it's called lying.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to Natasha.
What did you get? Tights and pennies yesterday.
Okay.
I got 3 pairs of body shaper tights, shine leg and reinforced toe.
Will they suit what you're wearing, love?
They're just normal black tights, just 'cause
Okay.
can't be going around with my legs out.
Okay, it's fine.
Huh?
I might distract the course of justice.
What are you on about?
Stop it. But
What do you think of this? I don't know.
It's a bit dark.
I know.
It's a bit
I know.
dark.
Sure, you forgot my green blazer. Do you like it?
Yeah. I think the dress needs to be pulled down, though.
This is just.
It can't be.
I mean, it doesn't really, you know, communicate anything. Like, oh yeah, okay, you know, people do get ready for things in the morning. Yes, yeah, we know this. And she's wearing body shapers. You know, I'm sorry to the women out there, but you know what that means when you're wearing that. You're not wearing tights. You're wearing a body shaper.
Yeah.
You'll have to try because you can't have a skirt and a jacket the same.
Can you take off my tag there? Sorry, now. There's a tag there.
Do you mind if I just give it a pull? And is there something up here after tag?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, sure, look, you'll be... Sure,
Get a
nobody will
scissors.
be looking at us anyway, Tasha. How far down the road is it for me to walk?
2-minute walk.
Okay, great.
But it's just, I feel really sick. I feel really, really sick, and
you'll be okay.
Like,
Imagine how Cahill feels.
Yeah, I know, right?
Selfish cunt.
He thought he was like it was done and dusted. Like,
Yeah.
well,
That shouldn't be allowed, you know?
yeah, I know. It should be one and done.
Miss Pagina says, whoa, 4 hours flew. Yeah, right? When you're having
Just
fun.
breathe.
why do you always tell me not to feel bad? Like, I feel bad.
You're going into...
But I feel bad.
Yeah, but you have to relax.
Okay.
I know you feel bad, and I
It's
hear you.
called self-regulation, cunt.
Yeah, she's impervious to help. Like,
Yeah.
Mother's just being kind. Listen, calm down. It'll be
Yeah.
okay. It's like,
Yeah.
no, fuck you. I want to feel bad. I like the anxiety.
And you know what? I get that. You know, you can't have someone policing your feelings all the time. But, you know, this is an important situation. It's, you know, it's not... I doubt this woman is fucking badgering her every day to, you know, be prim and proper and never show emotions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the difference there.
Yeah.
I don't like emotional tyrants either, but this isn't the fucking case.
No, she's just trying to, you know, help as best she can. There's nothing she can fucking do for you. Like, so what does she expect to just say nothing? That's probably the safest thing, isn't it? Just nod. That's what she wants, is just for her mother to just nod. But then it would still be a problem. It's like, why aren't you saying anything?
Nah.
You know, if her mother were saying like, okay, yeah, you know, you should feel terrible. Like, why are you telling me to feel terrible? You should be trying to, you know, pick me up.
Relax. Like, how am I supposed...
She's just there. Her mother's the tampon. Her mother is an emotional tampon for her. That's what it is. She can just, you know, take it out. Her mother is her punch bag, her emotional punch bag.
Yeah.
So she's given her mother two to take her down and 2 to shut her up. Like, that's how she treats her poor fucking mother.
Be relaxed when I've literally seen him for the second time since he had almost beat me to death.
I don't...
Didn't almost beat you to death.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you punch someone in the face, you could easily kill them.
Yeah, but, you know, but listen. Boxing, right? Thousands and fucking hundreds of thousands of fights, like 12 rounds of being punched in the fucking
with
head.
these big gloves.
But they're not that big. Like, have you ever been punched in the head with a boxing glove? Like, they're 16-ounce gloves. Like, MMA, right? They're tiny fucking gloves, right? Elbows, Thai boxing, you know, bare knuckle boxing. Still, people don't fucking, you know, die. And she
But
wasn't.
you're not allowed to punch someone square in the fucking face in those sports, man.
What sport?
Either.
Yes, you
MMA, boxing. Like,
of course you are. You're not allowed to punch someone in the face.
nose. No.
You are. What fucking MMA have you been watching? The only thing you're not allowed to do is eye gouge or hit someone in the nuts.
All right.
So MMA,
I don't
basically.
know. Icing with death in MMA, then.
Yes, you are. You know, it's a violent, vicious sport. You can elbow people in the head. You can kick them full on the head, shin to the face.
Yeah, to be fair, I've never watched it.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And Thai boxing and bare knuckle boxing. And then there's bare knuckle MMA. There's also MMA that takes place on fucking concrete. You know, so it's pretty brutal.
I need to see that.
Yeah, but generally, you know, people don't, you know, aren't dying en masse because of being punched in the face. Yes, it's not pleasant. It's not dangerous. She was injured, but she didn't almost die, right? She just didn't. Yes, you can die from being punched in the head. You can potentially die from many fucking things. Driving, you know, you can potentially die from driving.
Yeah.
But then to go out, oh my God, what's wrong with the fucking car? I did a 360-degree skid. I almost died. And what, did the car topple over? Like, did you break your spine? No, the car just almost died. It's not the fucking same. Like, so she didn't almost die.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, the point is that she's being such a fucking cunt to her mother right now. And I get it. High stress, but geez Louise.
I know. And on camera as well. It's like, control your fucking self. Like, surely you want people to, you know, have some level of empathy and pity for you, but it makes it very fucking difficult.
Yeah.
And then you wonder why. I don't understand why these people.
I don't know. I think you have to be ideologically captured, you know, and then it doesn't matter what this bitch she does. She could douse her mother in petrol and they'd be like, and set her on fire, and they'd be like, but why did she do that? Can we have a conversation? Like, she was under a lot of stress. It was a very stressful day. She had to set her mother on fire.
Yeah.
Understand it, love, because it's never happened to me, so I can't possibly understand it.
So just let me be stressed, let me
Of
be
course,
anxious.
I am, no worries.
What do you think of the red?
Yeah, it's a bit glamorous, love, for court.
Oh, jeez, the overthinking going on here, man. It's tragic.
It's a bit slutty, don't you think? Like, you may as well take your knickers off and just fucking stare at the judge and just open your legs or back and forth. Like.
Well, what do you mean glamorous? Like, I'm allowed to be a human being. Like, I am a human being. I don't have to look like this sad, injured, wounded victim.
Oh my God! You can't decide what you want to look like. Oh my God! She was literally not a while ago saying, I can't. Oh, gee, fuck you.
You're right. It's the ideological capture because now she's the strong, feminist icon. Like, why should she? She should go in there naked. She should do a slut walk. Go in there with her tits hanging out. Like, how dare you say I can't do whatever the fuck I want anywhere, anytime?
Nice. It suits you. You look beautiful with it.
Poor mother.
I like the red. Call me the second you get in there and I can come down and meet you with the victim support person.
Perfect, thanks.
Because I just want to meet her now.
Oh, big tips, don't behave.
I didn't realise how short this
Lipstick
dress
on a
was because this is my first time wearing it. Oh.
I just did a pig snort there as well. Like,
I was in there a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's like fucking Harry Potter when you go in, isn't it? Like just a fucking this circular building with hundreds of doors. Like.
Who's that again? That's the one that actually suffered, is it?
No, that's her friend, Sarah. So that's
What's with the fucking piano then?
I don't know. This is
what are we being told here?
Yeah, the guy he just plays outside the courts every day. That's his thing. Like, picked it up in the background. Like, he just likes to make the event memorable for people. Play some dramatic. music.
Wouldn't that be funny though?
That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Every courtroom, there's a guy on the piano, like the old time movies in the 30s, just playing music. Yeah, that's so much you could do, like to make all these experiences much more pleasant. This is our friend Sarah, the one who was screaming for the guy to stop. I think she's a drag king. Yeah, there was a part where they were in the George. I don't know if I left it in. Maybe it's coming up.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not saying I want to see it. I just think it's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, you have to they have to get the George in there as well. Like, yeah, I think that's who she is. I think she's from Galway as well. Like, so.
All right, okay. I've never heard of her.
Yeah.
You know those things for birthdays where you pull the little strings or.
Yeah, the party poppers.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool to go into a disc recording of someone's, if someone gets let go, we all stand up and go, yay!
Yeah, it's fucking great. Like, disco lights come on, like music starts blaring. Judge turns into a stripper, like, comes over, gives you a dance.
Today, for the first time in an Irish court, I felt seen and heard. I felt acknowledged.
I hate you. I fucking despise you, cunt.
It's just a total contrast to how I felt leaving that courthouse.
Fall down an open manhole.
A person hole, I beg your pardon. How dare you?
Obviously jailed him today for 2 years. Do you think that is a...
2 years. He was sentenced to prison for 2 years. Like,
right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Meaningful punishment.
It doesn't feel good to see a young man put away. It was not a nice feeling. I didn't enjoy experiencing
Then
that.
why did you do it?
Yeah.
Stupid bitch. Why did you do it? That's terrible what you've done.
Wasn't that her whole point? That he didn't get a fucking sentence? To begin with, she was outraged that the guy didn't get a sentence. Then when he does get a sentence... Like, why would you not be happy with that? Like, you know, is it because she's so, you know, caring? Because, you know, if I was in that situation or someone I knew, not in her case, but in the other case, the previous two women, someone who's, you know, suffered, you know, horrible domestic abuse, and then somebody who's been actually raped, and the person who carried out the rape gets, you know, 14 years or whatever, like, I would be fucking delighted. Like, at least that's something, you know, some level of fucking justice, some level of punishment has been meted out. But then for the person to be sentenced and then like, oh, well, you know, I'm not really, I feel kind of bad for the guy. I fucking wouldn't.
No.
Like, even if someone bet me up, like, I wouldn't feel too bad. Like, oh, they got a couple of years, you know, especially if it was unjustified. I would be like, you know, yeah, good fucking for you. They'll teach you fucking a lesson not to do it again, won't it? But I wouldn't be feeling compassion for them unless I thought, well, they didn't actually deserve it, you know? Then I would feel kind of guilty. Oh, well, you know, Jesus Christ.
Good fucking point.
Yeah. Because you generally don't you? And I don't think there's that many people who, if you're so full of compassion, you wouldn't have done that in the first place. You just would have went and spoke to the person and say, listen,
yeah,
why did you do this? How did this happen? Like,
yeah, how did you get to this place in life?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we only ask black people that and women.
Yeah. But again, this will be framed as, oh, well, that's part of the trauma. It's misplaced guilt for her perpetrator. It's almost like a Stockholm syndrome effect. But I've never seen that. I've never seen someone, you know, feel terrible about the fact that somebody's been sentenced for some terrible crime they've committed on a person. Only when it's like, oh, well, you know, that was actually unjust because...
I mean, it could be decades later and the victim feels, thank fuck that cunt actually got what he deserved in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than nothing coming of it. You know? But it's an odd one.
But I think it was necessary. The judge's comments were so profoundly validating as a victim who felt totally ignored
that's what matters
for 2.5 years.
Yeah, the validation.
Yeah.
There's so many emotions to navigate, but I'm going to leave it there because, you know, I'm just going to ramble and it's a lot. It's a lot. Thanks. But Judge Kennedy said that he pleaded guilty only...
Is her mother having a stroke? She's stroking out? What is going on there?
Oh, that poor lady.
Of all the times. And she'll give out to her, mother, this is my day. Why did you have to have a stroke on my big day?
Because, you know, I'm just going to ramble and it's a lot. It's a lot. Thanks. But Judge Kennedy said that he pleaded guilty only when confronted by CCTV evidence after initially claiming Miss O'Brien had instigated the attack. And the consequences for Miss O'Brien...
You've already heard this 20 minutes ago, darling.
Psychologically, and it's like, it's everything that I had been saying, that it had been ignored, and now it's being said.
No, that's not what you've been saying. You've been saying, men, 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 men. We need to men. We need to use this, men. We never fucking heard a thing about your situation, only about this great cause that you're fighting for. You're such a hypocrite, cunt.
Did she say she was wrapping it up like it was daylight when she told the guy she was wrapping it up? Like it's now going to be like 2 hours fucking later.
Oh my.
Yeah. And why are they carrying her? Like, is she been on the gargle or something? Like, what is it? Because she's so overwhelmed? Or she just can't fucking walk straight? Look at that.
That is weird. Where did the time go?
Oh, I know,
what are
right?
they doing? Wow. Man, I feel like a retard. Like, I didn't spot that time fucking dilation.
Yeah, I know. It's like, 2 or 3 hours. RTE is getting all philosophical on us. What have we got? Socrates, the soul of woman, ever seeking, finds no rest in what is given.
Jesus Christ.
The wisest of the wise.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
let's just think on that. Like, so the soul of woman, ever seeking, finds no rest in what is given. I see no fault.
Dude, we do not know when Socrates was born and died.
That's besides the point. That's not the important thing. Yeah. Wow. And Socrates, one of the few philosophers to actually be married, so he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
I felt relief the following morning. You know, I felt like a huge weight had been lifted off me.
Oh, you look very relieved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look like, your life is just going fucking dandy for you right there, yeah.
Hungover, that's what it's called.
I have started to feel worse and worse and worse as the days have gone on.
Oh my God.
For 2.5 years, I felt like, you know, I was doing the right thing. And then when I saw that young person being locked up, like taken away right there, it didn't feel like
oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
I know. Now, another tragedy has befell her. Oh my God, it's actually real. Like, I thought he'd have 2 years to kind of get his shit together and then put his affairs in order. If they actually took him from there and sent him straight to prison, and that's because of me. And oh my God, I feel so bad. Please make me feel terrible.
Oh my God.
It's like Socrates was right. Never fucking happy. Never happy with anything. It's like, oh, he didn't get a sentence. I demand justice. I demand to get a sentence. Oh, we got a sentence. Oh, I need him not to have a sentence. I need to have a sentence. Never happy with anything. Never enough. It's never fucking enough. Ever. Always wanting fucking more. You know, oh, look at this, Eve. Look at this beautiful fucking garden. Oh, no, what about that thing on the tree over there? The thing I can't have. I want that. I want 2 of them. It's a red one. No, I want a green one. Jesus
folks,
Christ.
do you know why I keep Morgan around? Is to remind me to be thankful that I'm not married, because this is what I will turn into.
Thank
Otherwise.
you for objectifying me there. The reason you keep me around. Wow.
I mean, you got a serious axe to grind, man.
Real friendship right there. Of course I have an axe to grind. Everyone fucking does. Jesus Christ, like fucking the fall of man, for Christ's sake. Come on. And there's no need for it. There's no need for this horseshit. But I'm sorry, men are under fucking attack. They have been for a long fucking time. And by these fucking things, it's embarrassing, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, she doesn't even know herself that, she just got swept up in something or something, and she didn't really think it through exactly. It's
She's a
weird.
fucking mess, man. She's an absolute fucking mess. Because she won't, but the problem is she just won't embrace her true fucking nature. The nature of woman. She won't do it. And that's why all these fucking pigs are so miserable and unhappy, trying to ape men. They're not fucking men. And the same with men trying to be women, trying to be all these lovely, all compassionate fucking creatures, and I'm just like women. Yeah, that's why they're not fucking you. I'm sorry, and there needs to be peace. It's like, just embrace your true fucking nature. And it doesn't mean to be, like some fucking Disney princess, but just embrace your fucking nature, which is not. Start with this: you're not men, okay? Stop trying to ape fucking masculinity and then saying it's toxic. If it was so toxic, you'd want to get the fuck away from it, but you're doing everything to fucking ape it. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking done with it. And what's the antidote to it? Oh, well, I'll just fucking I'll be with women forever. Oh, great. Oh, fucking great. But then have an island. Go to Lesbos. Let's just take give it to all you cunts. Go there and shut the fuck up, okay? And then you can take in all the immigrants as well. You can have your own fucking island, the island of Lesbos, and you can open it up after Free Palestine. Send the Palestinians to Lesbos. Hang out with these fucking idiots.
Do you know when the news were celebrating and there was lots of people that supported me celebrating, I felt so destroyed that I had caused that, you know, and I totally blamed myself. And I said,
if you weren't blaming yourself, Natasha, who might you be blaming?
Huh?
You didn't put him in jail.
But I did, because I reported.
Yeah, she's looking for somebody to fucking blame. And that's a great psychologist right there. Just throw you with a question. It's like, because she doesn't want to hear about it either. Like, Natasha's blaming herself, and okay, well, Natasha, if you weren't blaming yourself, who would you be blaming? And she doesn't fucking know, because she hasn't thought about it. She just wants to cry and bitch.
I'm not even sure I understand that question.
It's just to throw her off the fucking question, because the psychologist doesn't want to listen to her bitch and moan. It's like, I'm busy, you know. I want to get fucking through this. And to help her out, like, just who wants to be dealing with this fucking mess?
I suppose, yeah. Ken Mackwoods asks, can we give them Ackle? Fuck no. I like that place.
Give them where?
Ackle.
Ackle. All right, maybe. I don't know. I have no connection to Ackle. Give them somewhere. Any fucking where. The Aran Islands. Somewhere far away. Somewhere really fucking far
Let's give them fucking Israel. I mean, there's enough of them there already.
No, that's too cruel. Yeah, I've recently seen images of it. It's a shithole. It's a fucking.
Yeah, it looks like a giant shanty town.
Yeah, it's fucking. I was shocked.
It didn't feel like a win. And then, you know, when the news were celebrating and there was lots of people that supported me celebrating, I felt so destroyed that I had caused that, you know. And I totally blamed myself. And I said,
if you weren't blaming yourself, Natasha, who might you be blaming? You didn't put him in jail.
But I did, because I reported it and I gave my victim impact statement and I saw it through.
But this happened to you. You were attacked.
I just feel like I've ruined someone's life. It was a very, very emotional day last week and I wasn't
Tell me about it, because I wasn't there, obviously. And
yeah, I wasn't expecting it to really hit me.
Take your time. And just slow it down.
When I was trying to go to sleep on the night before, I was feeling like I was feeling a lot of anxiety.
Of course.
And like I felt like my head was screaming. I couldn't hear any of my thoughts. I got up then on Thursday morning and got ready, and my mum went in getting ready and she told me she'd be 5 minutes and she took about 25 minutes. And so I just left. I went out to the courthouse by myself.
So you're cross with mum.
So I'm so angry with her.
I know, right? She's forgetting that it's
oh my
recorded.
God, everyone else is her fucking problem. It's never her.
Yeah, exactly.
She never has anything to overcome. No.
Yeah. I've been fighting with her now the last week since that.
Oh, Mia, you said I was...
Oh my God.
Yeah. She's been fighting with her mommy over that for the last fucking week.
She took a little while getting ready. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah. Let's go back with this here again.
It's not like you were going to get a plane.
I know, right? You just wait. Like, it's not because the fucking court case isn't going to, be over in 5 minutes, and I'm sure they'll hang on until you get there.
By myself.
So you're cross with mum.
So I'm so angry with her, and I've been fighting with her now the last week since that.
Oh, Mia, you said I was beautiful, and I'm always beautiful.
Who said what about that?
I can't laugh.
You said...
This is terrible.
This is who she is.
This is more of a victim than Natasha.
Yeah, I know this is terrible, but this is Natasha. This is this type of fucking woman, like forever fucking sick, spoiled little fucking beauty queens. Ruined.
Oh my God, can you imagine that growing up into an adult? And
yeah,
never
I can.
changing or growing, like, emotionally?
It's called Natasha.
Oh.
This is what happens, like.
Are you beautiful? And I said, and I was almost going to say, she's thinking I'm not beautiful, and I am always beautiful.
Go run in front of traffic, you little cunt.
You
It's like, Natasha, all of those emotions are coming flooding back in.
They're coming
now.
flooding,
It's
all
like,
of them.
It's like you've emptied the space.
Yeah, it's like there's a space for all of
You can be cross with your mom, you can be cross with this, and you can be cross with that. And
it's hard.
It's hard.
Because I know it's not her fault, but I'm so angry with her for so many stupid things. You know, there's so many different emotions that I'm just like, it just hit me like a ton of bricks now. It's hit me like a train.
Yes.
Everything is just so raw now. Like things I've ran away from for.
Well, you see, you had been so busy.
I've been so busy.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, you'll be fine after today's session. That's, you know, this is the start of it. This is the start of it.
Yeah, there's no end.
Yeah, we have to relive this trauma. At least 6 months.
Well, I mean, if she has a conscience, that's her done for life. Like,
yeah,
she's over.
Yeah, I did this. She's got to get tired of this one. Like, it's like I looked this woman up. Like, so she's a student counselor in Limerick University. So Natasha must be doing some course now in victim studies or something like that. So she's probably going to have to put up with this fucker now for 4 years of this nonsense. Like, and then everything else, her mommy issues. Like, they haven't even touched on daddy yet. Like, Jesus Christ, that's only going to be a nightmare. Obviously, daddy's like completely, as we've seen, like completely emotionally unavailable, just detached from reality. I think once we get 3 words out of him, like, and a couple of twitches and nods about Christy Moore, that seemed to cause some level of emotion within him. Like, there was a swell of emotion. Jesus, Christy Moore said me to my daughter's name, like, sir. That's it. Like, I'm a good dad. Like, Christy Moore saying my daughter's name. I did something right, sir. You know. Anyway, back to the cows and the hay.
Really, really important. When the case is over, it's not over.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
Yeah.
Bill Hicks.
Fucking truth.
Yeah.
And real comedy. And it's true. Just like Socrates said it. And Bill Hicks, another fucking modern prophet.
Any man you give a microphone to says it.
Yeah, it's just not enough. Like, it's never fucking enough. What is wrong with you fucking people?
One of the big challenges with criminal justice is that it's always going to be disappointing. The reality is there's nothing that can take back what happened.
Yes.
The system is always going to be super messy. You have finite resources to work with, and you're trying to achieve lots of what can be actually quite contradictory things. Like, on one hand, a lot of people would want a lot of retribution.
Should I call you mister? Why are you gay?
And think that
Let's
should
be
be
fair,
prioritized.
though. For the first time, someone's actually talking sense.
Yeah, she is talking sense. But it's what happened to Maynooth University. Jesus Christ, I thought this was like, you know, the center of Catholicism in education. Like,
it's been this way a while, man.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. On the other hand, people might be more concerned with stopping it from happening again, and that might take a more rehabilitative or preventative focus.
I've come across the term restorative justice, and I know it's available in Ireland, but I've never heard about it being implemented, and I don't really know what it is either. So,
you're fucking overacting.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? Like, you know.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, it's amateur dramatic stuff. Like,
can you explain that to me? Because I am interested to learn.
Yeah, definitely. So, practically speaking, restorative justice would be if a victim of crime was given the opportunity to meet the person or communicate with the person who committed the harm against them. You know, it's the place where you can express yourself using your own words, where you can ask questions that only that person has the answer to. You know, court doesn't really give you that opportunity. So, for example, in this study, which was in England, and that was mostly with quite serious cases, they found 85% victim satisfaction with restorative justice. That's more than double what you usually find with the court process.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds like customer satisfaction.
I know, right? Yeah. Smiley face. That's like little Aldi, like, you know.
Yeah, you press the buttons on the way out.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was really upset before I met the guy who shoved the bottle up my cunt. But after sitting down and having a nice chat with him, I'd be like, everything is grand. I've never felt better. But it seems to be missing any level of, you know, justice, doesn't it? Or, you know, it just seems like a chat.
Yeah.
What he's telling us. It's like, okay, it was not actually restorative justice. It was just, okay, you want to sit down and have a chat?
Yeah, justice really doesn't belong in that sentence.
No,
Yeah.
it's just, okay, would you like to confront your attacker, like, and talk about it, so see if that brings any peace of mind to you.
And the other interesting thing about that is that a lot of what we do with people who commit crime doesn't necessarily reduce reoffending at all. No. Some of it even makes it worse. Like we know from the research on imprisonment, that imprisonment is likely either to have no effect on reoffending or in a lot of cases to make reoffending even more likely. And what they found is that...
Bet you feel like a cunt now, Natasha, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess what? Guess
you worsen society.
Yeah. Guess where his first stop is after he gets out of prison. You don't forget how you're dealing with, like, this guy, you just interrupted him during a slagging match and he punched the head off you. What do you think he's going to do to you when he gets out? 2 fucking years, Natasha, every day. You need to watch Cape Fear. He's in that prison cell now, pumping iron, tattooing himself up. And you're going to be sitting in a cinema. You'll hear this laugh behind you and this guy smoking a cigar going around, and it's going to be cool.
Restorative justice, again, is quite good for reducing reoffending. But what we also know from mapping the use of restorative justice in Ireland is that most people are not offered the chance to participate in restorative justice. The number of cases that go through the courts and are referred to restorative justice in a given year is a fraction of a %.
Restorative justice. I was never offered that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Me. How about we were never offered that?
Yeah.
Or
this bitch will never be fucking happy.
How about maybe I should seek to provide that now that I have this life experience?
Yeah.
Maybe the things that I have gone through can somehow benefit other people instead of me just going, nah.
Yeah. Why wasn't I offered that? I wanted to restore just because you wouldn't be happy with that either. That wouldn't be enough either. It will never be fucking enough for you. You know, you wanted, first of all, you wanted him to be sentenced. He didn't get sentenced. Then he got sentenced. Then you didn't want him to be sentenced. Now you want restorative justice. What fucking next, like? It's just never fucking ending. Like, so what she actually wants and would make her and her ilk happy is just for every decision to be up to fucking her. Like, she gets to do whatever she wants with the guy, can change her mind at any given fucking time and has control over this fucker for the rest of her entire life, which is very female. I have to say.
You know, it sounds very difficult, but it also was very difficult to go into court. When you're in court, you're reading your victim impact statement for the judge only. Yes, your perpetrator is there, but it's not for them. You're not allowed to address them. You're not allowed to tell them what they did to you. You can only address the judge. So I definitely...
Because they can't talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea.
Yeah, and then you don't want to. Like, what do you want to get into a back and forth?
Wouldn't that be funny?
The court. And most victims, you know, they don't want to even look at the fucking person.
Yeah.
Because what's happened to them is so fucking disgusting and traumatic that they can't bear.
In almost all cases.
Yeah, and they probably wouldn't even want them in there. What they want is basically for people to see that, you know, this actually fucking happened and that they weren't lying, and that there's some level like that the real comfort comes from, okay, well, there's a record now that this actually fucking happened, that the people who said I was fucking crazy or making it up, you know, fuck you, look.
Yeah.
And there's a record of it there forever that this happened, and the cunt pled guilty. So we can't say that, oh, well, it was just the jury got it wrong. They don't go on about, well, I was never offered this and I was never offered that and I didn't get this and I didn't get fucking that. The biggest thing is the guilty, you know, that there's a record of the cunt being guilty, that you're justified and exonerated, and you have that. And there's no final conclusion to it, you know, there's no end point where it's like, okay, well, that's it, it's done now, I can forget about it forever and get on with my life. It's there forever, but there's some level of justice. But for Rebecca, well, it will never be enough. It will just never be enough, no matter what fucking comes up.
think that restorative justice could help victims.
You okay there? Like,
You called her Rebecca.
oh, did I call her Rebecca?
Yeah.
Sorry, I
We're
don't know where
constantly forgetting the cunt's name.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I did that with Rachel too as well, didn't I?
Mm.
Why am I calling her Rebecca?
No idea.
I don't know. I have to look
Weird
into
one.
the
I mean,
past.
it sounds like Natasha.
Yeah, it would make a difference if I had an ex called Rebecca or something, but I don't. I think I might be fucking digging up some old wounds here myself. I have to look into my past to see who this Rebecca person is.
I really feel like they've actually been heard.
This year in particular, the Law Society wishes to place an emphasis on people who've advocated for a fair and more just world, and it is for this reason that Natasha O'Brien has been nominated. Through her bravery, Ms. O'Brien has brought the eyes of the entire country towards the court's deficient treatment of gender-based violence, violence generally, and our outdated sentencing guidelines. It is for her bravery, tenacity, and commitment that Ms. O'Brien is nominated, and we can think of none more deserving of such an honour. Without further ado, it is our pleasure to present the Praise Lead Award to Ms. Natasha O'Brien. Thank you.
What?
Yeah, this is the fucking Law Society. Like,
Oh my God, will it ever fucking end?
No.
Oh my God, please, just now, please, Natasha, just go away forever.
Yeah, I
Just
would
go
like to.
away.
Listen. I would like to invite the fucking mullahs of Iran to come to Ireland, and have Israel attack us. The country needs to be fucking blown to smithereens. I'm sorry to fucking say it. Like, this is just bananas. Like, absolutely fucking
You
bananas.
need to launch a Reshnik missile to her fucking house. Just one for her house and one for the Rockets.
Yeah, the Iraq and the losses, all of it, like all fucking state institutions.
Right. So Dublin, just get rid of Dublin.
Oh, that won't be enough. I'm telling you, that won't be enough. Like, we'll have to get rid of Cork as well, and fucking Limerick,
All right, okay.
and Galway.
Yeah, especially the universities.
Yeah, all of it. Like, that's all of it. It just needs to be fucking. Or something needs to come. Yeah, we need a date, like maybe 9/11. Stay out of Ireland. Anyway.
Speaking to a room of young potential lawyers or policymakers, what's one thing you would like them to take with them, having been someone who's been so adversely affected by our criminal justice
person talking should be her. I'm sorry. We don't need to hear from her. She doesn't even know what she wants for herself.
For everyone in the system, it's your job, and you eat, sleep, breathe it. It's your job. You're so used to it. And it's just to remember that, you know, in every criminal case, there is a person that has been affected behind it. And while it is a day in the office for most people in that courtroom, it isn't for the victim.
On behalf of all the victims and the women of Ireland, thank you so much.
Jesus Christ. On behalf of all the victims and all the women of Ireland. Who the fuck are you to speak on behalf of all the women of Ireland? Shut the fuck up.
Like, I don't think anyone in that room has actually ever suffered any real adversity.
No. Part this, like, I think they seem to be enjoying it. No, of course not. They haven't suffered any fucking adversity at all. Like.
Stood up for everybody in the case that came after you, and you've never given up. So if we could all give Natasha a huge round of applause.
A lot of my mom's friends, when they see me talking, you know, at protests and doing different things, they're like, should lick it off the ground anyway. Do you know, I think my mom is definitely a very, very difficult woman and always has been. And as long as I can remember, my mom just has her own rule book to life. Like, there's a big, like, honestly.
Yeah, she's guess what she is? She's a woman.
Yeah. But also, you know, she maybe she has valuable fucking life experiences that have formed that rule book. Now, you know, you can barely live your own life. Never mind come up with your own fucking life guide. Like,
Jam up the road.
You're the difficult woman in this dynamic.
Yeah, she's going to say it now. She's going to tell us that she got it from her mother. So,
oh wow!
Everything she knew, everything she knows, she got it from her mother.
She'll drive up the opposite.
Nothing is this woman's fault, man.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Side of the road, up past all the traffic, like. And maybe that's where I get some of my own kind of fire from. I've had it kind of ingrained into me to always question things and never just accept something.
A lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man
One
occurred in the
more
Garden
time.
of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
Yeah, that's the last thing.
All
I
right,
want to
that's
see
the
when I
end.
die.
Thank fuck for that. Yeah, and Miss Pagina just said, I've Natasha nut but shitty fatigue. Bye, guys.
Yeah, Natasha will do that to you. Yeah, good night, Miss Pagina. Yeah, I hope you didn't take it too personally. We do love women. We just have to keep saying that. Right, I'm going to grab a quick cup of tea.
Right.
Then we come back. We'll visit with another female pain in the tits, Tadhg Hickey. So we'll have a look at Tadhg, see what he's up to. I don't know. Do you want to keep chatting, or do you want to play some music, maybe? To prep people?
Yeah, you know what? I don't. No music. No, I won't be able to bring it together to do that. Yeah, go off and do your thing.
All right, cool.
Oh boy, that was a wild ride. Went on a little too long, but we survived, didn't we, folks? I'm actually impressed that a lot of you held on for so fucking long. This is the tone of the show, it seems, to just inflict upon you guys the most horrific things. Like I think you'd be less bothered by just straight up gore, you know, body horror. Yeah, that would be more acceptable, I think, because it's not exactly what we're seeing. It's what's going on behind that. You know, it's the it's the profundity of what we're looking at. I don't like myself so big on the screen. Are we okay out there? Having a good time? I'm aware that they're in our little ecosystem of people here on YouTube. There's another stream sniping our viewers. If anyone knows where that is, I think we can, as they call, stream snipe them. It'll be funny to look just to see what they're at over there. Maybe get an idea for you know, the different flavors in this little Irish universe of ours. Because as brilliant as our show is, and I think you should watch us every Friday, you know, there's other ways of looking at the world out there. What's the story with the flag? Ken Macwoods says. Do you not recognize it? It's the province's flag. Maybe your eye has been attracted to this, which kind of looks like an English flag. If it's, you know, it's in red light, so I apologize. It looks a bit weird. It could be mistaken for an English flag if you can't make out that that's the red hand of Ulster in the middle. It's I don't like the tricolor. I think it's ridiculous, really. It's just, it doesn't really say anything to me. It doesn't inspire me. We should go for the royal blue flag with the gold harp in the middle, or maybe the Triskela. I could either one, just not the tricolor, because I don't see why we need orange in our fucking national flag. It's on the same level of bizarreness and stupidity as if the national flag of Israel had a swastika in the corner, you know, because you know, the Nazis, they're a part of Jewish history, you know. And I'm a little suspicious about this. What are those guys' names? or that guy's name, I forget. Handing out tricolours. That's a bit weird. We don't need that bad habit reinforced, but here we are, all the protests. It's just a sea of tricolours, which is impressive all by itself. I've noticed in the last year, particularly. What about the rebellion flag, wolf tone, and croppers used? You know what? I don't know a flag by that name. All I know is the starry plow, the starburst. But anyway, in the last year, right, I've noticed it was actually last St. Patrick's Day in my town. The tricolours go up. And then, unlike the previous years, a lot of the tricolours stayed up, above businesses. 1788. I'm sharing that screen. Oh, I didn't know I was sharing that screen. St. Patrick's Saltire. I never knew how to pronounce that word. Saltire. Saltire? Is that how you pronounce it? And ever since then, I have noticed that more and more above businesses, outside of homes, tricolours. It's almost like something's happening, like a change of consciousness is happening. The one with the harp and Jenny Johnston lady on the front of it. You know what? I have to put my hands up and say I'm a shitty Irish person. I don't. I think I remember it, but I don't. Like, I couldn't tell you what it is. Is it? Is it this? I don't know why it's fucking transparent. That's not right at all. Green and gold. Yeah. Okay, now I remember. Yeah. You know what? I wouldn't say that's a national flag. I would say that's, fucking use it again. Bring it back. Just not as our national flag. So to bring this back around to why I have the province's flag, in lieu of a national flag that I'm proud of, I love the province's flag. I get a tingly feeling all over when I see it flying. And it goes back to my grandfather's 40th commemoration parade in Belfast. Myself and my cousins were in the colour party. We march ahead of the march, and we have to act like soldiers, basically. March in step. When we stand, we have to keep the right posture and stuff. And I was nervous as fuck. I have nervous issues with my neck, and for me that was a big day because I was able to kind of sacrifice my comfort to commemorate the memory of my grandfather. And of all the flags, I got to carry the province's flag. At first I thought I want the starry plow. That's the special one. But I didn't get the starry plow. I got a much better flag, which is the province's flag. This speaks more to me about Irish unity than a fucking tricolour, which at the end of the day, tricolours are goose stepping. Is that what that phrase means? I don't know. It's that comes with harsh connotations, that word. What was I saying? Fuck me, chat. You distracted me. Yeah, this is the flag of Irish unification, because we are different tribes. We're coming together. We've just forgotten who we are. That's all, for the time being. So tricolors, right? They're revolutionary flags and they're maritime flags as well. Those are the only countries that you see with tricolors. Revolutionary governments and like medieval Holland, maritime powers. And I don't think Ireland should be either. All right. Thanks for the feedback. Can't read it in full, but yeah. That's all taken on board. Thank you. Well, not all because I couldn't read it all, but you know what I mean. Thank you. I've yet to fly this flag in a national protest. I would like to see what people's reactions would be. Ultimate is I get a starry plow and fly that at a protest. I wonder, will people think, oh, you're a socialist? Yeah, okay, I'm a socialist. Leave me alone. I'm here, haven't I? I'm the kind of socialist that you want around. The kind of socialist like my grandfather and his contemporaries. Hey, we were talking flags and stuff.
All right. Oh, we're looking at a new flag for Ireland, is it?
Yeah, I guess. To my surprise, I have at least one person in the chat who agrees that the tricolor is shit. That it's not fit for purpose. And why is there a fucking orange in it?
Yeah, we have to, have peace between the two warring factions. I don't know, maybe something red with a crescent moon might do the job. Or just no flag. How about no flag? Just no flag. Might be better. Too many flags. Yeah. I don't know. Aren't they sick of the Irish flag now because it's been co-opted apparently by racist right-wing people?
Oh yeah, that they're reluctant to fly the tricolor. Jesus. Then why were you flying it in the first place if you're not going to? Now, come on, it's just political fucking point scoring.
Yeah, I think the problem with the flag originally is that it came to symbolize the IRA. So because of any time one of their operatives died, the coffin was draped in the Irish flag, and then because the Irish government then associated everything terrible with republicanism and nationalism.
I see. Yeah. Funny that that IRA would be associated with a flag that promotes peace between divergent communities. What is that a clue as to what they really wanted all along?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think you have your own flag. Doesn't Bjork have a great song? Fly Your Own Flag. I can't remember that song. Maybe we'll cue it up, see if we can get away with playing a song. Right, where we have a look at Tadhg. I hate this guy like a fucking. I'm really starting to wear my patience now.
Tadhg.
Yeah, I'll Tadhg. Yeah, so he's back on George Calloway's show. What's it called? Moats, is it, or something like that? Mother of all talk shows, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
which isn't it a play on Mother of all bombs?
Yeah,
Moab.
Okay. Right, Tadhg. Let's have a look at you. I have a backlog of stuff for Tadhg to get through as well. still haven't touched on his trip to Lebanon.
Didn't we look at that?
I don't think so, because he had well, we had a brief look at it. I think
he was at the funeral mass thing.
Yeah, but
in the
even
stadium.
after that, the documentary came out. Remember Emerald?
Oh,
Resistance?
right, yeah, the documentary. I forgot.
Yeah, so Tadhg is now the go-to for George on all things Palestine and Ireland.
Oh,
related.
Big Tips Lover asks if we covered Michelle Keane. We did, just very, very briefly.
Yeah, we might have a look at our second video if we've time. We might bring up that Northern Ireland visit.
Right.
But we did have a brief look at her losing her shit.
Yeah.
Succumbing to paranoia, which is a fine line, because it's good to have a healthy level of paranoia.
Yeah.
But it can tip the scales very easily. Right, so let's have a listen to my man, Tadhg. So yeah, he's on George. It's to talk about Palestine again, and the special relationship between Palestine and Ireland, because we've been under the yoke of colonialism. So I'm not even sure what I clipped here. But he wears me so much now that I find it increasingly difficult to listen to him for more than half a minute.
Up and I learned that I'd been taken off Instagram.
I hate his accent.
I know, the Cork accent is fucking, it's rotten. It's terrible. It's the perfect accent for his kind of fucking belief system. Just whiny, high pitched, bitchy nonsense. Yeah, so he's moaning here because he's been taken off Instagram now. Just out of the blue for no apparent reason at all, which I don't agree with. I do believe that people should be able to say whatever it is they like. But unfortunately, these platforms do have their terms and conditions. And if you break them, you will be taken off, and then you have to go through the appeal system and all that kind of nonsense. Again, terrible idea, but it is what it is. But Tadhg tends to frame it as a persecution complex. It's the Jews, it's the Zionists who have, because Tadhg is so effective in his activism, and that they just have to get rid of him, because if he's allowed to continue on his trajectory, he will indeed single-handedly dismantle the Zionist empire and all colonial empires around the world through his unique blend of high-grade satire, comedy, and sheer tenacity, which is amazing considering that the cunt is starving. By his own account, can barely muster the strength to fucking. How he actually grows facial hair is beyond me, considering that he's so malnourished. It's amazing, and without Patreon, without the support of his followers, he would just he would die altogether. It's a fucking miracle, like. So yeah, he's letting us know about the horrors of Instagram now taking his account down.
Right.
And for no reason, like, it's not like he's screaming, death to Israel or anything like that. It's just I can't understand why his account got taken down.
Instagram, again, no warnings, had like about 300,000 followers, very active page. And if people know Instagram, I use the collaboration feature on it a good bit, which means I was collaborating with various Palestinian, Lebanese groups, fundraisers around the world. So I kind of use the page as part of the community, I suppose, of the resistance and pro-Palestine community. So it's a blow for, I think, a lot of people. And again, yeah, there's no recourse. There's no, the appeal system is kind of famously automated. So you appeal and then kind of computer says no, effectively, and then you just get permanently banned and they go on about their business. I mean, to answer your question, obviously we're being effective because, as I said in the video today, if you were so sure that you were in the right, if your political ideology was so secure, as Zionists constantly claim that they're in the right, as their supporters claim, as a leader of the Conservative Party in the so-called UK said today, it's a case of right and wrong, and Starmer and others need to be on the right side of history. Well, if you're so convinced that you're right, why do you have to constantly silence and put on the periphery of things any voices of dissent whatsoever? There's been...
Okay, you're not on the periphery, Tadhg. You're just not. You're really fucking not. Or if you are, I can't see it. And I would agree with him generally that, if your case is so strong, well, then you have no need to censor. But please apply the same standard across the board.
Yeah.
If you will, because I'm sure you would happily, take that right away from the Zionists and the far right and anyone else who doesn't align with your political views.
I'm sure he'd want us taken down.
Oh, yes, of course he fucking would. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, you're damn right he would. Now, whether he'd admit it or not, I don't know. At least some of them are open enough to state that's their goal, like, which makes it easier then to, expose the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And it just needs to be pointed out the vanity of this man as well. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but this is not Tadhg's actual skin. Not that he's a reptilian shapeshifter. But
he didn't steal it from someone else.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Maybe he fucking has. I don't know. Maybe he just recently had another child. Maybe he's kept a placenta or something like that, and he's made some sort of face mask out of it, or he's chowed down on it because he's just so fucking hungry, and he's not wasting any food sources at all. But no, he's turned on the beauty filter on his webcam. Because we've seen enough of Tadhg to know that
that's not him. Yeah, he's like speckled and
he looks like
evidence of organ failure kind of thing.
Yeah, he looks like he's got full-blown AIDS, so like whatever. Yeah. he's got lesions fucking here, there, everywhere.
The way his skin looks now, it looks like if he tried to wash his face, all the water would just instantly run off, and there's no friction there at all.
Yes, waterproof face.
Teflon.
Nanotechnology.
Targeted campaigns against, forget the likes of me. What about like Gary Lineker, Kneecap, the energy, the time, the money that's gone into silencing these voices? It just seems very peculiar to me.
Well, they're not like, it's not that like that. Again, I don't like Kneecap, right? I they just get on my tits. Like I don't like the music either. But I would never have them, silenced. But they're calling for the deaths of politicians, which I'm all in favour for, really. But being
the rules are the rules,
yeah. But having to come back to reality, like, and especially if you have a reach, and you're not saying it, in jest, but you're honestly stating, calling for the death.
Always talking in jest, by the way.
Yeah, always.
But actually, just the point of order, that's not what this fella is currently up on. What he's up on is flying the Hezbollah flag. So like later he will be charged for that, calling for the deaths of some, and then he's totally guilty, absolutely. But when it comes to the flag, it's a prescribed terrorist organization, but at the same time we're talking about the UK government, which oversees the Loyalist community that are flying flags of terror every second of the day outside their homes, on the streets.
But it is a nonsense, like, and it's best really ignored, but my issue with Kneecap is really that they're not the fucking rebels that they're portraying themselves to be. If you're on RTE, if you're collaborating with RTE, like making television programs with RTE, you're not a fucking rebel. You're simply not. And Tadhg as well. Again,
he wishes he was on TV.
Yeah, placing himself in the same category as Gary Lineker and Kneecap, much like Natasha, surrounding herself with victims of rape and serious domestic abuse. It's a false equivalence.
That you would be claiming you're in the right if you had to go. If I felt I was in the right, I'd have no problem with listening to opposition voices. In fact, I'm one of those people that I wouldn't silence Zionists at all, particularly Zionist artists. Sometimes there's campaigns to silence Zionist artists. I'm of the belief, let representatives from both sides speak and people will make up their own mind. That's what's happened over the last year and a half, that more and more people have looked into the history of Israel and Palestine, and then they've come to their own very secure conclusions that what we're being fed by the Western media is laughably biased. So that's why they banned TikTok, because people were finding out exactly what was going on, and particularly young people. And that's why Kneecap are really very much in the eye of the storm right now. It's because what they represent. They represent.
Sorry, why did they ban TikTok? Because
Who banned TikTok? America banned TikTok.
Yeah, for like a day or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then it came back under the provisions that it gets sold from Chinese ownership. But I think that's still in go.
Yeah.
So they're still up.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm sure it was still available outside of the US because it was the US that banned it.
Yeah, I don't think the young people are going on TikTok to, find out what's really happening in the world in 7 seconds.
I mean, of course, it would happen by accident. But normally what the young people are learning on TikTok is how cool Hitler is.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And Tadhg would be happy with that, surely. If ever anyone was close to solving the problem of Zionism, it would indeed be Adolf.
Enlightening and educating young people, telling them at festivals like Glastonbury exactly what's going on. And that's so dangerous. That's so dangerous to Western hegemony, and particularly the Zionist and US empires.
Now, going back to Kneecap for a minute, Tadhg, it's not my kind of music.
Is George now AI?
Yeah. he looks like he's, those, what do you call that movie? Or those two movies of the same style in the same era, like Requiem for a Dream. He looks like he's drawn.
Yeah, I was thinking of Scanner Darkly.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Expect Alex Jones to walk in now with his megaphone and start screaming.
Had never heard of Kneecap. So the Streisand effect definitely worked on me. I've now got all their records, as they say. But they are facing a terror charge. Now, the fella that's been charged, Mo Chara, is an Irish citizen. It's not an offence to hold up.
Yeah, I know.
Learn how to... You're so about, native people, and he'll give you all this big long about, for some fucking tribe in Africa, and he can't fucking... We live next to each other, man.
You're Scottish, for Christ's sake.
Oh my God, that's worse.
I know, right? Mochara. Again, I think George he's focused on, it's the cadence of everything with George, and it's the accent as well. I'm quite fond of George, but the more I watch him, the less he's actually saying. And it's just really, it's the performance, and it's the cadence, and it could be anything. I think it's the accent as well, the Scottish accent, and I think it's Sean Connery's fault through the James Bond movies that people have taken the accent far too seriously, much like an upper class English accent. They could be saying anything, the largest amount of nonsense in the world, but because of the accent, you tend to take it seriously. And I think George could say anything. George could go on about the shortage of fucking smoky bacon crisps in Palestine, and people would take it seriously. It'd be a case like, Tadhg, tell us about the terrible situation in Gaza with the lack of smoky bacon crisps. Gave all the smoke and no bacon. Tadhg, please make sense. That's my terrible George Galloway impression out of the way. I'm blushing. That's why it's so dark. To save my fucking blushes.
No, that was a good shot. I have to say that was actually a good one. Yeah.
I'll practice it once a week. I'll keep practicing.
Yeah.
Grow some stubble out. Get that fedora.
Yeah, that's impressive stubble, man. Jesus.
Yeah, and that fedora. There's not many men that can wear a fedora and pull it off. So that deserves respect, right? Fucking
absolutely. Yeah.
In Ireland, as it never used to be an offence until comparatively recently, in the UK. So an artist on stage held a flag, and it's subject to a terror charge. Don't you think that they're using sledgehammers to crack nuts? They're crushing butterflies on the wheels?
No. I mean, if you genuinely believe, which the British government does, that this is a terrorist organization, then, you're kind of glorifying it. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You're being disingenuous here.
Yeah, I know. Bit of truth, George.
Yeah. That will not that will not serve them well.
Well, Kneecap are very articulate, well-informed young men, and I have to say I had a tinge of envy when I saw that charge coming through, because I thought, what a beautiful opportunity for an articulate, passionate young Irishman.
Envy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Because
dude,
he missed an
Tadhg,
opportunity for a
you're
beautiful, articulate young Irishman like himself. Should have been him.
yeah, like 10, 15 years ago when he was young. Yeah.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't beautiful or articulate. Just whiny. You can't be articulate with a Cork accent. It's very difficult,
to throw back in the face of the British establishment the ludicrousness of being charged on a terrorism charge.
Got this series coming up. That's new ground for you.
Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to this long-awaited and promised new series that Tadhg has been working on for how long now? Is it? It must be is it 3 or 4 months now since he mentioned it?
Okay.
Because people have been giving him stick, that he's not producing a lot of material. He doesn't
for years now.
Yeah, a long time. His Patreon people, they get no value from the service. We even saw where he came out and said that, listen, if you don't like it, fuck off, because I'm not going to produce anything. He can't because he can't bring himself to do mundane stuff. And he's done his gig to death. Like, there's only so many 30-second shorts you can make about the same fucking subject endlessly. Or whereas Tinwood people, it becomes terribly stale. But then he got a new lease of life where he's doing long kind of content now on YouTube, like 40-minute stretches where he's talking or interviewing people. And then he let us know that he has a new project in the pipeline, a live comedy show, wasn't it? Much like Saturday Night Live, where he's going to have live guests, live music, live comedy sketches.
Is that happening?
Well, we'll find out now. Like, terribly ambitious, and he's had interest from Asian television companies. Now, normally he would pitch an idea like this to the likes of the BBC, RTE, Channel 4. But because of their love for Zionism, he's not even going to do that. There's no point, because he's been blacklisted. If it wasn't for the Zionist influence within the entertainment industry, Tadhg would be a top fucking star. We know that just purely by looking at the quality of work that he's consistently put out. And he had that amazing comedy on RTE that ran for one episode that he will not let anybody forget. He played a minor character. It was quickly cancelled. So we get an update. We finally get an update.
Okay.
And I'm, for one, looking forward very much to seeing it. Where is it set? How long will it last? And above all, how can people watch it?
Yeah, thanks, George. So I'm going to take a leaf out of your book, and I haven't even done my usual thing of like applying to, like, back in before the genocide, I used to have a little relationship with broadcasters. Obviously, I've done a sitcom here in Ireland, and I was speaking to people in Netflix and BBC and all that kind of stuff. All that is out the window now. They're obviously not going to.
Can you smell the cope? Can you smell it? Oh fuck!
Man.
Oh shit! Actually,
Yeah.
George, I'm taking a leaf out of your book, George. Which is I'm just going to lie
Ignore
about
the
it.
question.
Yeah. Exactly.
Answer a different question.
Yeah. Pretend. It's not actually happening. It's just something I said. Kind of throw people off the scent for a while I haven't actually been producing any material at all. That I have this imaginary project in the background that I'm working at. Did I mention the genocide? Yes, that's the reason why. I'm not.
All of his contacts dropped him.
Yeah, because of the genocide, because he did have a Netflix series lined up, Amazon, Disney were chasing him, I believe, but since he's come out, in favor of the Palestinians, the Zionists have just blacklisted him from.
Okay.
take on a person like me anyway, but I'm also not even going to reach out to them. I'm just going to do things myself. So it's going to be hosted on my YouTube pages, but I already have a lot of interest from
Look at the body
various
language. Look at the body language.
That's rough, man.
Yeah. I'm going to host it on my YouTube page. All right. And look at George. He's like, oh, right. Okay. So you mean like the same way anyone can? Yeah. Let me just grab my neck. Let me just grab the most vulnerable part of my body. Protect it. Let me just squeeze the lies out from my throat.
That's so what's happening.
Broadcasters in West Asia to take it on. So I'll host it and I'll allow it.
Yeah, big market in West Asia for shitty comedy from Ireland.
For any broadcaster in the world to take it on, even in Israel, who knows, they might take it on. And it's kind of in the guise of Brass Eye and the Armando Iannucci.
Oh my God. No, you fucking didn't.
Yeah, talk about over-promising, huh? Like, fucking hell, like, this has got to be like Tadhg. Come on, man.
I mean, this just goes back to your comparison, with Natasha, like sitting in the room with people who've actually suffered something.
Yeah.
And you're saying, yeah, if we sat down with Tommy Boyd and Howard Stern and, yucked it up as we were, like, it's the same thing. This is smoke up the arse, man.
Unfucking believable. Yeah. 2 months ago, it was Ricky Gervais. He would have been collaborating with, but he's dropped Ricky because Ricky is a Zionist, apparently. I don't know, what the fuck Ricky said to, have Tadhg torn on him. But yeah, apparently he's not happy. Oh, it's because of Ricky. Ricky didn't come out explicitly enough about what's happening in Gaza. I think Ricky's probably a little bit more nuanced, where he doesn't see everything as just purely black and white, good guy, bad guy.
Chris Morris kind of satire back in the day, if people remember the brilliance of those guys. Maybe a geopolitical Brass Eye is kind of what I'm gearing towards. The first season's going to be 13 episodes.
That's what Brass Eye was missing, is just fucking wall-to-wall fucking politics. That would have fucking improved it by miles, wouldn't it?
Yeah, only someone of Tadhg's genius could improve on something like Brass Eye,
Jesus Christ, man.
Single-handedly, he's going to not only reproduce Brass Eye, but better it, He's identified what was missing in Brass Eye to just, throw it over the top. Like, you're supposed to under promise, and over deliver, like, not fucking over promise. Like, it can only be dog shit now. And I think George is falling asleep. George has realized that this guy's just a fucking spoofer. This may be his last appearance on Moats.
I would hope so, but I've seen some things on X by George that it has me a little worried about his, like, I don't think he's as with it as he used to be,
Yeah, he's getting on. He's his 70s. He's got to be mid-70s at this stage.
We're recording in London soon. I have already, do you know what's the only positive thing about the last 19 months is there's a real clear line of morality. So whilst I've lost a lot of work and I've lost some friends, I've gained so many wonderful friends and people in my life. And there's actually a really high caliber of actor who are already signed up to be involved in the project, and they're on the right side of history. They happen to be good actors,
but they don't want to, they don't want you saying their name. So
yeah,
either they don't exist or they just don't have that much faith in you.
Yeah,
maybe they just said, yeah, sure, I'll do that with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's singular. So he said high quality of actor, not high quality.
I mean, that's fine. If all you have is one, that's fine. Yeah, that's everyone has to start somewhere, but you're starting. Admit that you're starting.
Well, I think it might be Alexi Sale, because Tadhg recently was on Alexi Sale's podcast. So
who's that again? Remind me what?
Remember from the landlord from The Young Ones?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh my God! What is he gonna fucking play a dead man at a wake or something?
I don't fucking know. Like, it's some cameo, Probably. So he's probably had a chat with Alexei, and Alexei being, a nice guy, probably said, yeah, when you get it up and running. Because Tadhg's probably oversold it, listen, I have all this fucking interest.
Yeah, if that's
TV.
if this is how he's doing it on his Patreon and on George's show, yeah, he oversold it.
Yeah, he's pitching this to everyone he comes across and meets. Yeah, you've got this fucking great idea. Because remember, he's an actor. Like, and actors are, for all intents and purposes, whores. So they,
right.
they'll do anything for money. And I'm sure we've threatened to pretend to be some sort of production company showing an interest in Tadhg. And I'm sure if we waved enough money in front of his face, he would kind of we'd put his clear line of morality to the test, on the right side of history. Go fuck yourself, man. Anyone to say that is a fucking retard. On the right side of history. Has history ended? Has it? Is there a fucking linear example you can show us about how history ends and who's on the right and wrong side of it? Go fuck yourself.
Well, I mean, yeah, but at the very least, I mean, if you want to use that terminology, you use it in the past because, that is history. And then that has been, so to some degree concluded, but this hasn't been concluded.
Yeah, it's fucking...
The right side of me is what he's saying.
Yeah. If you agree wholeheartedly with me, you can come along and
you're
join
one
me.
of the good guys.
Yeah.
Everyone else are devils or just ignorant.
Yeah, and he's now cutting people out of his life based on that clear line of morality. Like, what do you mean you don't agree with me, full-hearted? You're out of my life. Get out. I'll find new friends who agree with me. That's a good foundation for a friendship right there. You either agree with everything I say, and if not, well, then we can no longer be friends. This from the man who encourages and welcomes discussion, open dialogue with Zionists.
But they're not too weighed down by their paid partnerships. They're not spineless, in other words, and they've been saying and doing.
Wow. Talk about fucking
Wow. I mean, fuck, man. Some of us have families and stuff,
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to have those level of morals, Tadhg, when you've got nothing, and you had nothing to begin with. Let's be honest, you didn't. You weren't doing any real work. You had a one-man fucking show.
Yeah, and your wife owns that house. Don't bullshit us.
Yeah, and you probably got a grant to do the fucking the show as well. So
yeah, yeah,
doing the right things over the last 19 months. So you can check it out on YouTube, but if you're in West Asia and who knows where else, you might see it on your TV screens there as well. I would imagine it'll probably be out around September, October. And in the meantime, people can keep up to date with me on Patreon, which is basically where I'm funding everything at the moment. It's my kind of sole source of income. I'm also on YouTube. Who knows, I might be back on Instagram. But wherever I am, I won't be going away. And they won't silence me, I can say that.
Yeah, that's all I could stomach.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, can I steel man Tadhg, right? Sure. Is he doing the the networking and like he said, like, is he not necessarily a hub, but like a part of a greater hub of people that are networking and putting people in contact with each other and amplifying messages and stuff? Is he doing that stuff?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Well, yeah. Then I don't want to judge the man too quickly, but we have discussed this before. He's either an alcoholic or a dry alcoholic, because this is just him. What you heard in the last few minutes is him all the time. It's like, yeah, things aren't ready yet, but I'm really, I'm going there. I'm talking to people and getting things done. If you listen to alcoholics cope about their alcoholism and they're being lazy and all this, that's the way they talk, to divert attention away from the fact that they're lazy cunts. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. To me, it seems it's a cope. There's nothing happening for him on that front. If
Right.
there was, he would be telling us that it starts, not that it might start in September. And he's saying, like, in the same breath, like, well, I'm not going to these TV companies. I don't need to. If they want to pick it up, they can pick it up. He's essentially funding this himself. It's a solo project that's going to be put on YouTube. It's not like he's got sponsorship or an exclusive deal with YouTube to, you know, host it on their platform. It's just basically him creating the show and putting it up on YouTube, and it might be ready
Right.
around September or October. And there is potential interest from television companies in West Asia, which can only really be fucking, you know, Press TV. And again, I can't imagine just any, you know, desire for a shitty satire program in English.
Right.
On Iranian fucking television, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. They're pretty weird over there in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I can't see it working. If it does, you know, fair play to him and more fucking power to him.
Oh yeah, I would be delighted for him if,
Yeah,
if
but
he, you know, did this. Yeah.
But I can't see it working. Like, so I think what he should do is, like, he has an audience. They obviously adore him.
Mm.
So he should just stick to fucking YouTube. Like, do this.
Yeah.
And, you know, host your show. And maybe that's what he's going to do. He's going to host the show, have the guests on. It will appeal to that particular audience. And how he fits comedy sketches into that, I don't know, because that's a lot of fucking work. And it's not really something you can do on you know, small piddling amounts of Patreon money, because it has to be, you know, produced well. It has to be highly produced, and you're going to need, you know, a lot of fucking money and a lot of talent to go with it as well. You can't just, it's just a backyard operation. You can't just set it up in the fucking bedroom or the backyard like he has been doing and produce a live, a weekly or a 13 episode series like that. And he's no ideas. We've seen from his previous videos, he's begging his fucking audience to send him ideas for comedy sketches.
Yeah, he even offered, hey, if you give me ideas, then you can just stop sending me Patreon money as payment.
Yeah, he's not going to reward you. Like, he's not, you know, like, that's how fucking egalitarian this guy is, like, and such an anti-capitalist.
It's not your idea, it's our idea.
Our idea. And I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to redistribute the money. I'm going to keep it all for my fucking self, like, and maybe I'll give some to Gaza when I get around to that. But he has to eat. So we do know he has a chipper addiction. So that's where the Patreon money's going, on chipper food all the time. So it's a fantasy, you know. I hope I'm wrong. Like, if we do see that he gets this big deal, well, then I'd be amazed, and if he manages to pull off this amazing live comedy sketch show on YouTube, that would be amazing as well. I don't think there is one.
Live is hard, man.
Yeah, I know, and that's like, to pull that off is like it's fucking really, really difficult, and there's a distinct lack of comedic talent in the world as things stand today, and especially around live tell. Like, Saturday Night Live's been dog shit for the last 20 fucking years, and the amount of money and energy and, you know, talent that goes into that show, and they can't do it because it's fucking ideologically driven. That's not what funny is about. You know, funny is about fucking funny. If you're coming in with the premise of, okay, well, it's through if it's through the lens of anything other than, okay, let's make this fucking funny, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that it's going to die in its arse, you know. You can have a slant to it, but you know, it's like genocide. A 13 episodes of trying to make a comedy about the far right and genocide. It's like, oh,
that's a high bar for anyone. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, like, you can have social commentary with funny. Brass Eye, you know, did that many times.
Yeah.
But the first thing was be funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, he doesn't have anywhere near that level of talent. Like, we've seen his fucking previous work. Like, it's just terrible.
I mean, I chuckled a few times. I thought, you know, a few times I thought, yeah, that's a good idea. Was it well executed? No, not really. But it was a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just roasts me up the wrong fucking way, or, you know.
Yeah,
and again, comedy is it's terribly subjective. Like, so, you know,
it is. But, you know, so are, you know, sensitivities to accents.
Yeah, I know. But, like, it's just that the guy, he just doesn't scream funny to me, and I can't imagine any television executive entertaining this fool for more than, you know, 2 minutes. And he's already handicapped himself by saying, well, I'm not going to work with this person and that person and this company and that company. And it's not because of his high moral standard. It's because he knows he's not getting the work fucking anyway. If you're good enough,
right,
you'll get the work. Like, and his previous hero,
Yeah.
Ricky Gervais, like he's so fucking funny and so talented in that world that he can go to something like the Emmys or whatever it was and essentially call the audience, pedophile and get invited back next year to do it again, and can make jokes about AIDS and gay people and all the sensitive subjects, and he won't touch any of that shit because it's just activism, and there's nothing unfunnier than
Yeah.
activists. Like, again, it can be done. You can have a George Carlin, a person like that, but they're rare.
And
breed.
in their time, you
Yeah.
know, you
and-
can't repeat that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they focus on the machine. It doesn't really matter if it's leaning left or leaning right. But this is just if it's just anti-Zionism or anti-imperialism, against the West. It's, I know you'll appeal to an Arab audience, I suppose, but they don't strike me as funny. There's nothing funny in Islam. When's the last time you've seen an Islamic comedy? Other than
Oh,
watching-
dude, there's what is it? Iraq, right? There's an Iraqi version of South Park.
Really?
Yeah, it's hilarious. You need to see this shit, right? But see, the thing is that they saw, oh, that's a popular thing in the West. Maybe we can do that thing here, but it's just stripped of come on, Islam. They have their fucking certain values.
Yeah.
And it's even shown on, an appropriate day of like when everyone's, you know what, at Eid, right? Where everyone's kind of fasting and stuff.
Yeah.
That's when they play it most. It's more like, the family sits down and learns fucking, it's like Bible story hour or something, It's fucking hilarious. Big Tips Lover says, Billy Connolly was funny, not seen a proper comedian since.
Yeah, it's rare to see a good fucking good comedian.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I can't remember the last decent comedian I've seen. I think I kind of gave up. Like, there was a lot of talk about comedians being cancelled. But again, nobody really comes to mind. Maybe Dave Chappelle.
I mean, like, I remember, right, one day I stuck on, because I was like at the time big into fucking what do you call him, Joe Rogan's podcast, because a lot of the guests he had on actually really benefited my life. So Ari Shafir would show up there because he's one of the guys, right? So one day, I'm just I have access to Netflix on smart TV, and because I don't normally have that. I was just, oh look, Ari Shafir special, and you know what? I bust my whole fucking laughing. So they're out there, right? It's just the context and the day, and but to be consistently funny, that's hard to do, I think.
All right, someone's asked the question: are you lefties?
I'm a lefty.
I'm not a lefty.
Yeah.
Or a righty, or
okay.
Yeah, I don't
mean,
know.
like, I don't like left and right. It doesn't make any sense. It's it's either you're with the people, and you want justice and you want peace and prosperity and to help each other out, or you don't. Simple.
Yeah, and again, I don't even like left and right doesn't really do it anymore.
No, it's outlived its lifespan.
Yeah, and I think it was gone 30 years ago, like, because you have people who describe themselves as communists, but if you scratch under the surface, they're anything but communists, And I think it just makes it easy to, identify everything as left and right, because then it just, it's retarded, really, because it's like, okay, you're a lefty, okay, I hate you. You're far right. Okay, I hate you. Let's fight and battle. And most people don't really have a political ideology or a grounding in political science or anything like that. Like,
I mean, they have their opinions about how things should be, but they don't They don't say, "Oh, I'm a Trotskyist," or something.
Yeah, or they don't have a grounding in capitalism or Marxism, and again, it's just, but there is this thing of left and right, which is painful on both sides, and it's, for me especially, it's left is just kind of they irritate me. This modern brand of it, anyway. This kind of woke shite.
Yeah, open borders, cut your kids' genitals off.
Yeah, it's
let
if you don't have a
pedos
problem
teach
with
your
that,
kids,
there's something fucking wrong with you,
Yeah.
But I don't think it boils down to left and right, because there would be people who would be on the left who would also have a problem with that. And there's no real left in Ireland. There's no real right either. There's never really any sort of right wing party in Ireland. And the far right is nonsense. It's just a slur made up to crush the sense that magically came about at the time people were protesting COVID lockdowns. That's when the far right in Ireland magically appeared. There's maybe 12 people. Was that Here Comes the Romans? Lefties.
Yeah.
6-0. I'm talking about Tadhg. Is it?
No, I have no idea.
All right, well, yeah. So no, I see. I've never really been fucking heavily interested in politics in the sense of joining a political party or being particularly attracted to a particular type of politics. That the Socialist Workers' Party. Someone tried to recruit me when I was 15, and they told me. I asked them what they did, and they said
you dodged the bullet there.
Yeah, they said they essentially met in a pub every Sunday and talked about stuff, and I was like, okay, that seems particularly fucking boring. I'm not.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah, I don't come from a family that has any real interest in politics. I don't have that fucking weight to carry around my shoulders. I did go to a couple of protests when I was younger, like anti-war protests, ones in Iraq. But again, that's just because I found it to be outrageous. But I didn't. But anyone who has a kind of wedded political outlook or describes himself as oh well, I'm a this or I'm a that. I don't have any real interest in them, because I'm not really too interested in people with fundamentalist ideologies, because it's just communication is limited, because you can't break through that lens. I just, okay, what do you think? What do you actually fucking think? Like, strip away all the horseshit and all the specialized language and viewing it through the lens of Marxism or
I hate that
libertarianism or whatever. Like, just talk like a fucking human being. There's a place and time to discuss politics, and that's normally college. But yeah, there's no real competing systems anymore. And we've had enough, surely to Christ, of let's have another revolution, and this one will be the next one, and let's do away with capitalism altogether. As soon as we do it, everything will be grand. I'm just tired of it.
Yeah, it's all pie in the sky nonsense. But at the same time, I've come. I feel personally I've matured like a wine. I've kind of settled, and I think I'm going to stick with my own man. I'm a Republican socialist, just not like, come on. Things went off the rails as soon as the fucking mid-70s in that movement, and that's why. A movement that once stood against mass migration, against joining the EU, because they knew all those fucking decades ago that that's where it was going. All these issues that were just common sense are no longer common sense. It all stems from back then, and I that's not my bag. And I'm not one to like you said, the whole jargon thing. And it sounds like, and I think it honestly is, just beating around the bush, and gatekeeping a conversation by, using these specialized terms. When I say I'm a Republican socialist, don't get any ideas into your head about, I'm a lefty or whatever. I'm willing to have a conversation.
Yeah, I think the problem arises as well is because of the whole fucking intersectionality thing. Like, and anybody who's says they're anti-imperialist, like Tadhg, so then they naturally have an affinity with Islam, because they're anti-imperialist as well. But the likes of Tadhg soon forgets that to their view, like, he's just a useful fucking idiot. When push comes to shove, the throat will be slit. Who's calling the commie? Commie.
I guess I'm a commie, but no, communism, socialism, they're totally different. Look into Owenism, right? Marx stole Owenism. It all goes back to fucking 1,000 years ago. Christians were making socialist communes, like take a look at Jesus, what he was talking about, Anyway, that's a distraction.
And before that, theologian and Plato, have a look at Plato's Republic, and that doesn't work out well, because you take it to the extreme, and that's why you get bogged down.
All I'm saying, look, is that
he's a commie. You're right. He's a fucking dirty commie. He's a dirty commie.
Look after people who are fucking, disadvantaged through no fucking problem, no cause of their own. When someone's down and out by, the fucking changing winds of life, help them out. And, let's not sell our fucking natural resources and basic utilities to foreign corporations. How about that?
It's very reasonable. And that's why we need to get away from the fucking, left, right, communism, socialism, capitalism.
Yeah, it's all shite.
Yeah, it's all shite. It's just, okay, well, what's true and what's good, That should really be it. It shouldn't be like this fucking battleground. And we can worry about that when we actually get to have some national sovereignty back.
Oh yeah, when we can make our own decisions. Yes, yeah, that's the thing. This is just divisory shit where they're sitting back laughing. Oh, look at the far right and far left and blah blah blah, fighting amongst each other while we sit pretty, sipping our fucking pints in the Doll Bar. And we don't fucking pay for our pints still. There's no evidence that they're paying their tabs, is there yet?
We're getting a demand for vote. Who did you vote?
Vote. An independent or two, then at the very bottom of the list, Aeon 2 and National Party in that order.
I voted for an independent, and that was it. Prior to that, I didn't bother my whole voting in the last decade. I really couldn't see the actual point. There was no real point in voting this time either because it made no fucking difference at all, And I'm convinced that there is no real fucking elections in Ireland. It's either the whole system is fucking gerrymandered to begin with, or they're actually just committing voter fraud on mass.
Well, I mean, what was that? 1 million people on the register that don't exist?
Yeah, and then they thought that was only 60% of people voted, and then people aren't allowed to have access to the voting registers to see, or there's no record of the actual.
Oh, we're
vote.
so free and democratic. And then last year, right? Was it last year? Yeah, the national election in England, and fucking Reform got most of the votes, but then Labour is in control of No, we're being scammed big time.
Yeah, we're being fucked over left, right, and centre. Yeah, and I'd like to get away from that. I'd like to just I'd like probably maybe 600 or 700 independent counties in Ireland. But that's fine. I want my own island. That's what I want. I'll be happy when I'm my own king, my own kingdom. But I need lots of money and lots of weapons to keep all the other fuckers out. Yeah, I think everybody's fatigued at this stage with well, no, they're not fatigued at all, are they? Because they're still fucking at it.
A lot of them are just, because they've just come in the door and there's like, oh yeah, I get what's going on. And then they pick up a weapon and we're around a little longer and we're just sitting there saying, yeah, don't bother. So you're banging on that door. No, I swear, we've tried everything. We tried to get out of this prison. Just, give up.
Yeah. And I think most people who are labelled as being far right, they're miffed by it. Because they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't even have a political identity. They're just pissed off and looking for an outlet to voice their concerns. And that's it. And then the only people who really seem interested in having a real far right are, the political class and especially, those who are on, the actual far left of politics, because it gives them a bogeyman and a reason to exist, and something to fight against. But we're done. We generally don't get into that side of things because it's fucking tiresome and it's
like there's
pointless.
only so much you can say.
Yeah.
Like
We're more-
our job here is to critique the shadows cast against Plato's cave wall, you know, and say, you know, make fun of it because, you know, you have to. If you don't laugh, you fucking cry.
Yeah, you go insane. So that's it. We just revel in the absurdity of it all. Maybe that's it. I'm an absurdist. Yeah, I'm taking the approach of Albert Camus or Camus, depending on your level of education.
I think this is what it comes down to. Things are meaningless without love and real connection, as daft as that may sound. And like that's what we want. You know, like really, when we're honest with each other, you know, when we're not fucking sociopaths.
Yeah.
Like that's what we want. And you know, to live a fucking dignified life, you know, not to have the arse torn out of us.
Yeah. It's not meaningless at all. It's very meaningful. It's not essentially what it boils down to. It's, you know, just real connections. And to be left alone to live, and generally my neighbours don't interfere with me and how I go with my life, or they've no effect on me. You know, 99% of the people I meet in the street don't either. It's really it's agents of the state that really get up in your fucking grill and cause you problems. And granted, you can't have just a fucking chaotic society, but to simply go about your everyday life
unmolested.
Yeah, or to have someone interfere in every fuck, because it's getting to the stage of every aspect in your life. It's no longer just about your freedom to travel. It's getting into territory now about your freedom to think. You know, you can't think about this thing. You can't mention this thing.
Freedom
you
of
can't say,
your organs.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to join a government list if you don't want to get your body robbed.
Yeah, I know. Imagine that. And people argue with me on Twitter. Something to advocate for is the same. It's the same. No, it's not. It's not. Consent isn't fucking up for negotiation. You know, it's simply not.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm judge. She didn't say no, so I just kept pumping away. Like,
Yeah.
I'm innocent.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck's
It's fucking amazing. Like, these people are fucking dangerous people altogether. And then I have some people, you know, saying, "Oh, well, I guess I know what way you voted in the abortion referendum." Oh, yeah, that makes it all right, because they're, you know, trying to draw the similarity between, oh, well, if you're consent for this, well, how about my body, my choice? Like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I didn't vote in that referendum because, again, like, I couldn't be arsed. But yeah, you know, abortion, disgusting. What are we at now? Do we have numbers for this year? What was it last year? 10,000 abortions, was it? We broke the record
look,
in Ireland.
you know, it's just like, you know, the fucking the latest news from Gaza. I don't look at the fucking latest news of how many we've murdered this year.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, we'll have to look into it just to get an update.
And what was that about now in the UK? It's legal up to the moment of birth.
Yeah, so apparently that's the case in Ireland as it is, as well. That it's legal to do that in Ireland. I don't know what kind of demon would fucking do that. Like, you know, bring a child to 8 months and then, or not 8.5
Yeah,
months.
you'd
and
want
then,
it to be like some kind of ritual, and we covered that before with that French author who what's her name is a follower of, who said that it's a sacrifice to Artemis. And then there was this cunt on Irish TV who said that it's a sacrifice to Bridget or something. Or not even the goddess Bridget, but Saint Bridget.
Yeah, what was she saying? Something that Bridget carried out the first documented abortion in Ireland.
Abortion. Like, where do you come up with that?
I don't know. And then they were fucking chucking it up, weren't they? Like, giggling about it and saying she
really,
she likes to wave that in front of Christians' faces. Oh yeah, well done. You're just such a beautiful fucking creature. Yeah, sure. They're not real beings at all, are they? Until they're out, or maybe with 2, isn't it? Like 2 or 3 years of age. Well, they're not really children. Well, no, maybe 7.
Yeah, they're not making memories and stuff.
Yeah, maybe until they have the conception of the self. So maybe
Let's
8's a
make
nice number.
Let's make a call back to Bill Hicks. They're not human until they're paying taxes.
Yeah, there you go. yeah, until you pay taxes, you've no right to live. Yeah, you need to go in front of that council to justify your existence every 2 years. How about that? Called into the office like, yeah, are you of real benefit to the society? You've got 3 minutes to make your case. Failure to make your case, and you'll be executed on the fucking spot. Bring in Judge Natasha.
Yeah, the girl that has it all figured out.
Yeah.
I mean, we're pretty much almost there anyway with fucking MAID in Canada.
Yeah.
What is it? Medically assisted. What? Something. Anyway. But there was this story, and I'll always remember it. A war veteran, severely disabled. And, for years, she's been asking for a stair lift chair thing, chair you sit in and you go up. And then she applied for it again, So then what happened is she didn't get the chair. However, they sent her a letter saying, "Have you considered dying?"
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Yeah. Would you just ever hurry up and fucking die? For the love of God, do us all a favor. Stop being a burden.
We have immigrants to house. Would you just die?
Yeah.
We don't care if you fucking suffered immeasurably for this country. Fuck off.
Let's see if we can find out. Was it Morning Ireland? Was it that St. Bridget thing?
I think so. Can I go take a piss while you're looking?
Yeah,
for that?
you work well. Try and find it.
Well, that's the worst time for me to take a piss. Anyway,
let me see.
St.
Do it
anyway.
Abortion. I don't know if I'll find it on fucking YouTube now. I'll probably be better off doing it on X, to be honest. What will I search for? Morning Ireland. St. Bridget. Yeah, I'm not going to find the fucking thing. I know it. No, everything but it. I tried Morning Ireland. Laughing at abortion. Pro-Lamb campaign Ireland. There we go. Ireland AM. Alright. Ugh, ugly cunt as well. Alright, I'll just share the screen now, see if we can bring it up. Okay. Yeah, so I've never voted in my life, but once I voted leave because I observed trust in the EU or UN. If I'm wrong, then shoot me, but I don't trust their morals.
Where the hell is...
And that's all it will ever be. Yeah, you're right. Why would you trust them? Why would you trust some large fucking institution that can't know what your interest is? Right, so here we have this awful looking fucking creature.
Yeah, shit. It's not a vision of beauty.
No.
Is it?
And so it says, I thought the morning after pill was a nuclear bomb. Comedian. Katie Boyle shares her abortion experience in the US. Nice. Highlighting the lack of education around reproductive health. Okay. Health. And how she's using comedy to break the stigma. Oh, nice. What a fucking noble goal. Using comedy to break the stigma of
Oh, God.
killing babies. Cool. Like it. Edgy. Yeah, right, let's have a listen to Katie.
Do we have to?
Katie Boyle. What a great surname considering she's got a joint.
It just, look, you know what? I'm sure that's a fine name, but the only Boyles that I knew growing up were a farmer family, and, it was just, it wasn't impressive. And then was just what was it? Almost a decade now. What do you call that one? Anne Boyle, Susan Boyle.
Oh yeah.
You know, this fucking potato that sang on national TV and then became a sensation because we all felt sorry for her or something.
Yeah, people were amazed, like, oh, an ugly bird can sing. Who knew?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's almost like having a good voice has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, it's
other than
almost
your
been
vocal
conditioned to think that only good-looking people can sing because they sell more records if you happen to be handsome.
When I talk about St. Bridget and I use her to advocate for abortion, I always have, because she gave the first documented abortion in Ireland, which then the Catholics call a miracle, which I love the Christianization of that, and that's like, so
sorry,
in
wait.
the show I talk.
The Catholics aren't calling abortion a fucking miracle.
Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What is she referring to?
I don't know. Let's see if we can find out.
Will I ask Rob?
Yeah.
All right. Me or you?
Yeah, you ask. I'll check on Google.
All right.
St. Bridget abortion.
A comedian claimed St. Bridget performed an abortion, which is a documented miracle by the church.
I have something here from the Abortion Support Network.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't trust those people.
And I don't either, but we'll just see what they have to say. So 1st of February represents the first day of spring to many, and it also the feast day of St. Bridget of Kildare.
Oh, fuck you, die in a fire, fuck you. Sorry.
Ireland's only female patron saint and known as Ireland's first abortionist. But who was St. Bridget of Kildare? St. Bridget of Kildare is one of 3 nationals, blah, blah, blah. One of the miracles performed by St. Bridget was Ireland's first abortion. In 650 AD, Cogitosus told the story of St. Bridget using the strength of her faith to perform an abortion that restores virtue to a nun. A certain woman who had taken the vow of chastity fell through youthful desire of pleasure, and her womb swelled with child. Bridget, exercising the most potent strength of her ineffable faith, blessed her, causing the child to disappear and coming to birth and without pain. How is that an abortion?
Yeah, because God did it, right?
All right, okay, yeah.
I agree with you. That the fetus disappeared.
Yeah, without coming to birth.
God took it, So and what? We're God now? Is that what she's saying?
All right, so they're making the case. Okay, well, it's just a metaphor for an abortion. In fact, several saints are recorded as performing abortions as part of the miracles. These are not miracles sanctioned by the Catholic Church and is not present in modern translations of original writings about St. Bridget or other saints. But St. Bridget, arguably the most beloved Irish saint, and 1 February is first day of spring, we think it's well worth celebrating Ireland's first abortionist. Why would you do that? It's fucking disgusting. Is St. Bridget actually a real fucking character? Is this like another St. Patrick type person?
Come on. It's a little fucking convenient that you have this, this goddess Bridget. Okay, granted, there's not a whole load of names going around at the time, but it's a bit convenient. I mean,
but even if she was carrying out 8 or 9 abortions a fucking day, it's still fucking wrong. Something fucking what? It's
if she is really actually blessed by God to do what she needs to do, and these miracles are rarely repeated. People have this idea that fucking Jesus was just flying around curing loads of people of leprosy, but no, it was what was it once? It was once he did it, right? It's an intercession by God. It just happens through the saint. All right. So to say that, she'll say it better or more retarded than I'm going to say it.
All right. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. Putin's a Jew.
Yeah.
Who isn't a fucking Jew? Jesus Christ.
Putin is not a Jew. Okay. Fucking give me fucking evidence or just, fuck off. He's
about
the
how
greatest
you
man
can just
to lead a country in hundreds of years, all right?
say, instead of I went for an abortion, I went for a miracle. But I never knew I
would. Oh, she said a word that I didn't expect. Like it's a, it's, the way the doctor hits your knee with a fucking hammer and you go, that's what
I
that
have
was.
to actually go through it myself, especially at 34 in Trump's America. Like, it's so crazy.
Well, what was the experience like in Trump's America? Because this was around the whole time.
What's the difference between having an abortion in Trump's America or fucking Biden's America? What, did you get like a fucking a mariachi band in Biden's America when you went in? Like there was a confetti thrown and an abortion party. Jesus Christ, how did these people ever come? Who was this guy?
He's new.
Yeah, this was February.
It's just February gone.
Yeah, but I think my gynecologist was so nice. She was just like, "You're so lucky you're in this state. So let's just figure it out." She was just like, here's your options. What do you want to do? And I was like, I do not want to have a child. And then she was like, yeah, that's
God forbid. Yuck, huh? Yuck. Get it out of me. Yeah, and I'm not taking birth control. Who do you think I am? It's too inconvenient. I'll just have an abortion, please, and a latte to go. If you know.
It's fine. We'll get this sorted within a few days. She was very helpful, but I still didn't know I didn't know that they put you to sleep. I didn't know the medication they give you, which then I by accidentally overdosed on because I didn't know it was serious pain medication. So the whole steps, there was no education.
It's almost like you're retarded. And you need to be led through everything step by fucking step. You couldn't read the label on the medication. You couldn't use birth control to begin with. It's not that the world needs, health or education on health reproduction. Just you dumb cunt.
Yeah. And the whole steps that got me into that situation, there was no education on, because I thought I took the morning after pill. I thought that was like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
I thought like if they did a movie about it, like the guy who created it, they'd have Cillian Murphy.
It's Oppenheimer, totally.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh, Cillian is so cute. Cillian's so handsome. The nuclear bomb to destroy the life that's growing within you. Wow.
Like doing what it needs to do.
And within 8 hours, and it didn't take, because I didn't know that even if you were ovulating, and then someone was like, "You didn't know about ovulation," and I was like, "I can't even spell it."
But these are things.
So dopey. Like what? You stick it in? Oh, I didn't know that liquid. I thought it was like a car wash. It just flew. It was soap. Jesus fucking Christ! Like how stupid you have to be.
Things we've talked about it so much, how we don't know what's going on in our bodies so much, and you're expected. And when there's this next step when abortion is involved, you've decided.
You don't know that if somebody ejaculates inside you when you're ovulating, that there's a higher probability of becoming pregnant, and that if you don't take some level of birth control, that you may become pregnant.
The thing is, when solutions just become so easy, you're like, yeah, I don't need to think about that because there's a solution waiting in the wings for me. Like, I remember one time myself and someone got, way too drunk, and we took a risk we shouldn't have. And I don't think, especially her, would have taken that risk if she didn't know that there was a thing out there that she could get down in the pharmacy called Plan B. She would have been more on guard with her, because, this is years ago, life in front of her and all that, right? So like options and escape routes, they encourage laziness and stupidity.
Yeah. There's other Plan B. It's like, fuck her in the ass. And if she's ovulating, that's my Plan B.
To turn this into a comedy show.
Yes, yeah.
How are people? Because people are.
You turn it into abortion into a comedy show. Well done. That's special. You should do a collaboration with Tadhg. Look how proud she is. Look how fucking proud she is of it too.
Going to have their
such a hideous
you've got your fans, and you've been doing this. People know this is happening.
I do think after this, I'm sure I'll get loads of hate, but I've been getting hate for years. You know, I'm a woman with a microphone. And,
fuck off.
You know what? I personally think women can be funny. I don't think they're quite as numerous as men who can be funny. And, you know, maybe there's a social thing involved in that. I don't know. But one thing I know for sure is that women like this spoil the bunch.
They're just not that funny. They're not. You know, their numbers pale in insignificance in comparison to men. They're not. It's generally because most of them just can't tell a fucking story. It's that simple. It just goes on too long. Now, there are funny women. There's just not a lot of them. I don't think it's because they're repressed or, you know, whatever. They're just different. Like maybe for a female audience, you know, it might be different.
You know what I think, though? I think when you look at genuinely funny people, they're very, you know, they're tragic individuals. You know,
yeah,
like they don't. They're not exactly, you know, on the best fucking diets and fucking, you know, improving themselves. Like, I think, you know, like fucking Joe Rogan, he had a spell where he was funny, but that didn't last very long because, you know, he's like, you know, living in, you know, a more ordered universe. But I think the trouble with women trying to be funny is that, you know, they also try to be attractive. And I'm sorry, but a complete mess of an individual is not attractive in a female context. A man can be a complete mess, but he can also have a bomb of money and be funny. And that's just good enough to get him by, you know?
Yeah.
In terms of reproduction.
You see, it's the lack of material as well. Like most female comics I've come across, like the material is essentially around their vaginas.
That's what I mean, because their lives are so pristine because they have to keep their lives pristine in order to attract a mate. So like there's no life learning to that extent that you know, Artie Lang will, you know, for instance, get, you know, being a fucking hopeless drug addict, you know. I mean, that is, you know, that's a farm of material that he harvests from, you know.
But it's this mix again of comedy with activism and this get out clause. Like, it's not because people don't hate you because what you're saying is fucking should be hated because it's disgusting.
Yeah,
it's not because you're a woman with a microphone. Like, people
and
don't
you're
hate
being brave and speaking up.
Yeah, it's not that. It's because what you're talking about is disgusting and it's not funny. Like, you know, aborting children is not fucking funny. Like it
No, the only way that abortion could be funny is that if she went for one and she died during it. That would be fucking hilarious.
You know, there's going to be people that
Does that go over your head at this stage?
Yeah, so I was thinking about it when I was getting the abortion. I was like, why do I feel bad about this? And I was like, I don't regret this. This is the right decision for me.
Again, same as Rebecca, like, you know. Why do I feel bad about this? It must be someone else. It's society guilting me. You feel bad about it because what you're doing, you know what you're doing is fucking fundamentally wrong. That's why. Because your nature would state, you know, have a child. You know, that might be what you're fucking here for. You know, maybe it may have been best for the child that it was aborted if this is going to be the fucking mother. And you can only, God, I could imagine. I'd like to see this woman in 20 years. Like, let's see how fucking happy she is.
Yeah. I only feel bad about the idea of people being mean to me. And then I was like, okay.
Oh, God.
Here, look, I came across something earlier today, right? This is a post from Reddit. My son keeps patting my belly and talking to the baby. My appointment is in a week. My 5-year-old knows I am pregnant, but we have not told him about the termination as we don't feel it is appropriate. We plan to tell him the baby didn't survive. He keeps patting and stroking. He keeps patting, stroking my belly, and saying he wants to make the baby happy. It's breaking my heart. I know things will be better in the long run, but this week is going to be hard. So they're going to lie to the child.
Yeah.
And say, oh, yeah, miscarriage, this just happens. Because she, and probably both parents, are deathly afraid of the wisdom, the pure wisdom of a child, that they are going to be judged by him.
Oh yeah.
Like these people, I'm sorry. I hear, just protest too much, that's too much from too many of these people who have abortion. No, I feel just fine about this. This is great. Actually, it's a wonderful thing. In fact, it's a sacrifice to the goddess Artemis. Jesus fucking Christ.
You fucking justify your wickedness whatever fucking way you want.
But it's like overselling how great it is, and oh yay,
Yeah. And look, has the audacity to wear a fucking crucifix as well.
Yeah, I wonder if you lift it, will there be scar tissue?
Yeah, probably the fucking baby's ankle is attached to the bottom of it or something.
Oh, Jesus.
Be mean to me. We don't agree. Yeah. We don't have the same morals. So what does it matter what they say about me? They say these things about me because I do.
You're calling those people immoral. The ones who would question you for having an abortion, they're the immoral ones. Wow.
Stand up because of things I've talked about before. I've been slut shamed. I've been all of these things.
Slut shamed. Yeah. Why would someone slut shame you? Maybe because you're going around fucking everybody left, right, and center, and then when you get pregnant, you kill a child. Yeah, how dare they shame you? How dare they shame you? Maybe, someone might try to impart wisdom to you, listen, it's not a great idea to fuck every guy you come across because you're probably going to get pregnant and then you'll be left with the child and no father. But fuck it, I'll just, squeeze it out into a bin somewhere. That's the moral thing to do, isn't it?
Oh, jeez.
Great to hold the moral high ground there,
so
darling.
So just kind of like, if anyone hears this, and it helps them, then great. And then that helps me as well.
Wow.
I've noticed something, right? She's like, oh, people's reaction to me and all this, and, okay, but like, how about God's reaction to you? Whatever God is to you, maybe you're even atheist, but still there is the whole truth. I don't mean whole as in the collection of all the truth. I mean, as the overarching thing, the great magnet in the sky, the logos that draws all that is healthy and correct towards it. And everything that deviates from that path is, by definition, outside of the truth and maybe even evil. Yeah. Every religion, every faith has this understanding. Right? And it's outside of human beings, okay? It's not about other people's opinions, okay? People will judge you and judge you all they want, and you can judge yourself. But at the end of the day, God, the Great Spirit, Logos, whatever you want to call it, that is the last thing that will judge you, and that's the only judgment that matters. And really, that fucking guilt that's niggling away at you, that's just corroding your spirit, that you're desperately trying to ignore. That is your little resonance with that divine ultimate truth that is just not happy with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And thanks to Natasha in her fucking naivety, we get to see what the real effect is, laying in your bed, depressed. But you know what you've done is immoral and wrong, and this woman doesn't strike me as happy.
No,
and her comedy is it's really just an ultimate cope, Where if people how anyone could laugh at this is a fucking mystery to me. Let's just have a look at the comments. It is X, so I can't imagine just many people praising.
When I talked about St. Bridget and I use her to advocate.
Oh, stop it. Big Tips Lover says alcohol should be banned, then nobody would get up on a yoke like her.
Yeah, it does make sense. Like, the Muslims are onto something with the alcohol and with the protecting women from them fucking selves.
Look, if alcohol wasn't around, let's be honest, there'll be like 100 of us left.
There wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. You would be forced to confront your lack of fucking confidence around women, and you know, for many people, like alcohol is just the excuse. Like, oh, we'd never fuck if it wasn't for alcohol. We would. You just need to realize that it's not as difficult as it sounds. You know, like there's a million of these things out there. as it is, they're just willing to fuck anything that moves. And women, like the biggest aphrodisiac for women is confidence in a man, and to tell them the fucking truth, you know, and give them actual guidance. You know, they're used to people just, you know, bowing down to them and worshiping them, and fuck that shit. You know, yeah, I'll start to.
All right, let's go.
I'll start a fuck a bitch school. I'll hook up with Andrew Tate. We'll open a new school. Reproductive health, what a euphemism. Just call it what it is. To deliver the destruction of another human being who, by the very nature of the process, is far from healthy at the end of it.
Oh, and can we... Yeah, that's a good one. And But can we point out that they've limited who can reply to this?
Oh, of course, they always fucking do, don't they? Yeah.
Like, that screams confidence.
Yeah, I know.
Ireland
this is daytime television in Ireland now. This is daytime television celebrating abortion and fucking making light of it and chuckling about it, and like it's rotten.
Yeah.
Right, to give women some credit. Let me just share this now. Can you see that? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is another female comedian, not an Irish one. So let's just have a listen, see if she's actually.
We'll
funny.
take her where we get her. Yeah.
Better looking to begin, has to be said.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys think 9/11 was an inside job, or do you think it was the Jews? Found out the Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries. That's a lie. At a certain point, you got to ask yourself, why? Was Hitler really rounding them up just because they're mildly annoying and cheap? 109 countries, that's like a woman telling you that all of her ex-boyfriends beat her. At a certain point, you got to ask yourself, maybe she was a Jew.
Oh, shit! That was funny.
Damn.
Yeah, I think that deserves another run there.
Do you guys think 9/11 was an inside job, or do you think it was the Jews? Found out the Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries.
Wow, that is a lot of countries. Like we've asked that question as well, you know. And again, it's the whole fucking back to the whole Natasha thing and this woman. Like, you know, maybe it's time to have a look at yourself and ask some hard questions. Why? Like, if I kept getting thrown out of pubs, you know, if I was, like some said, if I was barred from 109 pubs, I might be the fucking problem, you know, or it's at least worth considering, isn't it?
That's a lie. At a certain point, you got to ask yourself, why? Was Hitler really rounding them up just because they're mildly annoying and cheap? 109 countries, that's like a woman telling you that all of her ex-boyfriends beat her. At a certain point, you got to ask yourself, maybe she was a Jew.
Yeah, that was clever. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
One funny woman, at least, out there.
Yeah, look, you know, I'm not certain about the JQ, but you know, she's able to take something that has comedic potential and make it funny. That is a funny woman, and well done.
All right, I forgot Pat put pronouns in the chat. Leave, yeah.
I make the rules here, he says.
All right, I gotta take a quick break. I need to take a piss.
All right.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, but then that makes my image big. How do I stop that from happening? Just bring up any old fucking tab. I don't like looking at myself, and I doubt you do either. The Russian news agency, where I go every day to get my... Oh, jeez. To get my news, amongst many other sources. No, it's a slow news day, even for the Russians. Will Russia ever fucking learn? The thing is that countries, right? It's not like they're neighbors in a fucking cul-de-sac and they can just move away from each other. You just have to fucking deal with the people that you are next to. You can't move your country away from other countries. So you have to make peace with them, especially in this globalized age where missiles can be launched intercontinentally at hypersonic speeds and completely destroy your country if you're not on at least good terms with people. But dude, come on. I'm suspecting that Putin and at least a lot of the Kremlin aren't happy with the West. They've had a name for them now. I couldn't ever spell it or pronounce it, but it basically translates to non-agreement capable. Some people are just so obnoxious and consistently delinquent on all of the agreements that you make with them that it comes to a point of like, well, why are you even trying to make an agreement with people? Why are you trying to talk to them? But the fact is that if you stop talking, then you're just going to bomb each other. So I don't think that this is genuine. I think this is just trying to keep things calm and stable. Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Friday he was always prepared for international contacts and meetings, in particular with US President Donald Trump. I am always open to contacts and meetings. I know that Mr. Trump... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Mr. Trump also talked about the possibility of meetings. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This is, Sorry, just reading the chat there. Thank God I'm not a Natalie. Natasha. Her name's Natasha. All right. Let's give you a little bit of information about how the Russians speak. Because they have their own way with words. Okay. You will hear Russian officials refer to, say, President Zelensky of Ukraine as Mr. Zelensky. And that's basically, well, for one, he's not the president because he failed to hold elections. But secondly, they don't respect him. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, distracted by chat again. So they refer to him as Mr. Instead of president, right? So it's a big change in frequency coming from the Kremlin to refer to President Donald Trump of the United States as Mr. Trump. Okay? That's the Russian way of saying, fuck you, we don't respect you. Because I think that's the first time I've read a statement by Putin calling him anything other than President Trump. This is worrying, which only proves what I was saying earlier, that I don't think the Russians take any European countries or West European countries or North American countries seriously anymore, or their little satellite allies all around the world, and Australia as well. They're just kind of if you're fucking in jail, in prison with someone, and you've got to get along with them, you go through the motions of keeping the peace. I think the Russians have finally learned their lesson. Trump came in and they thought, okay, he's an anti-war president. He ran on that platform, and that's what the voters voted for him on. So we'll take him at his word. We'll work with him. He flip-flopped in the fucking breeze. The Russians still worked with him, as much as they could. And then what I think changed their attitude here is that Trump also flip-flopped in the breeze when it came to Iran and Israel, right? And it's not like Russia and Iran are allies, but, they have a certain relationship. And I think it just dawned on maybe Putin. Maybe he was, holding out hope. Or maybe just the Kremlin and the what do they call it? The Security Council, which is arguably above the Kremlin. I think they just decided, no. We've given the West the last chance. Trump was the last chance. It didn't work out. So now we're calling Donald Trump Mr. Trump. Okay. Paul O'Neill says, wait. I don't know where my mouse is. The Russian-Ukraine war wasn't a new war. They've been fighting 16 years. It's all war games, a club. They get the males of world slaughtered on battlefield, both sides. Depopulation is goal and doing it on many fronts. Yeah, look, just fuck it. Like how many acres, thousands of acres are now being gobbled up by, what is it, BlackRock, I think, is in there. What's Bill Gates's fucking corporation? He's eating up farmland in the United States. I'm sure he's over there in Ukraine. Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. That's where we get most of our wheat, as the name suggests. But there's also another aspect of this, and a good friend of mine, Owen, brought this to my attention. Oops, I said his name. Women and children are, being displaced in Ukraine. And there's a particular appetite around the world for, one, Slavic prostitutes. Big demand for that in Israel and New York. And I wonder if there's a connection there. But also illegal adoption of children, right? And that is it's a child trafficking network. And this is the fruits of war. Disenfranchising and displacing women and children. So you have a great point there, Paul O'Neill. It's just that there's more than one reality going on there. Only Downs. Jesus Christ, Ken Mackwoods. I didn't expect that. There is a geopolitical strategic thing going on here where it really is a existential war for Russia. Their hand has been forced into that. There's nothing else they could do because there is a structural attack on Russia, and the great statesman Putin wants to avoid that, and so do many of the other elder statesmen who, are serving beneath him. Panel, do you believe in nuclear weapons? You know what? Personally, I'm agnostic on that. Gulick. Do you believe in nuclear weapons, Morgan?
What do I believe in them?
It's just a big scam to scare people in other countries, and now, like, people, both countries, or sorry, all countries know, that's bullshit. But they still use it as a scare tactic for.
No, I don't think it really fucking matters, does it? There's enough kind of munitions outside of nuclear weapons to kill most of us anyway, I don't know, but believe, no, I don't believe in it. I don't have any proof one way or the other that they exist or don't actually exist. Do I think we have the capability to, destroy hundreds of thousands of people at the click of a button? Yeah, probably. What evidence do we have? We've the atomic bombs from Hiroshima.
Right, which could have just been really, really, really big bombs.
Yeah. But
with nuclear material in it,
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't think it's of any real importance anyway. If they're not real, it's still a good deterrent against countries going all out. Like, if they're real, like, is it a good idea that Iran has one? I don't think so. I don't think it's a good idea for a crazy fucking cult who's itching for the 12th Imam to come back so they can, kill millions of people so we can finally get to the end days. Like that, to me, that's not a good idea. Is it a good idea that anyone has them? No. Is it a good idea that Israel has them? No. If they do have them, how would you get it off them? Quietly, I don't fucking know. What I do know is it's probably not worth your while worrying about it. I worried about it a lot.
The bomb, the bomb, I'm not worried about the bomb. I've learned to love it.
I love it, accept it, embrace it, don't worry about it. It's. I think the probability of us dying in a nuclear holocaust is very mild.
Compared to all the other things going on, that seems like a
more about old
sweet
age
release. Jesus,
that's far more horrific than dying in a nuclear holocaust. If you're lucky enough to die in a nuclear explosion, it's quick, pretty painless, and pretty fucking epic when you think of it, really. Like, what a view before you go, like a giant mushroom cloud, and then thrown into smithereens versus a slow, tragic decay into mind and body. That's truly fucking horrific. I mean, that's the kind of bomb we need to come up with, an old age bomb. And there's a diabolical weapon if ever there was one. It's just a minor explosion, and then ages populations rapidly. So in a matter of hours, everybody's just geriatric, shitting themselves, breaking hip bones at every pace they take. Nobody can cope. The whole of society comes to a terrible. Even the fucking refugees, they won't even be secure. They'll all be decrepit, aged mutants as well. What was I going to say? Will we have a look at Mrs. Keane, Michelle, up north while we're here? We can stitch it together with the other video for later consumption. I think we may as well, since we're on this subject of destruction. And I do like looking at these bonfires. I have to say, they're really impressive. Like a 200-foot fucking.
They are impressive, and I can see how that's community pride of like, oh, look at all the pallets we can get.
I know, it's kind of tragic. It's
it's almost like they're especially made. It's not like back in the old days where you just got the pallets that were used and people were trying to get rid of anyway. But now I think there must be a factory somewhere in Derry that just churns out pallets all year round to keep up with the demand of just July.
Clever unionist, it's a conspiracy made up factory industry. Get stupid loyalists to buy pallets, like.
Maybe that's what the Orange Order that's how they make their mint now.
It's the Palestinians, and they're clever Ray Swans. What about this comment? If nukes are real, why are some people worried about climate change? Wouldn't it be better to focus on getting rid of nukes first? Yeah,
I know,
suppose
yeah.
people can make a meaningful, in their minds, can make a meaningful impact on climate change. You know, they can put their rubbish in the right bin, reduce their consumption. It's a bit more difficult to rid the world of nuclear bombs. Yeah, I don't know. Again, people can't really have an effect. My brother was big into getting rid of nuclear weapons in his younger days. He'd go to
CND, man.
Yeah, he was into all that kind of stuff. But again, you see, there's not a lot we can do unless some genius comes up with a homemade nuke, or arm everybody with a nuke. That would be a fun world, wouldn't it? If everybody had access to nuclear weapons. Surely that would be a way forward if we're going to have countries to ensure, mutually this assured destruction.
Yeah.
Well, then it would make sense to give everybody a nuclear weapon. And that would be...
Yeah, I think that's where it's going, where, Israel has complained about Iran so much to the point where we're starting to go, wait, why do you have nukes? You're not signed up to the treaty, so why can't they have nukes? And then, everyone, suddenly, all the other little countries out there have nukes of their own, and okay, that's cool, I guess, no more wars. But now the next step is, I have a nuke, you have a nuke.
Yeah, and Natasha will be on television. I was never offered a nuke. Why wasn't I offered a nuclear weapon? It's tragedy. Judges should be trained in the acquisition of nuclear weapons.
Could you imagine her with a little red button of her own? We'd all be fucked.
What does this do? What does this do? Oh, fuck.
Okay, all right.
On to a real woman.
The Palestinians.
Free Palestine. Right, we're going to Palestine.
Palestine. And we need to make that stick, man. Just like antiseptics. We still need to make that one stick.
Up north to Palestine.
God help us. I tried talking on X a few times to these people, and they don't fucking understand who these people are, man.
Yeah. Look at her. What a fine, buxom woman.
Yeah, she can run the farm all by herself.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Right. This guy here, is he stoned? Look at those eyes. Are the two of them have been fucking smoking weed at the back of that bonfire? They're fucking chunking.
I'm here in Bangor, in Kilcooley, with freedom. Ted, tell us about this.
This is our bonfires. We build bonfires every year.
Did you slow this down?
Yeah. It's
I don't think so.
That's not either of their voices, man.
No, it's normal. He is Northern Irish, so maybe I should speed it up so it sounds more authentic.
I'm here in Bangor, in Kilcooley, with freedom. Ted, tell us about this.
This is our bonfires. We build bonfires every year.
The height of it.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest ones in Northern Ireland. So it is. I reckon it's going to be the biggest in Northern Ireland.
Sorry, I need to slow it down again because it's too quick. Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
I'm here in Bangor, in Kilcooley, with freedom. Ted, tell us.
That's more fitting for her as a woman. Freedom, Ted.
About this.
This is our bonfires. We build bonfires every year.
The height of it.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest ones in Northern Ireland. So it is. I reckon it's going to be the biggest in Northern Ireland this year, but we are in competition. But the thing is about the bonfires.
Fuck off, you're not in competition. Jesus Christ, they must think we're fucking thick, man.
They don't have competitions to see who can build the biggest bonfire.
Every fucking year, it's like who gets, who has the biggest dick. I swear to God.
Yeah. Well, was he saying we're not in competition or we are in competition?
Yeah, we're not in competition. Yeah.
All right.
Put that back if you want to.
The height of it.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest ones in Northern Ireland. So it is. I reckon it's going to be the biggest in Northern Ireland this year, but we are in competition. But
I said we are in competition.
No, see, I'm from there, okay? I understand the accent better than you. You think it's nails on a chalkboard, while for me, it's a sweet symphony.
Yeah, but it doesn't distract from the fact that he said we are in competition.
No, he didn't.
Listen.
Yeah, okay.
Northern Ireland, so it is. I reckon it's going to be the biggest in Northern Ireland this year, but we are in competition.
Yeah, we are in competition.
Why, even grammatically, why would you say that? Like, well, why is that interesting or important? No, he's saying, oh, no, it's not that we're in competition.
But he's not saying not.
Not using
no mention of not.
What's
happening here is you're projecting your hatred onto this fucking man. He's saying we are in competition.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest ones in Northern Ireland, so it is. I reckon it's going to be the biggest in Northern Ireland this year, but we are in competition.
But we are in competition.
But the thing is,
did you not hear the N? Aren't in competition.
No, we are in competition. We need to contact the fucking man.
No,
it would make more sense to me that they would be in competition. Otherwise, what's the fucking point in having the biggest one?
Well, just like saying, yeah, that's actually the biggest one. He's right. So he's coming here as a salesman saying, oh, it's the fucking land of the free and everyone loves each other and we're all just one big fucking community. But that's not it. But he's overselling, see. And oh shit, I lost my headphones. 1 second. Do you not notice though how he's like it's his accent? He's dropping fucking consonants left, right, and center.
Yeah, but it would still make more sense that they are in competition because there is a competition amongst these communities to have the biggest bonfire. As stupid as it fucking is, but it's how it's the community pride. Like who has the biggest bonfire this year? Much like any other fucking competition. Like who has the fastest car? Like for these people, it's who can build the biggest bonfire.
Ken says Michelle can milk 10 cows at once.
Yeah, fucking right, she can. 10 cows could milk Michelle at once. Let's be honest. I would happily put her in a milking parlour.
It represents the 11th of July when 1690 when King Dolly came over, and it was we used beacons to guide the ships in. So this is a representation.
Oh, what were in those ships? Are you going to tell us what was in those ships?
You can't, because then it becomes troublesome, This is why we have to suppress the truth. Yeah, but you see, because we're a long way away from any sort of reconciliation. Or I have to say with an Northern accent, we're a long way away from any real...
You can't do that. All you're doing is
reconciling
on your voice.
That's what it is like. That's all it is like. It's just,
no, it isn't.
It is. I'm telling you, man. It is. It's just fucking. It's
fucking self-hating bigot, man.
I'm not self-hating at all.
You hate Irish people. You can't stand them. You're complaining about the Cork accent. You're complaining about the fucking...
You're the one who brought the Cork accent up. You're the one who mentioned your hatred of the Cork accent. You're filled with hate. You hate the Cork people. You hate the Northern Irish people. As long as they're from a particular fucking section of the community. Like, Christ could come back. If he came back and he was fucking a Protestant, they'd be like, oh, I don't want nothing to do with him. I can't get past this part of my fucking history. I want to hang on to it. It is me. Without the hatred, that's your identity's gone. Like, if you have to give up the hatred. And that's why we need people like Michelle to go up there, build a bridge, a bridge made out of pallets. We're going to have a new bridge over the Liffey, the River Liffey. We'll set it on fire every 13th of July. We don't want to take a holiday away from it. Oh God, what the fuck?
Look back and see almost 300 years ago, and then when obviously King Gully landed, the next day was the 12th of July, and we had the Battle of the Boyne, and that's why we have the 12th of July celebrations with the bands and the Orange Men.
But this is hardcore Loyalist area now.
This is a hardcore Loyalist area, yes.
Oh yeah, just breeze past that history. Yeah, good. Yeah, great.
Again, we're building fucking bridges.
It's a shame you weren't elected.
Yeah, we're just trying to build bridges. He's trying to build It looks like her fucking belt is going to as a bridge as well. Like that's a lot of leather to get around that fucking waist. Like let's be honest. Yeah, but she's trying to catch.
Michelle is the bridge.
What did you say?
Paul O'Neill says Michelle is the bridge.
Yeah, Michelle is the bridge. There you go.
She can carry us across one at a
She'll
time.
carry all of us across north and south. A ferry. The greater bit she goes on to move the entire bonfire. She just picks it up and moves it across the road. Yeah, she's a big girl. Like she's a fucking fine, buxom woman.
Been known as UVF in UDA area, and yeah, it's one of the biggest housing estates in Northern Ireland after Rathcoole.
Will you be burning the tricolour?
No, the tricolour doesn't get burnt on this fire here.
That's a separate fire that's turned down the road. We have a special bonfire to burn the tricolour. But you'd be happy with that. You don't like the tricolour, do you? So surely you'd be happy to see it burn on top of one of these bonfires.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
All right, well, just checking.
There's cross community work getting done to invite Catholics to our bonfire to try.
Oh, because they don't show up because they want to be there. Yeah.
You have to invite them in. It's like inviting the niggers to a lynching. You have to.
Oh yeah, you didn't. This never crossed your mind in all your fucking near 60 years that maybe you want to open up your hatred to include the people you hate. All right.
It seems like a good plan. Come in. Yeah, it's like the KKK have an open day every now and again to diversify the organization.
Here you, N-word, get up on that cross there for a second.
Yeah, please. Test it out for us. I hear you. People are good at jumping. Jump up there with you. You're secure.
Divisions, you know what I mean, and try and bring our younger ones up with a better understanding of how to move forward, especially with what we're facing at the minute with irregular immigration and the influx of Islam coming into our country, and what we see with England and what's happening there.
Immigration, okay.
Yeah, irregular. So again, it's still a bridge too far to get to regular immigration. But again, at some stage, you would hope that people do have to fucking move forward. How they do it, I don't fucking know.
How about the people who have been through that decide how to move forward, and you're not in that group of people, so
But that would exclude you as well, then, yeah.
Well, I am a son of the fallout.
Yeah, but then what about the son of the son of the son of the fucking son of the son?
Well, naturally, if I were to have a son or a daughter, they would have nothing to do with it. However, they will harbor the intergenerational trauma I have not processed.
Oh, fuck off. Intergenerational trauma.
It's fucking real, man.
Oh, get off. How old were you when you left Northern Ireland?
Minus 20 years old.
What?
No, more like minus 24 years old. As in, I wasn't born until no, that doesn't make sense.
Were you born in the Republic of Ireland?
I was, yes.
You weren't even up to give me a fucking break, man. Jesus.
No,
you'll be fucking telling me next you want reparations from the fucking slave trade in fucking Africa.
Until I was 12, I consistently had the shit torn out of me by my classmates for my fucking Northern Irish accent because I didn't say bag properly.
Well, there you go.
So fuck your shit, man.
Well, that's the intergenerational trauma you're dealing with. I'm going to start calling your new name is Natasha Crane. There we go.
There were cells in my mother's body that were in the north being fucking, bombed out of their fucking house while I was in gestation, while she hugged me as an infant.
So you're getting like Natasha.
Right? This is very real fucking
level.
Stuff, man.
Cellular trauma. Okay.
Oh, yeah. What a weird concept.
There you go. Yeah, the cellular, yeah. Actually, if you're saying fat people, it's because of their cells have been traumatized. And like Michelle has,
slavery, yeah.
Trauma here. Fucking hell. Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking?
All I'm saying, right, is that you don't get to decide. And of course, I don't get to decide because I'm not currently living there. as one of those people who has to get bombed out of my fucking house by fucking loyalists who don't want me living in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, but you see, but this is the thing, like, so it's not just, you know, there's many loyalists. You know, there's many people in Northern Ireland, and there are some people who genuinely want to put this shit behind them. And,
yeah,
you know,
and then they don't call themselves loyalists. Don't you get that distinction?
Yeah, I know, but then there's also people who call themselves nationalists, who again won't let it fucking go either.
Wait, what are they not letting go? And by the way, that nationalism in the Irish, Northern Irish context is a completely different beast. Republicans, right? IRA stock, right? What are they not letting go of? They were out on the street.
This concept, this like this British imperialism, this you know, wish for a united Ireland, like that's going to change a fucking thing, like.
Oh, okay. So, what we want our country to be whole, which might, you know, will include.
But do you?
Okay, like, you know, no. I'm talking about the Republicans, right? They dream still of a united Ireland, which will include all of these people, no matter their distorted fucking opinions about other people. However, loyalists, they have loyalty to a power that's outside of this island, right?
Yeah.
Okay, to another country. You can't be in one country and have loyalties to another country. Okay,
yeah,
those are the people who hate.
But they have the same. They had the same argument. About
no.
You have to let me finish before you say no. They would say that Catholics have a loyalty to the papacy.
I mean, do they still?
I know, but again, do people? Do these people have a real loyalty to the crown? Like, if the crown goes, and even all that, like all that.
If you're setting fires to commemorate the, you know, an invading force every year, this is what you're commemorating. Like, just square that fucking circle, man. Make that make sense.
Because it's part of their cultural.
Part of the. Go fuck yourself. No,
it is. But just stop. You gotta calm down. Calm down. Like, take a breath.
Is the KKK a part of white American culture?
Yes.
But is it valid? Like, look, should they just acknowledge? You know, like, if you're the son or grandson or great grandson of like a grand dragon or whatever the fuck they call themselves, you know, like, yeah, like, you know, have pride in that. Like, oh, you know, my ancestor achieved something in a social order, right? But are you going to continue that on because that organization promotes the hatred of Black people as inferior race, right? Like, does that have legitimacy in a United States that embraces, you know, the history of African Americans as well as white Americans of all their different stripes? No, it doesn't. And it's the same thing with loyalism. Like, you can't just repaint this fucking stack of, you know, this beacon that you light every year as some kind of, you know,
but look, man,
something.
Look. Let's stay with reality, right? Right. Eventually, if we do have a united Ireland, right? These people, we're not going to kill them, right? We're not going to bury them. We're not going to make their fucking culture and customs. We're not going to outlaw them and send them to prison if they burn a fucking bonfire. Okay. So if we have a united Ireland, we're going to have to deal with these people, and it's going to become an Irish problem because, you know, we'll have these people in our parliament.
I know. That's one of my biggest nightmares.
Yeah. So if that is to be the case, and if it is the dream of Republicans to have a united Ireland, it has to be dealt with. We can't just pretend like, oh, well, you know, they're just going to fucking vanish, or, you know, everything will be grand. Like, they have to be integrated into fucking society. So what these people are saying, there will have to be, you know, at some stage where it's like, okay, we have to try and figure out a fucking way, not maybe to come together and fully understand each other, but at least come to an agreement that, you know, we're never going back there again, and that we can't be fucking held responsible. I can't be held responsible for what fucking King Billy and his men done. I can't even be held responsible for what happened fucking 60 years ago, because it's a different fucking time and place. And there's still enough of us alive who realise the actual fucking folly of it, the pure ridiculousness of it, the stupidness of two fucking sets of people, whatever, fucking 400 years pushed into the future. And the only real difference is stupid fucking loyalties on both sides that serve none of them. Like, these idiots are fucking loyal to the crown. And what, Republicans are loyal to the Republic? Of what?
Okay, do you know what the Republic is, though? The dream of the Republic, what it was supposed to be.
The dream, I'm talking about reality.
Oh, look who's cutting across the other person.
Yeah, because we're dealing in fantasy.
Can I fucking talk?
We're dealing in fantasy, like the dream.
You're incorrigible, you are. You just have this opinion and you're not going to listen to anyone else. All right, fair play. Go on off with fucking freedom, Dad.
You project away there. Go on.
Don't accuse me of projection. I'm asking for my fucking minute to talk. While you have your minute.
Come on, you've wasted 5 seconds bitching already.
I'm on a timer, am I?
You asked for a minute, so I'll give you what you want. You've got
Let me tell you about the Republican dream, right? And it's been this way since, and largely fucking molded by the civil rights era, which rippled from the United States around the world, right? But it was still, fucking Michael Collins saw this and it transmogrified all through the generations. What the Republic is supposed to be is everyone who's born on the island of Ireland is equal and will be treated as such.
Mm-hmm.
However, this guy here with his fucking stack of pallets doesn't have this idea in his head.
So what do we do with him?
He's superior. Don't you fucking get it, man?
But you don't. But again, like superiority isn't, confined to him, right? There's enough people, who don't subscribe to this guy's fucking outlook on life, who think they are also superior to him. That I'm sure nationalists think their culture is superior. I'm talking about up north now to loyalist culture,
Right.
But my point is, at some fucking stage, lest the whole thing kick off again and again and again, and that these guys will eventually all die, right? And these are the last kind of bridge to the actual reality of what it fucking is to kill each other, essentially over which side of your fucking egg you like to crack open when you eat it for breakfast in the morning, right? Because they've far more in common with each other, really, when you strip away their stupid fucking loyalties to the crown or to an imaginary republic that wants to be all-inclusive but just can't include these people because somehow they can't be brought around to and they're not going to give up their fucking culture, at least not in the next, 20, 30, 40 years. Now, there may be like 200 years where if people actually start to integrate and realize, well, you know what, this is kind of outdated and it's a bit fucking silly to be born in bonfires to commemorate a war that happened like 500 fucking years ago. So these are the guys who are living, who know what it is to be consumed by something, that they're willing to actually fucking kill people for it. And not just kill people for a cause, but then to have it actually turn into a bloodlust of, okay, well, I'm killing you because you're a fucking, simply because you're a Protestant, or I'm killing you because you're a fucking Catholic, It may as well be because you're wearing fucking blue runners and red runners. It's the Crips and the fucking Bloods or whatever. And it's not unique to these people up there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And so at some fucking stage, for people to evolve past the horseshit, it's that there's, okay, but what's the common fucking ground here, right? And I think what this kind of, I don't know this fucking guy from Adam, we know he was involved in bank robberies. He's some links to the fucking UVF. I think one of his uncles or cousins was actually one of the Shankill butchers, right? So,
oh yeah, no big deal there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's no big. That is a big fucking deal, right? It's a very fucking big deal. But at some stage, lest it just goes on endlessly. It carries on and on and on.
I get it.
And on.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know what? You're right. Ideally, you're right. Yeah. But, you You're sitting there in your proverbial armchair saying, "Oh yeah, those guys should just figure it out." People have been figuring it out up there, and maybe like I know it grates on you when they speak, but go up there and talk to them. And
I've been up there fucking hundreds of times, probably more time than you.
all right, and is every fucking Republican you've met going, the fucking loyalists will fucking fuck them up? No,
but is every fucking loyalist, doing that to you? Like you've got to acknowledge that you're not coming at this from any sort of neutral stance. You can't, and I don't expect you to because of your
I will give you that.
Your family history. You can't come at it dispassionately. So you're doing the Douglas Murray trick now. You're telling me like because I've never been to Israel, I can never talk on the fucking subject. I'm
not saying that. No.
I'm arguing for basically, this at some stage there has to be some level of peace, and that's just not going to happen if people just hang on to the past. And you're right, okay? You can't just go, okay, well, it's a new day, right? Forget about everything that happened. That's not going to happen. That won't happen because for people who fucking lived there, who went through it, it's still fucking real, and it's not so easy to forget. Okay, well, I'll just forgive you now because because this guy fucking says so, or he wants people to move forward. You can't forget that, your family was fucking murdered, or you were put out of your house, and all the fucking tragedy that happened. And I'm sure it's the same for people in loyalist community as well, like where they were fucking innocent. Like they're not really part of it. They mightn't even know their own fucking history, and they just see the bonfire burning. It's a community gathering, and they go and watch it.
Yeah,
but they've had family members.
Yeah,
but they've had family members fucking killed by IRA or INLA as well, and it's the whole fucking shit show. It's a massive fucking tragedy. But if we do want that dream of United Ireland, well then at some stage you have to fucking bring the united part into it, and that can only come from this type of activity. Now I think at this moment in time it's silly, because what she's doing, and given the history, and if you so eloquently expressed the unwillingness of people to engage with it because of all that it fucking represents, and it tarnishes, like to be seen with anyone from this kind of community in nationalist circles, it's essentially going back to, a segregation era where this guy is a nigger, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing associating with niggers? Like, it's that level of division. Like, and I'm sure it's on both sides, but like this guy is a fucking pariah to many. It's like, I don't care what you're saying. I don't care if you've had a new vision and you're fully repentant for everything that happened in the past, and you genuinely want both communities to come together so they can move forward and face this new threat together of, Islam and mass immigration and the demographics of the country being changed completely, where essentially both communities will become minorities in their own fucking country, and we don't have to fight separate wars in the future to try and get back the country and that vision that was never actually realized in the first place, And you're right, it's not my place to go up there and say this, that, and the other to those people. It's for them to figure fucking out, like,
neither mine. But see, okay, you make a good point, about the skirting past the history, right? See, the thing is that there have been many initiatives to bring both sides to the table, and to basically both sides show your cards, restorative justice, to make a callback, right? No, this is really going on. It has been going on in several stages, and different movements have tried it, and it's just, and there's people on the ground, trying to integrate fucking schools together and things like this, right? This is happening, right? It's just not going to happen on this level. And if it was going to happen on this level, what I would like to see is we sit down at a table and so tell me about this King Billy. What was in those ships? And what did they do when they landed? Just be honest. Honesty is the way to salvation,
Yeah, I agree. Like, I agree. They can't skirt around it. Like, they can't. But again, to do it in this kind of context, because what we're trying to do here, that this is kind of to take us out of the situation in the north of Ireland and kind of forget about relationships between the, Catholic and Protestant communities up there, because this is coming down to the south now. So what we're looking at is this alliance between concerned people in Southern Ireland about mass immigration and people in Northern Ireland around mass immigration. And it's tricky for people in the south because they don't really know this community at all, and have been very hesitant, didn't want anything to fucking do with it. And obviously people in the south, their sympathies naturally lay with the Catholic and nationalist community, because these people are the descendants of invaders. We can't, skip around that. And again, these people, because of the fucking, programming they've received, again, to no fault of their fucking own, nobody can be blamed on the programming they receive, and have a hatred for fucking, papists and Southerners. And but you get this nonsense, like there's like 6 papists left in the south. And again, but it was all fucking nonsense. All this, horseshit and division that that serves who? Like, who does it fucking really serve? But I'm not so naive to think it's pie in the sky. It's like, okay, well, okay, let's just shake hands and forget about it, lads. It doesn't work like that. But at
it's
some
a
stage,
process.
we have to get to know.
Yeah,
the fucking
make
people.
the first step. Yeah,
Yeah. So we have to get to know. And this guy is trying, he's coming down south, and he's talking to people, and I'm suspicious of the cunt. Like, how could you not be like, and I have no real, familial connections to Northern Ireland. So when he comes down, but again, because of the country I grew up in, like when I see Loyalists as well, like my stomach turns. I know I'm arguing here to take the counterpoint, but naturally, when I see anything to do with loyalism, my stomach turns, like, because it's like these people are fucking disgusting. Like, see them marching up and down roads, going into nationalist communities,
and singing songs about Irish people starving. Yeah,
I know, and I know it's disgusting. But if we want to get past that, well, then fine, we have to, we do have to engage with them, and then maybe eventually over a longer period of time, that and people, their general level of intelligence increases a little bit, that they come to the realizations that hating your neighbor isn't really fucking great. And we do have this new emerging problem of new people coming in with different ideologies, and maybe they will learn, and that might give them reason to reflect. Oh shit, like, this is what we did, this is what our ancestors did all those years again, and now we understand how the nationalist community felt. But I think that the problem I have is that it seems, I don't know, but it seems to me that a certain element within the nationalist community is gleeful about this. And how could you not be? But they're taking their eye off the fucking ball and think that these new influx of people who are coming into Northern Ireland are actually their allies, when they're not. And that they can't be, because they're a different culture, and they seem to be blind to that. It's like, okay, well, there's a new, for all intents and purposes, plantation being visited upon you, but you're welcoming it in, being blind, because you think that this is your ally, because these guys from the Protestant community are showing their hatred against the fucking new arrivals, and then naturally, from a nationalist and Catholic perspective, they would have empathy towards these new arrivals. Think, oh, well, that was us. These are us. And that's the language that's up there from the Sinn Féin, a lot of these, like that. These are our people. These are us. We are all one. We are all Palestinians, or Palestinians.
Like you many times over the years said, look, there's going to be a fucking civil war, but this time it's going to be between Irish people fighting for foreigners and Irish people fighting for Ireland. And you know what? If Freedom Dad and his fucking sons and grandsons showed up as a backup battalion and we were in the trenches, I'd be kind of looking, okay, okay. Look, can we speak the same language? We kind of get the same thing. Okay, Morgan's going to struggle to understand you a little, but he's fine. Okay, we can make this work. Like, I'm not, like, oh, fuck you under all circumstances. And I think, maybe one day it might actually come down to that, and we're just going to have to fucking put put it to rest. Who's Big Tips lover saying what?
How are we expected to just forget? I don't want people to forget.
No.
Maybe I said that, but that's not what I meant. I don't want
Right.
people to forget. I want
I
people
don't think so.
find a way
I mean,
forward if possible,
like
eventually.
the truth is that it's not just about feelings and stuff like that. It's just a human instinct that you just don't let your guard down and let your former enemy into your gates, you know?
Yeah.
Like that, no. Because there's many a story throughout history and mythology and fucking in TV and movies where, oh, you know, we're in dire straits. Let's, you know, this this former enemy, let them into the gates and they'll protect us and help us defend ourselves. And then it just turns out, oh no, actually they're just taking advantage of the situation when we're weak to conquer us and make us a part of their thing. You know?
Yeah, it may well be a Trojan horse. Like it is a difficult one.
Well, I mean, you know, Freedom Dad. Maybe let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he is honest about this, and then he doesn't know he's a Trojan horse because the Trojan horse may be fucking 2 generations down the line.
Yeah.
You know, his grandchildren think, oh yeah, now we're in the fucking keep. Let's take over it.
Yeah, we don't know. Like,
human nature is fucking weird and fucking complicated. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue with.
All right. Yeah.
What's her name? Fucking Michelle, is it?
Michelle. Yes.
1 minute and 18 seconds in. It's not a controversial or heated topic at all.
Oh, the North. Oh, who fucking thought?
Christ. Yeah. Don't you? How dare you insult a Northern accent? How fucking dare you? Jesus Christ, man! I'm actually quite fond of the Northern Irish accent.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll build your confidence back up again. Like, and I think I'll need to find that lighter as well. I think globally it's considered one of the sexiest accents, if not the sexiest accent.
Okay, now I even think that's weird.
Yeah, but it is. I think it's because I think it's more so the kind of Donegal and the Liam Neeson type of Northern Irish accent.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, I'm just when I think Northern Ireland, I think Belfast accents.
Yeah, that's not.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, that's like a fucking Moneylenders accent, if ever. It's like,
a viewer said, "Please, guys, don't fall out." No, this is how we make love. This is our love language here, you know.
Yeah. No, we won't fall out. We haven't in all the years. Like,
no, why would we now?
Had a genuine.
Like I honestly think I could fuck his wife and you know we wouldn't fall out.
Oh, we'd fall out. you would fall off a building, let alone fall out.
All right, let's crack on.
That's the difference. Now we're getting into dangerous territory.
England, so we're pretty much worried about that.
Yeah.
We truly believe that deep down, divided, we're not going to sort this out. And I think, you know, it's difficult, but we are getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, North and South Protestants and Catholics now need to unite.
Yeah.
You know, we're in the one island, and I think to stop this mass immigration coming in of unvetted migrants, like, you know, you've seen what's happened in Ballymena the last few weeks ago on the rights. But, you know, stepping stones is now what we need.
Yes. We need to come together. Like, you know, we're not saying Northern Ireland and Ireland come together as one. You know, that's an argument that needs to be had for another day.
Oh, the truth comes out. You see, that's the extent of this alliance. Yeah.
We know. I mean, we discussed it last week as well when we were looking at his video from Ballymena.
And he was talking to the deputy mayor. Yeah.
The best the stepping stones. There's like maybe one stepping stone that he's willing to take, and that's to receive aid and support from the South to help with this problem of mass immigration into their community.
Oh, and he was suggesting, shouldn't Northern Ireland secede from the UK?
Yeah, that's it. Like an independent Northern Ireland. Because again, they want nothing to do with
us,
the Southern state. And they shouldn't. And the same with the nationalists up north. Like, what the fuck would you be doing?
Please stop calling them nationalists. They're Republicans. Nationalism up north is a different thing. It's got to do with fucking free state. And it's all complicated. It'll take an hour fucking...
Okay, well, Republicans... Anyway, but the other part of the fucking divide, like anyone who wants to, be a part of the Republic, be it real or imagined, it's just like, it's not going to happen. What do you think? You're going to get a United Ireland and all of a sudden, like, the fucking Southern politics, blooms into fucking flower? Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, no, it's fantasy stuff. Look for your lighter, man.
Yeah,
You're
I know.
losing
Say that like I'm like a fucking crack addict.
Go
Picking
on,
fucking skin next.
Like, do you at least have a gas stove that you can...
I have a toaster I can use, like a fucking all electric.
Fuck me. That reminds me of after we buried my aunt. A fucking chain smoker, right? And somewhere in the pub in the afters, I lost my fucking lighter. Someone fucking took my lighter because they didn't have one. I'm pretty sure I remember who, but I'm pretty sure that cousin also fucking passed my lighter on to someone else. So by the time we got back to my aunt's house, I didn't have a lighter. We had fucking rakes of fucking cigarettes because she's a chain smoker. Was a chain smoker. But no lighters, so I had to go to the fucking toaster.
All right, let's ready to continue on, Michelle?
Yeah.
There's nobody ready in Northern Ireland, in Ulster, or any of my community ready for that. There's like, we're unionists, we're proud to be British, and we go forward with that. It is a difficult topic, it is difficult, but the main thing is that we need to communicate with each other, like in Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. We need to be able to talk to each other and break down the divisions of what we've had in the past, and the rhetoric of how we see the Republic of Ireland with the love I'm getting when I go down to Dublin and Limerick and all these other places. And I try to bring that back to my people and let them know, listen, they're not a bad bunch down there, because it's just a rhetoric of what we've been brought up with and the troubles,
but
the
I
conflict.
think that mindset, even for meeting people today, that mindset has...
Oh yeah, all those fucking people coming up from the south and fucking doing pogroms in your loyalist communities. Like, it's amazing how insulated a community can be that, they think a whole 5 million people are just, full of hate for them, It's crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, it's the power of hate. That's why they want to outlaw it, which will solve it all as soon as they make it illegal. It will all disappear.
Meaning to change. So, for years we've been suppressed by the British government, the Irish government, and Sinn Féin,
and the EU,
the EU, big time. Look around here. There's another bonfire here at the back here. What's that one for?
That's for the children. That's that one gets lit.
That's
for the kids.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That's something on fucking Father Ted or something. Oh yeah, here's the one for the kiddies.
Yeah, it's a training bonfire. Pallet building workshop. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's a silly fucking culture, really. I just discovered, like, this woman. She's been reminding me of someone for fucking ever, and I can't think who it is. Let me get it up there now. If I can open the fucking page, that would be useful. All right. Oh, go away with the fucking stupid pop-ups, man.
All right.
There we go. Isn't there a remarkable similarity? Like, do people recognize Eric Bristow, one of the greatest darts players in the world? Look at that. That could be his fucking sister, man.
Could be. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Back to Michelle.
July. This is going to be listed.
This is the 11th.
Let's get our face lined up.
Instead
of a picture of a baby bomber trying to compare Eric Bristow of Michelle. Oh, stop it, Michelle.
On the 12th of July. This is going to be...
There we go. Let's get back to Eric.
Okay, yeah. She's holding up the hand to throw the dart.
It's that nose. That fucking nose is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, if she was giving you a blowjob at the right angle, that nose would be tickling your asshole. Like, it would be impossible.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This is the 11th. This will be the day before the 12th. Yep.
at 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 12 o'clock at night. That's our tradition, and we'll have DJs, and this place will be full. There's people come from all over England, Scotland, and all over Northern Ireland, both Protestants and Catholics, and there's loads of YouTubers and TikTokers that'll be coming to document it. So yeah, it's going to be a big scene here on the 11th night. You know what I mean? And everybody's welcome. You know, this is the thing. The community, the guys that run this bonfire have told me that everybody's welcome on both sides of the community. They come and join in our celebrations. You know, and like I say, it is a.
Do you want to go up?
You know, that would make an interesting little excursion for us, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
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 Huh.
I wouldn't go. I couldn't go.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Look, you know, I'm not going on my own.
Yeah. Come on, you go up and tell me how you get on. I'll let them know your history. This guy wants to see what it looks like on top of the bonfire. Here's a copy of the tape from the 28th. No, I wouldn't feel. I have to say, I would not feel comfortable in that surrounding whatsoever for half a fucking second. No, because you're right. Like the bonfire, like it's burning. Like it represents burning of fucking people. You know, granted they've taken the flag off this year, but every other year it's been the flag. And if you go 10 feet down the road,
and stuff.
Yeah, Pope, Irish politicians, which is fair enough.
I mean, I didn't mind seeing Leo Varadkar burn.
Yeah, but again, it's that level of fucking hatred, you know. And maybe this will help somewhat, where they'll realize, well, okay, well, Jesus Christ, they're actually people down there too. But they could get into their head, okay, well, Jesus, they're soft as fucking butter down there.
Exactly.
The whole island, like
that's what I'm trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell Free Staters down here. Look,
Free Staters.
I'm sorry, that's what you are. You know, you think you're the bees.
Oh my God, he goes back for a week and he's fucking radicalized already.
But look, really, you know, if you haven't been there, then you don't know what it's about. And even, you know, new generations up north are, you know, sadly fucking soft, and they've forgotten what has gone on in the very streets they walk on not 50 years ago, and it's tragic. But the worst, it's worse down here because you've never been through it at all. Like there's almost no familial connections between the horrors that went on up there. So, you know, there is a bit of a naivete, you know, where like you're kind of like, what do they call those? Yeah, dodos, right? You know, that it told us in primary school, I think it was. Oh yeah, the dodos, they went extinct because they're stupid. And you know, it never went into detail of that. Like, actually, it was the fucking Dutch going around on their fucking and the English followed them and stuff. But mainly the Dutch. They just went around with their boats, and then they found, oh yeah, here's this island. It's full of free meat. Just walking around here, and they actually hop up to you and they want to be your friend. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Because they couldn't fly, they went extinct, or some bullshit like that. No, actually, these fucking sailors, hungry, understandably, just picked these cunts up, broke their neck, and then fucking fried them or something. You know? And this is what happens, you know, if you don't have the fucking context, you can be duped, man.
Yeah. But that's what I said, like we said last week, you know, there can be no real alliance in any real meaningful sense of the word as of yet. But there is
it's going to be a process.
Yeah, a long process. But there is a shared quote unquote threat that both sets of communities face, and that's as far as it can really go. Really, is to recognize that and to have a loose alliance. But where it goes beyond that, I don't know. Like, there's not going to be some joint paramilitary force between what's happening in Southern Ireland and Northern Ireland with Loyalist paramilitaries to sort out the problem.
I'm not ruling it out personally.
Yeah, you never fucking know. Again, if things get bad enough, there will be. It will come down to we're white. So we're white, they're brown. Let's face the brown threat together as white people. And then as soon as that threat is either resolved or we lose, because that's always an option as well, you know. Like, people don't like to consider that one, where you're on the losing end of it all. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge, so to speak, when we come to it. What Michelle's doing up here, I don't fucking know, to be honest. Why why?
Yeah, that's a long fucking drive, man.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if it's just because of the need to be seen and to be relevant, or I don't know. Maybe her heart is in the right place, or maybe she just feels safer up there. That her fucking home has been invaded by mysterious people with USB sticks.
Yeah, maybe this is you know, a bit of a holiday for
Yeah, all right. I need to find that fucking lighter again. The problem with roll-ups is just the quote continues.
Protestant, predominantly Protestant area, you know. But
is there any trouble at these events?
No. We wouldn't invite people and then have trouble. You know, at the end of the day, we have.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works, is it? We wouldn't have trouble. We wouldn't invite people if we had trouble. Maybe this is a show bonfire this year, isn't it? So they're going to be on their best behavior this year, because it's not like other years where you're going to have people coming up from the south out of curiosity or naivety. So they come up, so they'll be putting on their best face, like no burning of effigies, no mattresses with "Kill the Tadhgs" written on it, unless it's, you know, has the surname Hickey attached to the end of it.
Yeah, well, absolutely, thumbs up for me.
Security, and we keep everything right. You know what I mean? It's
so how long does it take to build this?
It's a lot longer nowadays. You know what I mean? But when I was we didn't build them as quick. They built them. They just started about nearly 2 months ago. You know what I mean?
Right.
The foundations getting laid and everything, and then the pallets coming in. So every Sunday the guys are here.
The size of it is ridiculous.
So, about 2 months now, and a lot of work.
So
a lot of work.
The message, folks, now is unity across the 32 counties in Ireland to stop this mass immigration crisis coming into this country, and calling for unity. North and South, Catholics and Protestants, we're all fighting for the same cause
definitely.
now.
Yeah, 100%. We're all Christians, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, like when you look at extremism, Boko Haram, ISIS, the Taliban, you know, these are the men that are coming into our country. I truly believe this. And they don't distinguish between Protestants and Catholics, you know. When the grooming gangs were going, they did.
Yeah, no, he's right. I'm agreeing. Yeah, they don't distinguish. Yeah.
Distinguish between Protestant and Catholic children when they were grooming these children. The only children they did touch children. So we need to be aware of that. And like I say,
Michelle, you know, get a fucking microphone. You know, we're on a fucking island. It's windy everywhere.
Yeah, or maybe stand around the back of the fucking bonfire.
The other side of
yeah. Like if only there was something that could shelter us from the wind. These people aren't solving shit.
And we need to make sure we're all on the same page, and we're all protecting our children, our traditions, our cultures, and our lands. You know, whether you're from the north, the south, Protestant or Catholic, it doesn't really make a difference to these guys. So we need to sort of drop the rhetoric a wee bit, calm down, and you know, go forward with a wee bit more intelligence. That's what I think. That's freedom, Dad. It's my opinion. It's not the opinion of my community or anything like that. I don't speak for nobody. I only speak for myself and for my daughter.
Very good.
Yeah.
Listen, thank you so much for inviting me here.
No problem. Anytime. Thank you.
Thank
you. Get out of here with that fucking dirty foreign language. Yeah. So yeah, pretty.
Look, you know, I don't know. I'm gonna have to pray on it.
Gonna have to light a bonfire, build a bonfire, pray to Saint Bridget. Right, let me get that lighter. 1 second. What time is it? Jesus Christ, my kids are going to be up in like 10 minutes.
It's the morning, is what time it is. Yeah.
Right, I'll just grab a smoke and we'll look at a few comments. Oh, look at the fucking. There's actually light in the kitchen as well. Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah. We see you for what you are. Oh Jesus, another long one. We're fucking touching 8 hours. We're beyond the casino standard here, folks. Yeah, if you're not subscribed on Kick, head on over there. I will put a link in the YouTube chat.
Who didn't want us to fall out? Oh, look at us. Fuck the enemy, Morgan.
Yeah, the same one. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a man of peace, really, you know.
But do follow us on Kick. Sign up, because it's a
yeah.
great platform, and we need more support there. And I was surprised to see in the dashboard there earlier, 6 followers on Kick.
Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's a 25% increase from last week.
Ken's asking, are we on X? We are, Ken.
Currently, but not normally.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Except in both cases, our egg cartons are empty. Like, they do nothing for us, man.
Yeah. So what's the address for?
I will bring that up in a second. The anti-broadcast. Anti-broadcast. Search that anywhere on any platform without the, and you have that. Antibroadcast.com is the place to go if we are like, you know, we go the way of Tadhg Hickey and get kicked off of every platform that we're on.
Yeah. You'll find us somewhere. What's this?
Just remember our name.
Yeah, we should have thousands of subs. Yeah, we do. But it's the problem of not being mediocre. You know, it has a price to pay. Luckily, our modesty.
Yeah, we're not churning out shite, and that's not our agenda. You know, I'm trying my best, and we both are, I think, trying our best not to sacrifice our souls for the sake of likes and subs, and you know, just sometimes the wind just blows in the right direction at the right speed, you know, to bring us up another 50 fucking subs in a month or something, you know, and it's just a slow crawl, you know.
Yeah, excuse me. We do stream on X every now and again. We haven't found it very successful on X. Ken, the attention span on X for long form videos and videos in general doesn't seem to be great, but that may change. Who knows? But there is something to be said for having a smaller community, like so.
Yeah,
if it get bigger it will, but while it remains small, enjoy it.
It's great. Yeah, we have such great chats here, and sometimes sometimes the chat room takes a life of its own, and they're not even paying attention to us. And you know what? I'm an old radio guy. As in, I wasn't on radio, but like as for years, that's what I was about. That's what I started out as, you know, wanting to just have my own little radio station online and just, you know, play tunes and talk about shit. And the goal is just, you know, someone just switches, oh, I wonder what's playing now. And, you know, just go about your life, you know, not, oh, you know, pay attention to me. No, just leave me on like fucking, you know, 2FM or something. And then maybe sometimes you start paying attention. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll listen to that for a few minutes. Or, you know, then you go wash dishes or clean your house and, you know, yeah. So no big deal. I love the community that we have. And I wish...
do join up on Kick, because the one thing I miss from the old days is the ability to play music, because we both have excellent taste in music. That should be shared with people, and it adds more to it. You know, there's something about music can say a lot in 3 minutes that, you know, nobody can really say in 3 fucking months. And it's good for the soul as well. So maybe at some stage we'll just do a Kick only show every now and again where we can actually get away with playing some good music as well, and not have to worry about fucking you have a face for radio.
Cunt.
Next week we'll come back with back of our heads. You can have a look at the back of our heads. But yeah, you'd be amazed what a face does as well. Like especially on these kind of platforms, you know, you have to put a face to it. Radio's great and all, but people are
no, you can't beat it. You know. We're humans. You know, we want to see faces. You know.
Yeah, and we appear on the radio sometimes as well. Sometimes you'll hear me on our good friend Niall Boylan's show. We bring into Niall.
Those were fucking classic fucking times, man. Oh man, Morgan got him so riled up about the fucking riots in Dublin. Oh, we need to replay that, man. On this,
we change it. I think we kind of influenced Niall a little bit. Like we radicalized Niall. We brought him over the line. And
I think a lot of people radicalized Niall because I remember distinctly, like, just by fucking happenstance, I was in the kitchen making a cup of tea or making, a late dinner or something, and I overheard, because that, our shared house at the time, that was the station that was always on. And I just overheard, there was this guy who would call in and he would talk about, the lockdowns and, government control. And I always was really skeptical about what he was saying. I would push back on him. But I want to say, I'm sorry to that person.
There you go.
And that blew my mind. It was like, whoa, a fucking journalist, a broadcaster saying, I'm sorry to someone.
Yeah, it's very rare.
It's rare. Like, people are fucking jacking off Joe Duffy earlier today. Like, he's a mammoth of fucking broadcast. So fuck off.
No. He's a big fat whore. That's all he fucking is.
When Niall Boylan, shuffles off, that's the man Ireland is going to miss.
Yeah. I first dibs on his wig as well. I want that wig. I'll cherish it. Is Niall Boylan's rug Turkish? Maybe. Special wave. Niall's done the country some service, and his friend as well. What's his friend's name? What the fuck? Remember that night I rang in and he was either accusing me of being the guy in the Sex for Rent program.
Oh yeah, fuck. Who is that? Yeah,
Gareth O'Callaghan. Yeah, Gareth O'Callaghan. Yeah, maybe I'll rework that. I'll put some visuals to the Gareth O'Callaghan interaction. That might be fun.
Yeah, that was yeah. Oh my god, Jesus. Yeah, I'm talking about being, whores for clicks and subs. I mean, we really need to fucking take advantage of that period of the show. Yeah.
But it's fun as well. Like, so it's if we really wanted to be whores for clicks, then we just do bouncy ball videos and fucking broadcast every 2 minutes. But we won't. And we enjoy what we do. Like, so it's good crack. And don't worry, we won't fall out. If we're going to fall out, it's going to be over something ridiculously silly.
Like me fucking his wife.
Yeah, my God, that's twice you said it now. Like, you don't even know what my wife looks like, do you?
No, I know. I've never seen her.
If you saw her, like, you definitely want to fuck her. She's stunning. Like, I mean, model pretty.
Well done, sir.
Yeah. Hypnotism.
Don't worry, I'm just yanking your chain.
I know, I'm just being dramatic. Right, guys, I think we'll drop it there. It's almost fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. So thanks for tuning in. If you stay with us the whole way, God bless you. We shall see you back next Friday. I'll try and make it a bit earlier if I ever get a normal fucking sleep routine back. And but it is what it is, and it's part of the show now anyway, I think.
Yeah, so. At this point.
Yeah. So
do you live in the same town, lads? We're being asked. No.
No, we live on opposite sides of the country.
Yep. But friendship knows no boundaries.
There you go. You're gonna make me cry. We have to build a bonfire. Build a bridge and set it on fire. All right, folks. Ihawa, Slán agus.
You are.